podium sur ce FEI Driving World Championship du Haras du Pin 2023. On vous accueille donc ce matin pour des grands moments de sport. Le décor est planté. Nous souhaitons la bienvenue à juge, ce jury de l'attelage, de cette compétition d'attelage internationale mondiale qui va se dérouler pendant 4 jours maintenant, est composé de Bert Jambon pour la Belgique qui juge en C, Anne-Marie Turbet est en R pour la France, Barry Capstick pour l'Irlande est en S, Miguel Gutiérrez pour l'Espagne est en V et Andrew Council pour la Grande-Bretagne est en P. Je souhaite également la bienvenue à tous les bénévoles, à toutes les secrétaires, les assistantes qui sont dans les cabanes de juges pour nous permettre de suivre cette compétition en direct avec les notes qui vont s'afficher au fur et à mesure de la compétition. Donc vous allez voir tout au long, vous pourrez suivre grâce aux informaticiens qui sont derrière et qui vous permettent de suivre toutes ces time scoring qui vous permettent de suivre en temps réel les résultats de tous nos athlètes. Ils sont 92 au départ, 25 nations et dont 17 présenteront une équipe puisque bien sûr championnat du monde dit des médailles en individuel mais également des médailles par équipe. Et bien le Haras du Pin, le PIS, le pôle international des sports équestres est une nouvelle fois le théâtre d'une compétition de haut vol, une compétition internationale FEI avec ce championnat du monde d'attelage à 2 FEI. Well, good morning and welcome to this FEI Driving World Championship in pairs in Haras du Pin 2023. The Department of l'Orne, the Normandy region and France welcome you all to this international event in this magnificent venue here in the International Pole for Equestrian Sport. 4 days of competition and of course we'll follow the results with the live scoring and thanks to time scoring which will have all the results going up live as the judges enter them after the figures in the dressage arena. This morning, as of course dressage, we have 25 nations present with 92 competitors, 266 horses for this competition here, this international competition, a great competition, and once again the Haras du Pin after the European FEI Championships for eventing in August, they are now the theatre stage for this World Championship driving in pairs. Welcome to all, welcome to the grooms, welcome to the teams, welcome to the chef d'équipes, who I mentioned yesterday during the opening ceremony. Welcome to all and we hope you have an absolutely wonderful weekend here with us in Haras du Pin for this international competition. Competition which will be judged at C by Bert Jambon, who's the president of the ground jury. He's assisted by Anne-Marie Turbet for France, judging at R, Barry Capstick for Ireland at S, Miguel Gutierrez for Spain judging at V, and Andrew Council for Great Britain who judges at P. Good morning to all. 5 minutes before the first competitor, 4 minutes now before the first competitor comes into the arena. And we hope you have an absolutely wonderful time with us here all the weekend with some great sports in store for us.
A very good morning to you, wherever in the world you may be joining us from. We welcome you to the start of 4 days of superb driving here at the FEI World Championships in Haras du Pin in Normandy in France. You can probably just hear in the background some of the judges, the inimitable laugh of Anne-Marie Turby and Barry Capstick just going into their judges' boxes. We have a huge amount of dressage to get through for the next 2 days. So the horses have had their inspection. Only one we think didn't pass yesterday, one of the Portuguese horses, but otherwise everybody has been passed. All the horses, a very busy inspection yesterday, lots of hijinks, and they are now fit to compete. The support for this particular version of driving championships is huge. Horse pairs attracts fans and drivers from all over the world, and we have got a bumper entry. This, which is about the 20th, we had an opening event back in 1983, which was actually won by a Brit in Paul Gregory, and then formally the first of the World Championships for pairs in 1985 in Sandringham in England, and they have gone on pretty much every 2 years since then. So by my reckoning, we're on about the 20th edition of this tremendous World Championships. Always attracts one of the biggest entries, and the setting, it does not get any more perfect than this in Normandy. The wonderful, wonderful national stud goes back to the Sun King, to all the Louis who built it and produced back in the day war horses and horses for combat and battle. But it's just received a huge investment from the French government, probably in line with what's about to happen next year in Paris for the Olympics. So some tremendous horse sport, 92 drivers, 25 nations, 270 horses. Now that's a lot of horses to stable, and the accommodation for the horses is absolutely beyond 5-star. The stabling, the layout, the yards, they are being treated like kings and queens. We have a mixture of geldings, mares and stallions, but they are all the very best equine athletes that we can bring you for this sport. Hot favourites coming into the event are the Hungarians in terms of team medals. You've got Martin Holler, who has been champion, will be the man to beat. But in the meantime, we've got extremely strong crews have come from France and Germany in particular. The Brits have got some, but we've got 17 nations competing for team medals. But the French, how dearly would they love to win, not just individual, but team medals, and gold at that on their home turf. The venue has just played host to the European Eventing Championships, where we had British success there with Ros Cantor, but now we are on to the driving, but one of our premier venues in the world for horse sport, and it is a huge honour to be bringing you the coverage. 4 days of coverage, Clip My Horse FEI TV, working in conjunction. I'm Sarah Dance, and we'll be talking you through the action. First in for the 92 dressage tests we have to get through. This is Bruno Widmar, and he is the first of the Swiss drivers. Now, the Swiss have enjoyed tremendous success, particularly in horse pairs. We've had many champions over the years from Switzerland, but they are one of the nations, certainly, that would hope to have a podium finish. And in comes the very first driver for the pairs World Championships in Haras du Pin in Normandy. We are in France, and the first movement, AX, you'll get to know this test incredibly well after 92 of them, and you have your halt and salute, and you are proceeding from X to I in a working trot. Then there is a circle left for 20 metres, bearing in mind this arena is 80 metres long by 40. If you were tuning in and watching all the action last month, well, at the beginning of the month, from Aix-Lou, where we were covering the World Para Driving Championships for singles and the European 4 in hands, where Bram Chardon was victorious yet again, we had an 80 by 40 arena for the paras, but for the horse teams, the 4 in hands, the arena is extended to 100 metres. But for the pairs, we condense it a bit, take off that 20 metres at either end, which does alter just the dynamics inside the arena in terms of where your markers are for your movements. So we've had the circle left and then right at I, so you've got that figure of 8 in the middle. ICM at working trot, MK. Now we have an extended trot, so you'll notice the reins have gone into one hand. So every time you see one of our drivers extending their arm out, it means the reins have been placed into the left hand, coachman style, as we call it in tradition. And popping the reins back into each hand for the next movement, which is KAL, working trot, reins at will, and L, halt and salute, the immobility for 8 seconds. Ideally, the horses should have their heads level. And as we saw during all the dressage tests at Exloo, that proceeding into a walk on the centre line is quite difficult. You don't have the board to help keep the horses straight. And you're very exposed, all the judges can see you, just trying to maintain the walk. That's LXI is the walk, rein back for 3 metres and then forward into a collected trot. So aiming for lovely clean transitions, as we say, so a clear definition between the movements and the different paces. I see at the top there to H is a collected trot. Then all these movements going forward, although you feel like you're dropping back a pace, we always talk about it coming forward. Free walk, H to P. This our first of many athletes to come forward. Bruno Widmer for the Swiss squad. He's not a member of the team. He is competing as an individual. Just trying to keep those horses contained. They've done this test many times, so a bit of anticipation there at P, coming back to the boards. And then they've got this more movements. We've got some interesting shapes coming up, but at the moment from the free walk they're doing, he wasn't actually cutting his corners as you might have thought. He's doing a half circle, a sort of crescent moon shape at the bottom there. So it's the half circle right at 40 metres, starting 5 metres after P, so before V. So it's like a little smile at the bottom end of the arena. And that is in collected trot. Then he's gone forward VM, extended trot, reins in the one hand. He's back at the top end of the arena now, in front of our judge at C. Now this is a funny twiddly backward X S movement. They're cutting through X across, sort of a condensed S shape is what you're aiming for, and then you're coming back to the boards at S, and then another one of those small half circles at the top end at C. This should be in working trot. This is quite an interesting movement, one that's harder than you would think to achieve, where you ask the horses to stretch their frame. So if you think of a free walk on the long rein, when you're wanting the neck, the body, everything to lengthen a bit, you're asking for the same in trot, but with the horses retaining their carriage, so retaining their strength through the back, not just collapsing forward and poking the noses. Obviously at this level we wouldn't expect to see that, but just keeping them up for that movement. They've gone across the arena, sort of a wave across the arena between R and V. VAP, a sort of deeper circle, half circle there. Again, stretching of the frame. PM, working trot. And this movement here is a deviation. So on the plan it looks like a sort of wide V. There we go. But actually tends to drive more like a U. And there's always some debate. Does the outside wheel catch that X marker, or should it be the pole, which is the central point between your horses? And just gathering oneself, M, C, H down to S, and then another deviation. And this time between S and K, and that is in collected trot, remaining in collected trot as you join the boards again at K. And then we're going to see a ping of extension. So D, that bottom marker, and extending. And a round of applause. So halt and salute at G. So never easy to be the first to go. And he's laid the tracks for everyone else to come. So in terms of accuracy, don't forget we have the movements 20 and 21 as far as the test is written. So the athlete is 21, so it's use of aids, handling of reins, and then 22 is the general impression. You might remember in Exlu we had some really high marks for that, so that's in terms of appearance, how well the horses are matched, all sorts of things. So first to have gone, Bruno Widmer.
La deuxième entrée en piste représente les États-Unis d'Amérique. Il s'agit de l'Allemagne. Il s'agit de Stéphanie Diener. Stéphanie Diener qui mène pour le dressage Lando CD et Louis CD de Hongre. C'est le numéro 45 qui est maintenant en piste et elle mène avec sa groom pour le dressage Dominique Petke. Next to go for Germany, Stéphanie Diener. She's driving with her groom Dominique Petke, driving the Lando CD and Louis CD. Lando et Louis CD sont tous les deux des chevaux du Studbook Satou, des chevaux allemands de 13 ans, des Hongres allemands de 13 ans. Et elle a été 2 fois en argent par équipe.
Our second athlete just warming up now in this day 1 of dressage in Normandy, and the first of a strong German squad coming forward. Again, she is a member of the team, so this is the first of the team members for Germany. Carola Slater-Diener, very experienced competitor. She has been a member of the German team in the past and has been a medalist herself in 2013, silver medal for the team, and in Conti in 2011. She is driving for dressage. She has got Lando CD and Lewis CD, they're geldings. And her groom for the dressage is Dominique Petke. So keeping those horses in walk. And bear in mind, they've done it many times. Finding a matched pair is one of the great art forms in all sorts of driving, multiple driving, from singles through to whether you're driving a four in hand or one of the many configurations. And particularly at this sort of level, you want for the dressage a pair that are not only well matched in terms of conformation. This is why so many of them stick with the same bloodlines, the same breedings. 9 times out of 10, when you look through the biographies of the horses, you will see they're from the same studs, the same heritage, all that sort of thing. Occasionally they do mix up the breeds. We've got old warm bloods and hackneys being mixed in together, although that's a whole melting pot on its own. So for this, there's nowhere to hide, we say, with a pair. When you're driving a four in hand and perhaps one of the horses raises its heads up or a little bit, you can be distracted by the rest of the team. With the pair, you're very, very exposed. And as soon as one horse raises its head or the paces aren't exactly the same, it's very, very obvious to the judges. That was showing some good quality of pace there. For the second of our competitors to go, Carola Slaterdina, who is a member of a very strong German team. Interestingly, in the four in hands, it's very much the Netherlands that dominates in terms of the team. We've just seen that in X-Lou, but also for World Championships levels, they've been pretty much unassailable, with Germany and Belgium and to some extent France knocking at the door. But when it comes to the pairs, Hungary have very much dominated. They've never really lost their crown. That hasn't slipped in terms of World Championships for the pairs, but it's much more open. Swiss squad are very strong. Germany, the Netherlands, France are particularly strong this year. We've got Frank coming later, who was the silver medalist last time. So there's every chance that, although the money would be on Martin Holler, who we'll see tomorrow for his dressage, retaining his gold, and Hungary have got a very strong squad. We'll see some of their drivers before too long. It is really, really tight. A lot of it comes down to the speed and the power through the obstacles. Just notice the stretching of the frame there. That's quite well defined from Carola. And to earn a place on these extremely strong teams such as the German team, so a place on the national team, each country can bring their own squads. They have a set number of drivers they can bring, and from that they nominate 3 to be in the team. So to get a coveted team place and drive for your nation has to show quite a lot of, well, results. We want performance, we want quality, commitment and consistency, and being able to keep your head and the horses on point at this sort of level. The judges, so sitting at C, so ground jury president, so that's basically the chief judge. That's Bert Jambon from Belgium, extremely experienced, also acts as a steward a lot of the time as well. Anne-Marie Turbe, she is for France. We also have Miguel Angel Guiterres Camarillo, he's our Spanish judge. Barry Capstick for Ireland, although he's based in the Cotswold in England, and Andrew Council. Those are our judges. Andrew is technically down as the foreign judge. The technical delegate is Jeroen Huteman, and the course designer is Gabor Finter from Hungary. He was also the designer for the World Cup finals in Bordeaux, also in France, in February. So really experienced team. Adjudicating assistant course designer is Vilmos Jambon. And the driver himself from Hungary.
R121 at S120 at V124.5 at P. For Carola Sater.
So we're just working on bringing you the scores on the screen as well. You can just hear them being announced.
138 at R, 140 at V, 139.5 at P. Just waiting for the marks for Barry 139 for S, and that's the score of 57.22. 57.22.
So 57.22. Just hear that being announced at the moment with the live commentary in the ring. So 57. So good markers going forward. So that is a decent team mark for Carola. So congratulations to her, driving for Germany.
Il s'agit de Diane Delmas qui prend le départ maintenant. Diane Delmas qui dans le dressage mène Curiota, IFCE et Future Kiss. Elle est employée à l'IFCE.
So to confirm, Bruno Widmer, who was the first to go from Switzerland, we've got confirmation of his results. So he finished on 69.04. The judges for him, Bert Jambon was 132, Anne Marie Turbet R was 127, Barry Capstick at X was 121. At V, Miguel was 117.5, and at P, Andrew Council was 125.50. So when it's all added up and then you average it out, so those are the scores. So just goes to show that Carola got quite a bit of that. Next in for France. Yeah, my mistake. Sorry, Carola is not in the German team. She is an individual. Yes, it's denoted by, she is driving, sorry, my mistake. She was driving as an individual for Germany. But nonetheless, still quite something to get onto one of the teams. So confirmation on the bottom of the screen, you can just see there the scores. That's Bruno Widmer, he's come through. So that was sharing Bruno's score. So that was the first one. But in the meantime, we have our third competitors coming through now for France. Diane Delmas. And so far this year, she's been competing at Biekbergen, Saumur, Kronenberg and Le Pen. So we had the normal annual event here in July. And she's driving German gelding and 2 Dutch warm bloods. We will see a lot of Dutch warm bloods over the course of the next few days. She works at the French Horse Institute, Roserie aux Salines, and this is her first time participating driving for France at an FEI World Championship. So we're delighted to have her. For dressage, she's got Curinatha IFCE, which is the acronym for the French bred horses, and Future Kiss. Aged 32. So she is working the day job as a trainer for carriage driving at the Haras de Rosières in Salines. Diane Delmas for France, driving as an individual, but all the squad trained under the brilliant Félix Marie Bressot, who has been an incredible asset to the French drivers. So onto the rein back, aiming for the horses just, oh, and the trot. Yes, there's a bit of anticipation there. doesn't matter how much training you do at home, and we saw this certainly in Holland a few weeks ago, that at the championships, even though it's quite relaxed this morning, we don't have big crowds yet, hopefully, and undoubtedly we'll have them certainly for the marathon on Saturday, but it's just a bit electric and it can really get to the horses, and it's the sort of thing that's quite difficult to prep for. You can do many different competitions, but there is something quite magical about a world championships and the expectation you're representing your country, not just yourself, and it's pretty electric sometimes. So we have the full breakdown now for the previous competitor, Carola, for Germany, as an individual. So at C, but gave her 147.5. At R, Anne-Marie had 138. At S, 139. V was 140, and at P 139.5. So it's always very interesting just to see in these early stages where the judges' marks are going to be, who's going to be giving out a little bit more, who's a little bit less, but as long as it averages out over it. So that put Carola, her result was 57.22, and that percentage, if you work on percentages, we tend not to so much in driving in terms of scoring because it's a collective score, but it's 64.24. Interesting looking at the breeding of Diane's horses. Plains Liberator is the sire of two of hers, and that's a prefix, sort of Dutch Hackney prefix that is really quite famous, and it's a name that will come up if you look into the biographies of some of the horses that are competing over the course of the event. That Plains prefix comes up quite a lot. Very good sire for harness horses. Over in the UK, one of our top show horses is Plains Royalty, who is a Dutch bred Hackney who has done extremely well in the show ring. Very interesting just to follow the breeding lines, and we will talk a lot about warm bloods and what that means. It's not just a straight mix between a cold-blooded and a hot-blooded horse, although that's sort of the origins of the terms. We consider the hot-blooded horses to be Arabs and thoroughbreds, but they are bred for performance, and the conglomeration of breeding that we see most, certainly in driven sport, would be the Dutch warm bloods. They've got an incredible breeding programme and quite rigorous examinations, the testings, the annual testings of the stallions and the mares, just to keep the standards incredibly high. And obviously we have horses that are bred for use in harness, as we're seeing here in Le Pen, but they're bred just as much for the dressage and show jumping, and to some extent the eventing as well. But we require quite a lot in terms of athleticism. They're like our triathletes in driving when we're asking them to do these 3 phases of dressage. And then the marathon, where you need the stamina, the agility. It's a different sort of agility. We need suppleness and obedience, them to be light on their feet. And that's something that these warm blood horses are particularly well bred for. But an awful lot of Hackney blood, which is the traditional British driving breed, started with the Norfolk Trotters, and they have put so much quality and action and good blood and breeding into these warm bloods. And some early ripples of applause from the French audience. You can guarantee plenty of support from them. So bear in mind That Carola, who's just driven for Germany, she was on 57.22. Bruno for Switzerland, who opened proceedings today, he was on 69.04. As soon as we have them through, we will share the test with you. But we are underway for this World Championship for horse pairs. Tremendous entry. 92 athletes. We did have 93 on the nominated list. One pulled out, Petr Novak didn't make it, but tremendous. 17 teams, 270 horses. Absolutely wonderful at this incredible venue in Haras in Normandy. Absolutely perfect going for the horses. Interestingly, I was hearing from the British chef to keep just in terms of prepping the horses that you've got time in this arena, but it's about warming up in the different arenas. You have your familiarization, which means you get between 5 and 10 minutes in the big arena, and there is different going, although to the naked eye these surfaces look very much the same mixture of sand and fibre, silica sand, all sorts of things, a bit of rubber in there as well. They can be quite different going in the arenas, so when you warm your horses up in the outdoor arenas and they get used to a certain level of what we call pull, so how they have to go forward into their collars or breast collars, and then they can come into the bigger arena and there's a slightly different surface, and this all comes down to working with the trainers and the chefs and the careful preparation to make sure that the horses can adjust themselves so that when they come into this arena with a slightly different surface that they perform on that just as well. As soon as we have confirmation of Diane's score, we will share that with you. We've got some live scores at the moment. If you wish to follow the breakdown of the scores, do go onto Hoofnet as well. But they will also be on the FEI TV channels as well. So lots of outlets to check on the scores if you are following. And wherever you are in the world, you may be Jodie and team. I don't know if you're listening in Australia, and Mary and co listening in America. Wherever you may be at whatever point in your day, late at night, early in the morning, we welcome you and thank you very much for tuning in. Absolutely delighted to be sharing this coverage with you. The first of the Hungarians to come through next, and we've got Laszlo Penza. And we're halfway through, half an hour into it already. This is incredible. So our first session, we've got 10 combinations in this first of. We've got 5 sessions today running all the way through to 6 o'clock local time. So at 8:30 the start in Normandy, but you may be tuning in from different parts of the world, and whatever your times are, we do welcome you. Thank you very much for joining us. The first of the greys in. There will be some lovely pairs of Lipizzaner horses coming in front of you, and here we've got the greys. There'll be several of them as the days go on. So another very experienced competitor, has been driving for many years these lovely Lipizzaner horses. For the dressage, he's using Incitato and it's XV6. So if you do follow these wonderful bloodlines and breedings for all the Lipizzaners, whichever one of the nations they're bred in. Could be Romania, Slovenia, which is actually the nation of origin for them, Hungary, many bred in Hungary in the national stars, all over that part of Europe. And then we've got a Neapolitano as well for the dressage, and that's a 32.30. He's got Nemeth Andrea helping him on the carriage. So 5 judges we have here. Bert Jambon is sitting at C. So he will also be very involved in the marathon, just making sure everything's okay. But there's so much that goes on behind the scenes at these events. Obviously, what we bring you here is the coverage of the event itself. But we have national coaches, chef d'équipes, there's team trainers, there's physios and vets that travel with all the national squads, there's the different grooms and nutritionists. I mean, it does take an army of people to bring these horses to an event such as this, and never mind their fitness, the shoeing, the farriers that's been involved, they all have to be fully vaccinated and injected as well. So we're really sort of at the peak of a mountain, if you picture it like that all the work that goes into it to get to this point. So confirmation of Diane's, who's just drove for France, our third competitor, in 115.5 at C, 113.5, 115.5, 116.5, and then at P, much higher mark was 129.5. And that gave her a collective result of 73.79, a percentage of 53.88, but that popped her into third place at the moment. So the fourth of our 10 drivers in this opening session in Le Pen. The backdrop here, if you get different angles looking at it, is quite incredible, with the beautiful chateau. And that's the end of the test for the first of this very strong representation from Hungary. Hungary really have such a strong heritage in terms of horse breeding, in terms of using the horse as a utility animal, working on the land, the breeding, and just the sheer passion and devotion to particularly driven horse sport. It's very much on the international level where they are most strongly represented, and no more so than in the pairs driving. They also have some great youngsters as well and do well on the Pony World Championships. But just to confirm, so far, Carola, who drove for Germany, she is on 57.22. Bruno for Switzerland, 69.04. And Diane, who we've just seen for France, first of the home nations to go forward, 73.79. And as soon as we have Laszlo's score, we will share that with you.
134.5 for judges R, and it will be 127 at S, and very fantastic, 132.5. Miguel Gutierrez at Z gives him a score of 124, and Andrew Counts a score of 100.
Next in is an extremely famous surname in terms of driving, a young lady called Anna de Ronde. You may have watched her father a few times, the tremendous Koos de Ronde, who was so brilliant in Exlu to get individual silver and yet again a member of the gold winning four-in-hand team at European level. But if there was ever a family with a tremendous driving pedigree, this wonderful young lady Anna de Ronde, her mum Marie, very proud when we all met up in Exlu that Anna had been selected to be a member of the Dutch squad. She is driving as an individual at this stage, but the first of many appearances, one would imagine, for the next generation in the de Ronde family. She has been studying medicine, so she's a clever girl as well. And the family, not only was Koos competing with his four-in-hand for the European title, but they also very generously supplied and supported Diane Kastemer, who was competing in the para competition at the World Championships with their Tibi. So they were supporting her, and so far Anna has competed at Beekbergen, Samour, Kronenberg and Exlu.
She's driving with
She's going to have her mum Marie on the back for marathon. My goodness, that'll help things speed up. Marie is incredible, and actually recently received an award from the Dutch royal family for her tremendous input. So Marie de Ronde Uitmans, that's mum, but Indy Arend is on the back of the carriage for this dressage phase. And she's driving Bariton and Everett. All the athletes, or pretty much all of them, will have brought 3 horses with them, and that is perfectly permissive. We see it in the teams where they bring 5 and they drive 4, and it could be that one is just a spare and spends a few days in the stables and has a nice trip away from home, or the majority of the time they'll be swapping around the horses between the phases. So for Anna de Ronde, she's using Bariton for all 3 phases, dressage, marathon and cones. Everett is only being used for the dressage and maestro. He's going to come out for the marathon and the cones. She is 22, that's Anna. So the de Ronde next generation children have also been students as well, so do brilliantly, but certainly one for the future that we would expect to see doing very well at the top levels. And just sorting out her reins to again balance herself to put them into the one hand, and out goes the right hand, whip in the air for that extension. So if you do a lot of ridden dressage, similar sorts of principles in terms of where you want to be for your arena, your accuracy. Certainly that first impression that you make coming in down the centre line is really important. It sets the tone, one would hope, for how your test's going to be. So you really want to come in with a good solid 8, and that sets you up. So in terms of your pair driving, should be the pole over that centre line. And she's just had her second halt there, which was for 8 seconds walking LXI. So just staying on the centre line beyond that central point. There we go. And Yeah, probably would have wanted a bit more rein back, but it's one of those choices you make as either a rider or driver. Rein back if you're starting to get a bit of resistance like Hannah did there. There's no point in having a fallout with the horses, or just stick with it, keep it smooth. Better to sacrifice a mark or two, but retain your composure, retain the communication and the relationship, because this is all about communication. And in driving, the only physical contact you have with your horses are through your hands and down those reins. What's in the brain goes down the rein. We say the horses are so sensitive, those bits in their mouths, but they can sense more than that. It's how you're feeling, and controlling the nerves as a driver, not letting that pass down to the horses is really important. And the attitude to work, that's what you want from these horses. So if you're going to be driving them at top level competition like this, they have to have the right brains as well. And the Duron family very much associated with the Dutch warm bloods, which can be pretty hot horses. We talk about the blood being warm in their veins, but all the many breeds that have gone into making this near perfect sport horse can be quite a heady mix sometimes. They can be quite slow maturing. So how old are, yeah, they're certainly for the dressage, we've got two teenagers here, 14 and 17. And you will have remembered perhaps from the biographies of the horses in Exclude, the majority of them for the four in hands were well into their teens. And we see it again in the World Cup as well. To have these horses, so they're used to travelling, so they're used to everything that goes with it, not just these 5 minutes in the ring or the blast through the obstacles or the cones, the pressure there. It's the travelling, it's the being in different stables, it's being out of routine slightly. So much that goes into it. But young Anna Durand has been brought up to this, and no doubt her parents will be watching, hopefully breathing from the sidelines. Just to confirm results that came through from Laszlo Penzda from Hungary, who drove just before Anna came in. 134.5 at C, 126 at R, 132.5 at S, V 124.5 and P 122. So quite a variation. It's always fascinating to see the variation. So that was a total of 66.63, pops him into second place at the moment, a percentage of 58.36. Anna would be very much hoping to put herself into contention at this World Championship with the pair. You need a family and a team behind you to do this. It's riding, saddle, bridle yourself and the horse, but certainly for the driving, all the kit. Must always have somebody on the carriage with you, helping you put to, unharness. Those are actually the real vulnerable points in terms of when things might happen. So these deviations, coming towards the end of her test, Anna Durand. When a pair falls into step and we get that lovely sequence, yeah, just slightly distracted the offside leader there, just having a look at the people. And it's the best feeling in the world. Getting them to go like that takes many, many, many hours. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Look at that. Just falling exactly the same length of stride and falling at exactly the same time. One would imagine she's scored really well for that movement. They just fell into step beautifully. They look good and light in her hand. And just keeping up the collection before, and this is what these horses do so well, and on they go, my goodness, eating up the ground. They make it look so easy. The extension down the centre line, beautifully balanced, heads level. Oh, well done, Anna. Super. One imagines that should score well, and it would be lovely to get a camera shot of Marie now. I bet she's jumping up and down. Congratulations to Anna Durand the first of the Dutch drivers to go this morning in the first session. So we are at the halfway point. We've got another Bruno coming next for Switzerland, and then the Belgian driver Christophe.
The score of 142 at C, 139 at R, 138.5 at S, 136 at V.
Yeah, they're sounding pretty good. The score's just coming through. As soon as I get confirmation, I will share that with you here in the studio. But it all looks lovely and calm out there in the arena. We're well underway. 5 judges, 2 days of dressage, 92 combinations to get through, half and half each day. We've got 10 competing athletes in each of our first sessions, and then we drop back to 9, 5 sessions today, finishing at 6 o'clock local time. Obviously in between times there's all sorts going on. There'll be obstacle walking, there'll be team talks, the horses being looked after, because of course the welfare of these horses is the first and single most issue in terms of stabling, travelling, making sure the vets have had a look at them, that they're happy. We wouldn't have anything brought out that isn't 100%, and that is very much part of the first set of rules. If you look through the FEI driving rules, which extend to many, many pages these days, they were written on 2 pages back in the day, in the late 1960s and early 70s, but now the first issue we come to is the welfare of the horse, and then we break it down through the different phases.
Next to go for Switzerland, Bruno Meyer. He's driving his 2 Dutch warm-blood horses, his 2 Satu horses, sorry, his 2 German-bred horses. Gelding's age 15, Eddie Murphy Kane, Elton John Kane.
So as soon as we have confirmation of Anna's scores, we will share them with you. They will be really good. And
driving competition, carriage driving competition, they were 10th in Coca-Cola in the World Championship in 2019.
In next, the second of the Swiss drivers this morning, and this is Bruno Meyer, another who's been competing for many years. And he's driving some horses with some great names. Here in the ring we have Eddie Murphy and Elton John. Gabriella Pano is on the back there. As we often say in dressage, they just have to sit there and look very elegant. One would imagine, if you just look at where she's sitting, that you can see the step at the back of the carriage, and obviously there's the gap that she would have climbed through. I would think the seat probably folds up. All these vehicles now being driven at competition are modern built vehicles. We've got what we would call here a basic phaeton. It's a bit of a dog cart. But when driving started as an international sport, and when the likes of Prince Philip and the late great Jack Pemberton and all our forefathers of FEI driving put the sport together, and certainly it was really Hungary that was leading the way in terms of nations, and the Germans, the Swiss as well. Everybody was driving traditional wooden vehicles, and this is why it really was a very, very different competition back in the day, mainly because the vehicles would get damaged. We had them cracking against wooden obstacles that were used for cones, and actually the whole way that obstacles are designed and built, there's been such a massive evolution, probably more so than any other phase of FEI's equestrian sport, that how the technical side of driving has developed. The harness is pretty much the same. The breeds of horses that we still see Lipizzaners and a lot of the heritage breeds being used, but this development of the performance horse and the vehicles, they've still got four wheels, axles, driver's seat at the front, brakes, but then the brakes have changed as well. You see, if you just look down underneath the right hand elbow, you'll see that disc on the side is actually a handbrake, but all these drivers will have the foot brakes as well, and the brake actually can be used as a bit of an additional aid. It's like a half halt on the carriage, and the corner's a great place to regroup. And we're onto this free work already. That looks like the horses are really stretching their frames. Want a bit of length of stride, and ideally, probably where the judges will be looking most is where those hind legs are falling. You really want there to be a decent over track, and this has been one of the issues of producing these incredible horses, to make sure you've got all this power coming up from behind. And if you get a chance to look at some of these Dutch warm bloods in particular, the length that they have through the upper leg and the power is quite a defining feature of them. They just, these long legs, the space underneath them, quite incredible, and that's what you want to do. And from that length of leg, you want them to be really coming from behind and all that impulsion, and then you get this circular movement of them coming forward into the hand. You should never be driving them backwards, forward, and then the head will go into the position you want. And it's from that, all to do with the scales of training as well. So Bruno has been driving actively since 1995. He was a groom of Thomas Scherer, who was a Swiss pair driver, and alongside Thomas they were Swiss champions in 97, so going back quite a few years. He started competing himself about 20 years ago, and he has been a national Swiss champion himself. He's been a member of the team, actually in Haras de Jardy in France 20 years ago, in Conti also in France, when the team came 7th. This year he has competed in Bull, where he was 3rd. So in terms of dress, the drivers wearing neat jackets. You don't want big extravagant hats. It's all will help with that overall impression mark at the end of the test. And confirmation of Anna Durand's marks, 142 at C, 138 at R, which was actually a first place mark for her. S was 138.5, V 135.5, and P 135. So fairly consistent difference of 7 between the judges. 4 out of the 5 had her in second place, and at R she was in first place, but that gives her a result of 59.41. So that currently puts Anna Durand into second place. So still in front, Carola Slater-Dina for Germany. She's on 57.52, and Anna Durand has now popped herself into second place with 59.41. Finishing off his test, that was Bruno Meyer for Switzerland, been driving for 20 years at international level. And at the moment, until we get through halfway to the halfway point of the next session, everybody is driving as an individual. The first national team member will be Rocco Cordera for Italy. That's going to be at 11 local time. But we have just gone over the halfway point for this morning session. 2 Swiss drivers through so far, and next in for Belgium is Christophe De Valera.
A score of 58.53 for Bruno Meyer.
58.53, unconfirmed just from the commentator out there, but I will share with you once it comes up onto the screen, final confirmation.
136 at V and 134.5 at P.
So all very calm at this FEI Driving World Championships. There was an opening event in 1983 in Montemaggiore in Italy, where we had 35 drivers from 11 nations. That was in 1983. It does seem like a long time ago now. 40 years ago. Paul Gregory, who briefly drove for Great Britain, was the winner there. Hans Reinhard Pieper from the Federal Republic of Germany. If you see FRG next to any of these drivers' names, that's gosh, when back in the old days. Heiner Merck, very famous as a trainer, Switzerland. And then we got on to the World Championships proper for pairs. Sandringham, tremendous venue in the north of Norfolk in East Anglia in England. We had 48 drivers from 14 nations, and that was Eckhart Menecke from Germany again. Heiner Merck was second that time for Switzerland, and De Leeuw for the Netherlands was third. Then we moved to Riesenbeck, and that is another venue very much associated with driving and horse sport. We've just had some wonderful dressage from there, and we had a Hungarian winner, so the start of the Hungarian domination in terms of individual medals, and that was Laszlo Kazmeti and Raymond Wojtkowski from Poland. The Poles actually, again, hugely influential back in the day, and Eckhart again for Germany was third. And we've moved through many different championships. Gosh, some wonderful. They've been at Gladstone in the USA, and that year was in 1993, so 30 years ago. Jörg Mosse from Austria won. Vilmos, Lazar, the Lazars have been so dominant, members of the Hungarian team for many years. Zoltan Lazar was in Pretoni last year for the World Championships, but he and Vilmos have been really successful. Zoltan won his first World Championship in Riesenbeck in 1997, and Vilmos actually, yes, back in Hungary in 1999 in Kecskemét. Vilmos was the winner again. Zoltan was second, and Zoltan Null was third. So yeah, Vilmos won again in Riesenbeck in Germany. So the Hungarians absolutely lead from the front. But in the meantime, back to this morning's proceedings, and we have Christophe, the first of the Belgian drivers. He's from Pittem, and he's been competing internationally since about 2015. And he has got his 2 horses here. One of the athletes who's got 2, he's got Julien de Meyer, who's helping him today with the dressage, and he's driving Macho and Moritz. They will be in all of the phases, and they are warm bloods. They're actually quite young, probably two of the youngest horses down on my bit of paper as being 6, which in terms of driven sport really is quite young, and young for the warm bloods, so quite impressive. They should have a great future ahead of them. He's clearly been practicing his halt at home. That was a very good halt, and aren't they beautifully marked with those long white, what we call stockings, when they go up to the knee like that. Socks go up to the fetlock and stockings up to the knees and hocks, and the white blazers. They'd make fabulous coach horses. Yeah, a bit of resistance. Yeah, probably best not to go for the full 3 meters on that one. Resistance there, particularly from the near side horse. And again, that interestingly probably just shows a little bit of their age. They look fairly light and their bodies still might want to fill out a little bit more, but also it is one of those movements that does take time to perfect. You want the horse, they can drop their heads a little bit, but you don't want them to drop it too much, but certainly dropping the rump end and just going back, bending those hocks as they move backwards. The rein back, obviously an important part of ridden and driven dressage movements, but also if you think about when the horse was being used as a delivery and utility part of our transport system all over the world, and certainly in terms of delivering goods and trade, really important that they could back up it to load grain in a mill or brewery barrels or bottles of wine or whatever they were delivering. The rein back was a really, really important pace, as was the halt. A lot of these horses had to be very good at halt. So the origins of what we see in the modern dressage test, which, having done some research, it seems that dressage actually originated certainly for driving in Hungary. We keep coming back to that nation, particularly with these horse pairs, and superb pacing from these two very attractive horses. Confirmation just come through of Bruno Meyer. His results, he is pushed Anna down a place, so he's gone into second at the moment on 58.53. We will be expecting to see some marks going sub 50 later on in the competition, but at the moment judges fairly united. 135 at C, so Bert put him into third place. R143.5 interesting at R, and at S 146. So for them, for those two judges, that was a first placed test. And second 136 at V, and at P that's Andrew Council 134. He and Bert were pretty much in alignment for that. Interestingly, just gauging where the results go, but that gives him 58.5 through a percentage of 63.42. But Christophe Devlieri competed in recent years at 2 and 3 star events. They do have to go through a qualifying process. His father was a sponsor of a Belgian team driver and has been breeding. But all being well, a lovely future for these well-marked horses, very attractive. Where the warm bloods really score over some of the other breeders, they do, because of this sort of incredible action they have, and it's not just about the action, but they do have this clearly defined difference between the paces, because they can literally stretch their legs so much. It's incredible, this space they have, the length of the limb, and this natural athleticism. It's very interesting how the format of driven sport and the sorts of horses that are being used have changed so much. There is a pair coming later where they're Welsh Cobs, which I'm really looking forward to seeing, because that was a breed that was used a huge amount before this development of this modern sports horse, and the many different breeding programs that have gone into making this sort of ideal athlete. Not just in driving, but it goes across the board in jumping, dressage and eventing as well. Obviously endurance, but that tends to be the purebred Arabs that are used for that. But they just lift themselves up, and as long as that action's coming from behind, you think of it like a circle, wheel going round. If you think of sort of the top of the pole round through the hocks and where the footfall is, that's what you want. You want that lovely motion and some really good quality movements in there for Christophe. So we'll be interested to see his marks coming up in due course. 3 more to go in this morning session, so back to our roll call. very interesting to look just at how many nations have been figuring so highly in terms of medals. Obviously the Hungarians and the Lazars, their names keep coming up again. Beat Schenk, who we will see later on driving for Switzerland in 2009. He was a silver medalist. I don't think there's any more competitors driving now. So interestingly, Beat, who is a very successful Swiss driver. We don't have the Lazars driving for Hungary this time. Joseph Dibak, who drives for Italy, was Hungarian. He was a bronze medalist in 2015 in Hungary. And Lipica in Slovenia, that wonderful, wonderful venue with the heritage stud for the Lipizzaners. I would implore you to go and watch one of the events there, but just go and visit it. It's not too far from Trieste Airport. And it was in 2007 that Martin Holler for Hungary, he started his domination in terms of horse pairs, but don't forget he had done a huge amount with the ponies before that, being a really successful driver, and actually beat Schenk for Switzerland. He was in bronze position then. Martin again won in Drebkau in 2019, and again in Kronenberg in 2021. Unlike some of the other sequences, we didn't miss a year because of COVID. We went out of sequence on some of the other championships because of 2020 just being full on shut down. And all three of those drivers who medalled then, we've got Frank Grimont-Prez from France, not much between him and Martin last time in 2021. Then Anna Sandman, and Anna, gosh, what a talented lady, she's just done really well in Ixlu. So as soon as we have the next confirmation of the next lottery results, currently Carola has stayed in front for Germany. Bruno Meyer in second, not much between them, 57.22 in front and 58.53. Anna de Ronde just a point behind, 59.41. Then we've got quite a gap. So those are our current top three, but we're just waiting for Christoph's marks to come in, and that was a very good test, so we'll be interested to see where he scores. But whilst we're waiting for confirmation of those scores, we have for Germany, the second of the German drivers, really strong squad. We have Sandro Kolik. And interestingly, he has been a previous medalist. He was the silver medalist in Drebkau in 2019. So he has been a runner-up at World Championship level, and he's also been a member of the German team who were silver medalists in Kronenberg last time in 2021 and in 2019 in Drebkau. So very experienced. He's been out at Barbaroko, which was the Polish event. That was one of the last of the outdoor season. And Claude Riviere at the stud there in the Czech Republic, where he was fourth. So he's currently ranked 13. So we're getting into one of our top ranked drivers. Kolik family has always been involved in driving as a hobby. Sandro himself started competing in 2019. The driving force behind the team was always Torsten Kolik, the father. And we've got quite young horses again. We've got two 8-year-olds and a 9-year-old in his squad, going back to the warm bloods, darker in colour. They look sort of dark there to black. And who's he got for the dressage? He's got Freddie Hugh, who is a stallion, and Harley, who is a gelding. Now, interestingly, he's got a stallion gelding and a mare with him. The stallion has been used, Freddie, for the dressage and the cones, and he's got Jana Batterink on the back with him, sitting on the seat. Oh, the rein back. Been one of the more challenging moves for our drivers so far this morning. sorry, mistaken. Sandro is driving Julius and Kimon. Julius and Kimon, with Judith on the back. So to confirm, we now have Christoph's marks, and he averages out at 70.43, which puts him into 6th place. The judges quite united. 3 out of the 5 had him in 6th place. At C, R and P. At S and V he was in 5th place, but the marks ranging from V 118.5 up to C, what was the highest mark there, to R 125.5, but just finishing off now, Sandro Kolik driving this time as an individual for Germany. With Julius and Kimon, owned by himself and his father Torsten. But looking forward to seeing one of his marathon horses out, Kojak C, who is by Plains Liberator. So we've already seen some of those horses competing today, but a previous medalist for the German team. He was in the silver medal winning team in 2021 in Kronenberg and 2019 in Drebkau, and himself was the silver medalist. So
C 127 also at R 113.5 at S.
So the marks just coming through. Sounded like there was more of a disparity between the judges there, but as soon as I get formal confirmation, that's the point at which we share them with you. But interesting listening to the commentator on the ring and what she has to say in terms of the marks. What happens is you've got your judges in each of these boxes. They have a writer, and also there is a third person who's digitally putting all these marks in as well. So you have to work quite closely with them all. Next in for Hungary, the second of our Hungarian drivers, Norbert Krakoni, and he's driving some Hungarian horses. Interesting, a Kisberi, which is a really interesting breed. Is he driving that one in the dressage? Sakani. But Norbert Krakoni is coming next for Hungary. He's brought with him a gelding and 2 mares. So for all fans of horse sport, you will have watched many different events at this wonderful venue, Haras in Normandy. It has quite an incredible history to it as well. Next to go for Hungary, Norbert Krakoni, and Cello. 2 mares. Soros is a Hungarian bred 10-year-old mare. Cello is a mare. So it is actually the oldest national stud farm in France. It was conceived by Louis XIV and built between 1715 and 1730 under the reign of the next Louis No. 15. The stables have been nicknamed the Equestrian Versailles, not just because of their architecture and the links to Louis XIV, but because of the significance for the history of the French, not just breeding, but the royal history as well. The idea for the stud dates back to 1665. The Minister of Finance at the time was somebody called Jean-Baptiste Colbert, and he created the Royal Stud Administration in response to a lack of horses for the French army. This is so fascinating. There was a dire need to increase the breeding in France. They had been having to import horses from Italy and Spain, which was obviously expensive, and probably they were all at war with each other as well, which doesn't help. And there was a need to improve the quality of their own stallions. Louis XIV had already created his first stud farm in Saint-Lagier, which was near his hometown of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. However, the location wasn't great because the stables were too far apart and the land was infertile, which didn't help the horses. You do require fertile land to have horses, very important. The grass needs to grow, and even if you keep them stabled, a lot of the time they need to eat hay. But I will bring you more information about the heritage of the site, but in the meantime we move on with the heritage of the sport, and no better place to look at it than one of our Hungarian drivers, because this is a nation that has absolutely been the beating heart of horse sport since it first became an FEI listed event, which all happened in the early 70s after really a chance in conversation with Prince Philip, who was then president of the FEI. He was their longest serving president, I think it was 26 years, and he had a conversation with the Polish delegate, and they decided it really was time that the rules were brought into place. So Prince Philip put together a committee, and the chairman of that was Colonel Sir Mike Ansell, who was a huge figure in terms of not just British but horse sport across the world. He helped found the Horse of the Year shows, president of the British Show Jumping Association, helped found the Prince Philip Cup for Man's Games, and who else was on there? Czesław Matalowski, he was one of the early Polish delegates. Other famous names on there: Philip Hoffman from the USA, Jack Pemberton from Canada. Jack's only just left us, sadly. Nearly made it to 100 years. Heinrich Lerner from Austria. Jean Cassier from Belgium. And Bernard Mills, huge figure in terms of British driving. They were coach builders, they were all sorts of things, circus people. Frank Hayden, and it was his secretary Annie Weber, who was German, who was able to facilitate a lot of the translations. Jacob Bruchstuhl for Switzerland, People Bracker from Switzerland. So these are all the early names that put together that first FEI driving committee. It's quite an interesting article on the FEI's website if you'd like to read about the history of how driving became a sport. It was actually done all in conjunction with the 100 years of the FEI, but to celebrate 50 years of FEI driving. And look how far we've come. Many international championships, many national championships, and the FEI always working to change the format. They never sit back on their laurels, and they've got youth initiatives. They've got the Driving World Challenge, which is on the back of what they've done in jumping to try and bring the sport into nations that don't have a lot of driving. So they've got a new format, quite simplified format of the sport, which should make it fairly easy to run, and also things like a slightly reduced size of the dressage arena so that it's easier to host these sorts of events. Because if you're looking at the horse fours, when we have an arena that needs to be 100 metres long, you certainly need quite a big sort of centre or flat field. Don't forget, when this started, surfaces weren't really a thing. We see the majority of our sport being done on these sort of sand, fibre, wax, whatever they are, the surfaces. But most of the time, even back in Protoni last autumn, we saw a lot of the action happening on grass arenas. So to give you Sandro Kolek for Germany, his results are in. Divided the judges a little bit more. P and R had him in 4th place at 127.5 and 132.5. V had him in 5th, 123.5. S, not a fan, in 8th place, 113.5. And C, 127.0. So that gives an average median score 68.90, which pops Sandro into 5th place at the moment. His percentage, just if you're interested, is 56.94. The final movement, this extension down the centre line. It's interesting to see how many of the horses do react to that applause. One of the tips at home that you can do in the stable yard is have the radio on. Quite often there's music playing actually at some of these events, when they're doing their dressage tests. And if the horses aren't used to music or applause, it's quite good to play classical concerts to them in their stable, so that if you do get a big round of applause at the end, they don't leap out of their skins. So confirming, at the moment we're not quite finished the first session, but Carola Slatedina from Germany, she retains her lead on 57.22, so that was a very good early score for her. And Bruno Meyer, one of our early drivers for Switzerland, is on 58.53. So those are our top two scores at the moment. Anna Durand retains her third place, 59.41. Confirmation will come through in due course, we hope. What a lovely scene. So many hours of preparation and planning have gone into this. This might be one of the world's premier international venues for all horse sport, but just the positioning of the arena, it's all down to a fine art. I know we have satellite vision and all this sort of thing, but just making sure those markers are absolutely in the right place. But we have a very experienced team here, not just in our 5 international judges, with the ground jury president being Bert Jambon from Belgium, technical delegate. He's also the course builder. He was the course builder ex-Lou as well, Jeroen Houteman. He will be no doubt in between times designing some of the World Cup courses. It's not long before this fabulous indoor season gets going, the FEI World Cup. Interestingly, Michael Freund, who was the first winner in 2011 of that, his son is Marco is driving here later, so keeping it in the family. But the course designer for this event, for the World Pairs Championships, Gabor Finta, he's from Hungary. He was the designer of the World Cup course, those 2 indoor obstacles, but also the positioning of those pairs of cones. My goodness, they can look straightforward on the ground, but as soon as you drive them with a big team of 4 horses at speed, it takes on a very different set of requirements. And he is assisted by Bruno Kempf. He is the French assistant course designer, and Vilmos Jambon from Hungary, and he and Gabor work well together. Vilmos, who's been very involved on the admin side of driving with the FEI, and also he and his family do a lot of driving as well, so a very famous surname and family in terms of driving. Now we're coming towards the end of our first session, bang on time, 10 o'clock local time, and this is the first of the British drivers to come through, the British who have been such important players in terms of the growth of the sport. But this is Sue Botley. Sue is from near Maidstone in Kent, so nearly in France, and so far this year in terms of British events, she was second at Sandringham, another venue a bit like Le Pen, which has been so closely associated with the sport, and she was at 4th in Chepstow, which is the David Broom Centre. She's got 2 geldings here, and for those of you that follow Hackney breeding, this is quite interesting. Rosscourt Dream Lover, so that's a famous prefix. So she has got one of the Hackneys, and also Goliath, who is a warm blood. And it was really interesting yesterday because in between getting ready, suddenly Sue found herself in the middle of a film set, and there was a gentleman called Michael Portillo, who was actually a Conservative politician and minister for many years in the United Kingdom, but he is also a railway buff, so he's absolutely passionate and makes lots of programmes about rail travel. And of course that's completely interlinked in terms of history with horse-drawn transport, because in terms of the teams and coaches, the mail coaches, the communication, they were quite quickly eclipsed in the mid-19th century when the railways came in. But it's a history that is so linked in terms of moving people, objects, moving information around, and the railways and horse-drawn transport are completely linked. So that is why Sue Botley found herself being filmed. Also being interviewed was the British chef d'equipe, who is a certain Aramin to win, and she found herself being microphoned up as well and being filmed. So we will keep you posted in the driving world as to when that particular programme, one of Michael Portillo's many railway programmes, he seems to spend a lot of time inside a railway carriage with these rather bucolic scenes behind him. But Sue Botley driving here as an individual for the British squad. The Brits have been previous winners, and we look back to 1997 Riesenbeck, when we had 19 nations competing, and there was a certain Wilf Bowman Ripley, who I know is over as part of the British squad as well. He's based at Ashfield, where Minter is also based, and George Bowman Jr., young George as we know him, and Andrew Williams. So they were winners of the team medal back in 1997 in Riesenbeck. How dearly would the Brits love to do that again? To confirm, Norbert, he's popped himself into 5th place with his dressage. So we have 128.5. Actually, C and R completely in alignment with each other. Although, interestingly, at C 128.5 means the driver is in 6th place, and at R it's 128.5 puts him into 4th. Anyway, that's how these things roll. S 129.5 pretty much in alignment. 126.5 V puts them into 4th for that judge. 125 is a 7th placing for P. So really fascinating to analyse that there's only 4.5 between the judges, but where they lie. So that gives a running total of 66.85, a percentage of 58.22, but that's enough for 5th position at the moment. But we will have a short break of half an hour after Sue has finished her test. She is the 10th of our 92 drivers to go through over the next 2 days. We are on the opening day in Normandy at the wonderful Haras du Pin, this incredible stud that the Louis created to breed their military horses. They pulled in some incredible architects. Robert de Cotte was the man behind the stables at Versailles and Grand Trianon. So he drew the initial plans for the main building, which was once the chateau home to directors of the stud. The palatial structure is referred to as the farm's castle. Displays horse-themed paintings and trophies. I think they've had some of the chefs' meetings up there already. Obviously, politics didn't go well in terms of national studs and things when the French Revolution happened, 1789, and really, well, that was the end of the royal family as such. We all know what happened. At the time of the revolution, Haras du Pin was home to 196 stallions. Goodness, mind boggles. A year later, in 1790, the new government voted to destroy the palace and sell off the horses. The region fiercely refuted this and managed to keep the farm running, but only 40 horses remained until 1793. They were all sold off. But during the First Empire, France found itself at war. They needed some horses. It was that Napoleon that got them going, and on 4th of July 1806, Napoleon reinstated the stud as a farm to house the best stallions in France. Goodness, what a history this place has had. He called it Haras du Pin, and it then became a state institution. So it went from kings to emperors. And Sue, here she is, representing the Brits. And her salute. There we go. Congratulations to Sue Botley, the first of the British drivers to complete her dressage test with Goliath, her Dutch warm blood, and Roscourt Dream Lover. Like British bred Hackney, Gary Haffenden has that stud. They are aged 10 and 12, so just absolutely at their prime. And so we will see in a few months' time on television. We'll stay on air just to confirm Sue's results, and then we'll have a quick break and back at 10:30 local time. And just wait for confirmation. I suspect the leading drivers will stay where they are. So that's Carola Slater-Dina, who was one of our very first to go, the second to go this morning at 8:40 local time, and she impressed the judges. Three of them had her in first place, but Jambon, Barry Capstick and Andrew Council, Barry and Anne-Marie had her in second. The remaining three, Miguel, Andrew and Bert, had her in first place. So that averaged out that she was the leader. Interestingly, Bruno Mayo, two of the judges had him in first place, Anne-Marie and Barry. Miguel had him in second place, 136, and in third, Andrew and Bert. But they're all pretty much in alignment with each other. Anna de Ronde remains in third place on 59.41. So we'll stay on the broadcast just to keep you informed as to how Sue got on, because I know many of you fans from the UK will be tuning in. But wherever you are in the world, we are delighted to have you with us at FEI TV, and really a privilege to be part of the team bringing you the coverage from the World Championships in Normandy. It's been a busy time. We had a wonderful European and World Para Driving Championship for single just a few weeks ago in Exeter in northeast Holland. I think we've got young horses next in the next week or two. That's an annual one, because obviously the horses increase, so that you have classes of 5, 6 and 7, and there'll be one or two horses competing here over the next few days that have actually competed in those World Championships for young horses. So that will be the next event at World Championship level to view for driving, and then before too long on the weekend of the 4th and 5th of November, so not long to go at all, we start the FEI World Cup, which is fabulous, and the team at FEI TV and Clip My Horse will bring you all the coverage from those sit on the edge of your seat events. It doesn't matter how many times you watch those four horses power through those obstacles, and when you walk them on the ground they seem so narrow, and yet they make it look easy. Incredible sport. So just waiting for confirmation of Sue Botley, who drove for the United Kingdom. And picture, if you will, the scene in the southern corner of Normandy. It's about 180 kilometres from central Paris, due west. And it is a premier venue for horse sport. We've just had the European Eventing Championships there, mecca for tourists who are interested in, gosh, be it the Sun Kings, the Louis or Napoleon, or just for wonderful architecture and horse history. And it was also the venue for the World Equestrian Games in 2014. The bidding process is actually open for the next round of World Equestrian Games. Whether one national federation will take it all on, or whether it will be subdivided like it was last year, where we had the eventing and the driving in Pretonia, that fantastic, incredible, magical venue not far from Rome. Really was a very, very special event. And then Herning in Denmark, where there was, I think it was the vaulting, they suddenly had the dressage and jumping there, and then the endurance was elsewhere. But Tryon, where they had the last games together, gosh, it was rather blighted by the bad weather, so it's a huge task for one National Federation 1 nation to take on running the whole of the game. So there is a bidding process on. Again, it makes sense to have the driven four in hands and the ridden eventing in the same place if it's possible. And then you need arenas like this for the dressage and the jumping, vaulting a smaller area again. But all part of the admin behind the scenes from the FEI. So you'll notice the arena party just in there. This is the tractor. Don't use harrows, they sort of use almost like little discs just to smooth out the arena, and losing the luxury, or can be prohibitive, of all those marks in the sand from who has gone before. And the judges just popping out of their boxes to have a leg stretch as well. For those of you who are still with us, enjoying the tractor going up and down, it's quite meditative actually. Sue Botley, the first of the British squad to drive with the horse pairs World Championships. She has gone into 10th place, 79.85. Judges quite united. C and R had her on 110 and 111, which was 10th place. 10th place also at V, 97.5, 112.5 at P, 10th place. A little bit ahead from the judge at S, 118, so that's an 8th place, but 4 out of the 5 had Sue in 10th. So that was the first of the British drivers to go. We will just take a short break. We'll be back with you at 10:30 local time, so just under 15 minutes for the next batch of dressage tests here in Haras du Pin in Normandy. See you in a moment.
Ja, de kleine, the little one. Je staat hier, deze stond. Maar in dit ding is dat wel niet. Ja, van die hindernissen. Sind die Pferdeautos, die verklappen und die das machen. Was? Wij hebben een enorme volksconditie. We hadden ik was niet aan het doen, maar hier qua conditie. Dat komt, dat was super goed. En dan heet die voor de die doet nou goed. Ja, en dan komt hij door. Als je dat doet, dan blijf je door. Dus we hebben echt nodig. Ja. Het probleem is dat de adem, je hebt niks van plan. Het is allemaal los. Het is allemaal los. Het is net of hij indoor aan gaat. Dat is nog niet zo makkelijk. En dan weer de voetbal, dat is goed weer voor alle hindernissen. Even op verkeerde weg. Dan ben je helemaal knallig aan doen. Is dit het? Ja. Dat is niet normaal. Dat is heel stil. Normaal, hij komt een beetje aan en denk je nog, dat is daarom mooi ergens. Ja, daarom heb je ook harde werk. Daarom heb je ook harde werk. Wat was het?
So welcome back. If you've been off and made a cup of tea or coffee or let the dogs out, check the horses, whatever you may be doing, we are delighted to have you back with us in Normandy. We are just about to start session 2 of quite a few that we've got to get through for the dressage. 10 have gone so far and the results are in for the first drivers. Carola Slater-Dina, who went early on for Germany, she remains in first place on 57.22. Bruno Meyer for Switzerland, very strong Swiss squad here. He's in second place, 58.53. Anna Durand, two of driving's most famous parents, no doubt supporting her from the sidelines. She is in third place, 59.41. Laszlo Pensner, one of the first Hungarians to go, he is in fourth place, 66.63. In fifth, another one of the Hungarians, Norbert Kakoni. He is in fifth on 66.85. So very close there between the two Hungarians. Not much between them at all. In Germany, for Germany, in sixth place, a previous medalist, Sandro Kolik, 68.90. Another one of the Swiss in seventh, Bruno Widmer. He was our opening driver this morning at Le Pen on 69.04. Christophe Devlegere, he is for Belgium, had that lovely pair of young warm bloods at age 6. Lots of potential for them. 70.438 for 8th place. In 9th, Diane Delmas, the first of the French, the home drivers to go. She's 5th in ninth on 73.79. The bell is going as we start again, and last to go in that session and currently in the 10th position, Sue Botley, 79.85. So those are the results so far. We're keeping you up to date with this live coverage from the team at FEI TV. So the score to beat, will anybody get past Carola's opening score? We're still on all the individual drivers. We haven't yet got to any of the teams yet. The team's made up of 3 drivers each squad. They bring a gaggle of drivers along, and then once they've had the initial chefs to keep meeting, some national coaches or chefs will announce the teams before they arrive. Others will wait till they've had their horse inspections and just see how everybody's looking. But all the teams were announced pretty much at lunchtime after the horse inspections yesterday morning. For France, Raphael Berard. He is the first of this second session. Thursday morning, 10:30 local time, wherever you are in the world, we welcome you to this coverage. He's been out and about already at Biekbergen. He was 28th Le Pen and Saumur. He was 14th in both of those, and he was at Kronenberg driving the Sellet Français, French breed, another national breed. He's in charge of the driving section for the French Horse Institute. He is based at Le Pen, so he hasn't had to have much of a commute. So, Raphael Berard for France. The first time Raphael took part in an international competition, it was at the FEI World Singles in Conti. That was in 2002, and at Kronenberg at the last Pairs World Championship he was just out of the medals with the French team in 4th place. So he coaches carriage driving based here in Le Pen, so very local. His family have been involved in building carriages since 1889, and his first competition was in 1998. He's been a previous national champion with horse pairs, also competed internationally with a horse single. He is driving the same 3 horses, certainly on the deck relation form. Danae du Elbe, who's a mare, and Ella du Elbe. So he's got 2 mares. We don't see quite so many mares and stallions being driven, probably even fewer mares than stallions being driven. The majority of horses across the board, actually, in all performance sport, will be geldings. But if, like me, you're a fan of mares, when you get a good mare, they are the best horses. Certainly, by and large, intelligent, can be opinionated, but if you get them on side, they are fabulous. With the groom sitting there on the back, what we call dicky seat, sometimes called a rumble seat, and certainly if Raphael's family have been involved in building carriages for, gosh, 140 odd years, then he will be very aware of the different terminology of the traditional carriages. But it used to be a thing that if you were a smart household and you had your own carriages and you had a lot of staff and grooms, that you would have very little groom sitting on the back on that rumble seat, and it was a bit of a status symbol that if you had a very small groom, it was a sort of sign of wealth and your social position, and they would sometimes be dressed in black and sort of yellowy gold striped waistcoats, and they would be known as tigers. So to have a very small tiger groom on the back of your carriage on the rumble seat, which is that single seat on the back platform there where the groom has to sit. And in dressage they must be completely immobile. There can be no assistance from the groom at all. They have to literally sit on their hands and keep very, very quiet. Conversely, when we come to Saturday's marathon, the grooms or the backsteppers will be very, very involved. And interesting when you watch how they work together with the fours, when you've got two on the back with the teams, you've got one up navigating, probably operating turntable brakes and things on the top step and the bottom step that we tend to call them nowadays. They are much more about ballast, about shifting the weight. But when you've only got one groom or backstepper behind you for the singles and the pairs, they have to double up as navigator, ballast, and keeping whatever additional equipment and technical side in place. Interestingly, it looks like Raphael has what we almost like a Hungarian Szczesny configuration of the reins. In pair driving, you use what are called coupling reins, similar with four in hand, where the reins are buckled, and it's the continuous rein, the long stretch of rein that goes to the outside of the horse's mouth, to that side of the bit. And on the inside, sort of held in place with loops or buckles, or they might even be stitched. Some modern carriage builders tend to stitch the coupling and have more adjustment at the point on the bit. Jury's out slightly on that one. But if you have all four reins coming into your hand, it's very much a Hungarian configuration, but some of our drivers do. Dick Lane does it in the UK as well. It means you have a bit more control over each side of the horse, because you relinquish a little bit of sort of fine tuning on that coupling rein that splays off at a V. The shorter rein goes to the opposite horse. And we do see, certainly for some of the drivers, they will keep all four reins coming back into the hand. Now that's fairly straightforward to do if you're driving a pair. If you were to use the same configuration with four horses, which effectively is 8 reins coming back into your hand, gets a bit more complicated. But the flourish down that centre line, certainly a good bit of action from the near side horse. Two quite fine French, very athletic looking horses there, quite compact. Be interesting to know what heights they are in comparison to some of the bigger warm bloods. But no doubt a big home crowd supporting Raphael Berard for France Driving, also as an individual, and he is our opening driver in this, the second session of day one of the World Championships for pairs of horses. In between the four-in-hand Europeans and the World Para Championships, we've also had the Pony Driving World Championships, and that was in southern Holland a couple of weeks ago at Orsticht. So remember, for the second session, the score to beat to upset the leaderboard at the moment, 57.22. But Jambon for Italy is president of the jury, sitting at C. Anne-Marie Turbe, one of our most prolific judges. She does indoor outdoors and is great fun, always good company. Lovely to have Anne-Marie here as well. She is at R. Miguel Angel Guritas Camarillo for Spain. He's a level 3 judge, as is Barry Capstick. Barry is at S, and Miguel is at V, and at P we have Andrew Council, who is level 4. So by and large, the officials and judges that we have at a World Championship will be levels 3 and 4 for the FEI. And in the background, working hard will be our technical delegate, Jeroen Huteman, who also doubles up as a course builder, but our assigned course builder is from Hungary, Gabor Finter, assisted by Bruno Kempf and Vilmos Jambor. So those are the team behind it. In the office, we have Cindy Timmer, and hello to Cindy and all the team there in the office who run the admin side of these top level events so brilliantly.
Next to go, she's driving Forkish and Polo. Forkish is a Polish bred horse aged 21, and Polo a Dutch bred aged 18. They were present here in Haras this year, la 33e ici au Haras cette année pour la concurrente espagnole qui mène Forkish.
Now another one of our lady drivers coming in. This is Carmen. Carmen, who is driving for France, Goburu Essanola. And for dressage, she's driving Forkiz, who is a gelding, and Polo is a gelding. She's got a mare with her, her Mua, who she'll be using for marathon and cones. So Forkiz is Polish bred and is 21 Polo, 18 KWPN, which we tend to just say are, that's all under the Dutch warm blood banner. She drove earlier in the year in July here in the Pan for the regular FEI event and also in Samour. She started driving, gosh, back in 1980. So how do you get a horse to this level? Well, if you're going off to buy a horse, the first thing you do is you look at the conformation. Most of us will tend to look at the eye and the feet first. If it's got a kind eye, if the ears tend to be forward, it's got a happy face, that generally is quite a good indication of what it's going to be like. A lot of the drivers and athletes at this level will have their chosen breeds, their breeders. They might breed their own, they might have somebody that supplies them for them. There are many paths to getting a horse to this point, and it's only really if you have a youngster and you know either it's breeding, it's sire dam, or you've had its siblings, will you know what it's going to be like to train. Some horses can be quite tricky to introduce, but it's often a bit of a converse relationship, is that if you have a horse that you have to go a little bit further in the early training stages, you might end up with a better horse, and it might be that it has been less compliant with you introducing it to either being ridden or driven, because it's highly intelligent and it is quite finely tuned. And you'll often find that a lot of our top equine athletes have quite a big attitude. They have a diva attitude as well, and that attitude, they'll say the same in racing, or just like with high performance people, the temperament often goes with the performance, and that needs a lot of managing. And that's why it's always so fascinating to listen to drivers and coaches and athletes talking about the horses and about their personalities, because you can't fit everything into a box. You have to work with your horses, and that's not just in terms of what it can do physically, but who it is. It might be that it has preferences for being outside, it might travel well, it might not enjoy being away from home, it might absolutely love the holiday. So these are all considerations that need to be part of it when you're deciding which side of a combination your horse is going to go on. Horses like us have strengths on, they might be right-handed, left-handed, each one will be slightly stiffer to one side or the other. Do you play to the stiff side so that it's not overbending? What do you do? So there are many tens of thousands of thoughts and ideas that have had to go into producing horses to compete at this level. And it, if anything, it's almost more convoluted in driving than it is in riding, because you can't make the adjustments through your body. All that has to be done through the reins, through working on the lunge, long reins. You might do lots and lots of ridden training, but when you get to a competition, those horses are working off your voice, a bit of assistance for the whip, which is loosely a leg substitute, but it isn't really, just a bit of a tap on the rump if you want it to pick up the tempo, touch of the whip on the side of the rib cage just to get the horse to move away from it. Again, that's part of the training, but ultimately it's down to what's happening in your hands, through the rein and the voice. So much training goes into getting them to this point, and it never stops. It never stops. Even if you're a multiple world champion, you will still have people on the ground, you'll still be analysing every performance, every step, every reaction. But just like in riding, we'll be working to the scales of training: rhythm, suppleness, contact, impulsion, straightness and collection. And only when you have those, that's happened days, weeks, months, years before you get to this point. Only when you have that. So you make sure that the horse has these clear beats, the 4-beat and walk, the 2-beat and trot. When you get to canter, you want a nice 3-beat. The suppleness, that the horse is able not just to bend through its neck or be pulled round. That mustn't what you're doing. It has to bend through the rib cage, so you have to have strength across the back, that power coming from behind. The more elevation the horse has, the easier it is for it to move through its body. The contact, ideally it needs to be light, even and elastic. You don't want the horse sitting on your hands. Once that happens, you lose a lot of the relationship and the communication. Impulsion, this contained power created in the hindquarters, needing the energetic steps. A lot of horses have it naturally. That's what's been bred into these, particularly the Dutch warm bloods. But we've got Latvian, Danish, Swedish, Polish, Hungarian, Germans. We've got all French, all the various national breeds, Swiss as well, that have bred over the years for the straightness. You won't have bend unless you've got straightness first of all. So that's really important to establish. And what you have to ask for as well is to have straightness in these movements in the middle of the arena. You're really exposed there. You don't have the wall of an arena or a school. The hind legs have to fall into the tracks of the forelegs until you're doing lateral movements and get a bit more advanced. Collection, you don't get anything until you have collection. Obviously your working trot is sort of your median pace, particularly with driving, but if you have that power, it gives you so much more scope. Just think about driving a car. The more revs you have on your engine, the further you'll go. Just a similar sort of analogy. So Carmen for Spain is just finishing off her test. A few Spanish supporters there. She's joined on the carriage by Carlos San Juan. And Fouquish and Polo. Polo will be used in all 3 competitions, all phases, sections, dressage, marathon and cones, so quite versatile there. Polo is 18, so very experienced. So you can just see on the bottom of your screen there the top 3.
Results for Carmen Goibu is now for Spain. 132 at C, 123.5 at R, 129.5 at S, 130 at V, and 126.5 at P. That's a penalty score of 66.34.
So unofficially just listening to the announcer in the ring, who is no doubt sitting next to the scorers, so she has just said 66.34, but we do just hold on for a minute until we get, so where's that going to put us? 66.34. Provisionally we'll put her behind Rafael Barad, so that should put her into 5th place, but that's just provisional at the moment. We will wait to see once confirmation of those scores come through.
And both Dutch warm blood horses. It's their first World Championship.
So Rafael, who opened the 2nd session, who is based at Le Pin, he was 129 from Bert Jambon at C, 125.5, so Anne-Marie had him in 8th. In 4th position at S, that was Barry. Barry had him at 133.5. At V, 133, so absolutely in alignment for Miguel and Barry, pretty much looking at the same test for them, 133, so only 0.5, and both had Rafael in 4th place. Very interesting. Whereas Andrew Council, sitting at P, really rated that test. That's very interesting. So he had 140.5, so quite a gap between Anne-Marie and Andrew. Anne-Marie had Raphael, who opened this session, in 8th place, whereas Andrew really liked the test. It'd be fascinating to hear from them afterwards, although I dare say after 92 tests tomorrow night they might not remember the full specifics, but Andrew Council rated that test from Raphael Barad. Unusual to have the judges quite so divided over something, but that put Raphael at this stage 63.42. His percentage was 60.36, but we will be going, I would imagine, sub 50 in due course when we get some of our medal contenders through. Entering the arena for the Netherlands, and a nation that really punches very strongly in terms of driven results. This is Sandor van Vliet, who so far has been at Beekbergen this year. He was actually 3rd in Exlu right at the start of the outdoor season, one of the earliest events on the calendar, and at Boole he was 17th. He's currently ranked in terms of horse pairs 42, driving as an individual. Again, Dutch horses. Who's he got in for on the declaration form? For dressage she's driving Hertog and Leopold. Leopold will be driven in all 3 phases, and he introduces Baccara for the marathon only. Antonio Rigamonti is there on the back wearing his hard hat. The hard hats are quite interesting. When everybody started driving in horse sport, they were wearing trilbies and flat caps or whatever they had, perhaps bowler hats and top hats. If you remember Prince Philip, when he would drive his dressage in a lovely smart black silk top hat. It is now inconceivable that one doesn't drive a marathon without hard hats and body protectors. The world that we live in now. They became mandatory on marathons really quite some time ago. Body protectors slightly more recently. And if you think for the singles driving, many people started, my own family started driving a governor's car, which is like a tub car. I mean, we're going back to the 1970s now. Back in the day, for the pony teams, so the pony 4-in-hands, the horse 4-in-hands and the horse pairs, you used to have to carry a referee. And that was really, when the referees came off the carriage, it was such a big game changer. Now that's been one of the one of the better, less resistance on the reinbacks so far. Looked like the offside horse just went a bit crooked, but otherwise pretty good from Sandor for Holland. Pretty much all four-wheeled vehicles, the old traditional ones, would have had brakes, but very rarely, certainly in terms of British built vehicles, they would have handbrakes as opposed to the foot brakes that you see now, and most of the modern vehicles will have brakes that are worked independently from the front wheels and the back wheels, a bit like on a bicycle. You'd rather use your back brakes. But just flashing up on the screen now in the commentary zone, we have Carmen, who's just driven for Spain. She has, as predicted, gone into 5th place with that test. Yeah, judges, probably, what have we got, a disparity of 9 between them, but in terms of placings at R, so that's Anne-Marie, had her in 10th. So 132 for C, which was 5th. V, Miguel also had her in 5th, 131. So Bert and Miguel seem quite in tune with each other, as is Barry at S. He had her in 6th, 131.5. So that's interesting. So C, S and V pretty much seeing the same test and awarding the same marks. At R, Anne-Marie, not a fan, had her in 10th place on 123, and Andrew Councils at P, somewhere in between 126.5, so had her in 7th. So that average 65.98 put Carmen, our previous driver, into 5th place, 58.76 in terms of percentages. But we don't work in percentages. This isn't pure ridden or driven dressage. We don't even have so much of a thing as pure driven dressage. As a standalone competition, we all enjoy the marathon and cones too much for that. But you can never finish on your initial score. For those of you that watched eventing, and certainly that fantastic European Championships that we had from Le Pen a week or two back, with the course where Ros Cantor just won so emphatically, and the riders can finish on their scores. You can have a double clear cross country, you can have a double clear show jumping, and you can finish on those 19s up to low 20s, which is what these incredible riders and their horses, the Michael Youngs and Ros Cantors of this world, are getting now. But in driving, there were lots and lots of machinations of the early scoring, and it does make fascinating reading. If you look on the FEI website and find the article that I wrote about the early days of driven eventing, I think they were trying really hard, to mimic what was happening in eventing, so that you could finish on your dressage score, so that you could have these sort of low penalty points. But it just doesn't work, because you get on to the sort of averaging of the dressage, which we have now with the 5 judges, but then with the marathon it's all about the time, and particularly with the introduction of the knockdowns, which has all been about improving the driving welfare of the horse, all sorts of reasons. Also raises the games in terms of stakes when you have the knockdowns, because they're like 8 seconds, because if you think in the marathon, we'll talk more about this on Saturday about how it's scored. So the faster and the more precise you are in your obstacles, the lower marks you get, so that gets added to your low dressage mark. You can go double clearing cones. That's the only point at which you don't score any penalties in the driven world, but by that stage there's an awful lot gone before, so you will always finish on a sort of higher mark than you would in other areas of driven and ridden sport. So Sandor van Vliet for the Netherlands, driving as an individual. He's just completed his score. Interestingly, looking at one of his horses, Baraka, who he is driving, was owned by one of the Dobrovitzes, and Leopold was owned by Mr. Chardon Senior.
Scores for Sandor van Vliet, 127 at C, 144 at R, 132.5 at S, 135 at V, and 132 at B. That's a score of 62.11. In the 4th place for the moment.
That's interesting. If you were able just to hear on the broadcast what the local commentator was saying, there does seem to have been, who really liked that? Anne-Marie seemed to really like that test, so she awarded, but we'll get confirmation, 144. The other judges seemed a bit more in alignment with each other, 132, 132.5, 135 at V from Miguel, 127 from Bert, so real difference between C and R. Very interesting. Looks like he was on about a 62.41, which at the moment, unofficial, I will emphasise, will pop him into 4th place. So our top 3 so far remains Carola Slater-Dina for Germany as an individual. She's on 57.22. Bruno Meyer, does seem like such a long time ago they were driving. We've still got a lot to get through. 58.53. And Anna Durand, she's kept her 3rd place at 59.41. But this will all change as the competition proceeds. But at the moment, unofficially, looks like Sandor should have put himself into 4th place. The order of the marathon on Saturday, that will all come out. Sometimes these events run from times that, depending on how the dressage has been scored, less so now. There tends to be a draw on the marathon, but the cones certainly will reflect the placings after those sections A and B, but that is all to come. So it's in 1998 that hard hats became compulsory, and another blast from the past for those of you that have been involved in this sport for a long time. When we were driving, we didn't have these extending or moving axles. We talk about the width. Now, it is in the FEI rules that the horse pair, the wheel width, you have to have 4 wheels on your dressage carriage. You have 1 groom behind, and your wheel width is 148 centimetres. For the 4-in-hands that we saw in Exlou, they were 158. For a pony, it's 138. But for these horse pairs, the wheel width is 148, and that will be the same for the cones. Changes a bit for the marathon. We'll cover that when we get to it. But back in the day, we used to put on what we called hula hoops, not the funny crisps that you eat, but they would be clipped onto the spokes of your wheel to give you the right wheel width, because otherwise, when everybody was driving traditional carriages and the constant changing of the width of the cones, and it wasn't always done very accurately, it did make life quite difficult for people running events. Another bit of kit that we used to add sometimes was a bar, and you'd have 2 little sockets on the back of the axle or somewhere. This is particularly when you're driving a 2-wheel vehicle, and you'd have this bar that would extend like a T shape, and it would stick out, and it had to be less than 10 centimeters high, because if you think about how the cones are shaped, and it would have to go between them. So it became, in 2003, it was ratified that they shouldn't be used. So no scurry bars or hula hoops, or to give you this overall width for the cone. So I've got a slightly different camera angle, and that showed a very smart extension. It's interesting to see that angle. Thank you, team. Because, and one would expect a bit of flair from an Italian driver. This is Ugo Che, who is driving for Italy. He's been out at Cladrubie and Biekbergen already this year. He's somebody who enjoys all sorts of different driving. He works closely with Luca Casutana, who we saw in Exlou, who drives a 4-in-hand for Italy. He has driven Ugo for many, many years. He calls himself a self-taught amateur. He has won a few national championships, and he, man after my own heart, is involved in the traditional driving, attelage, the tradition, and he can drive a single up to 4-in-hand. He also drives a park drag, which is a version of a road coach, so that's a great big people carrying vehicle. But for the purposes of this event, for the dressage, he's got Alexander and Hadora, his 2 KWPN geldings. Hadora has been owned by Francisco Aletti. And the other 2 horses he brought, Reinhard Toppel. This is a gentleman who also drove at the test event that was held in Pretoni in May 2022. He has his profession down as being a farmer. But the movement for traditional driving, same but different from what we've got here at Le Pin. You're still hitching your horses to a vehicle, and actually the founder of the movement, Baron Christian de Langlade, who lives in Noyon, actually not far from the Compiègne racecourse near Paris. He was a 4-in-hand driver for France many years ago, but he felt, as a huge international movement now, that they didn't want to lose the use of the traditional carriages and turnouts, and it is a fascinating movement. If ever you get a chance to go to one of these events, they're held all over the world, In fact, the Americans have also introduced them, and you have 3 phases, same but different from this. So you have your initial presentation, which is judged 5 different sets of marks out of 20 for your horses, your harness, the vehicle, your turnout, and it really is where we're looking for absolute perfection in terms of the equipment and the knowledge that you have to turn out your vehicles. And then you have what's called the routier, which is generally can be up to 15 kilometers long, and you have what we call the difficulties, and that can involve even drinking a glass of champagne, picking it up when you're driving over a piece of carpet, all sorts of things. And then you have the maniabilité, which is the cones section. That's the 3rd section, and that's where, because we're driving traditional vehicles, and you could have a coach and 4, you can have a Victoria, you can have a governor's car. That's when the organisers of these events do have to get out their tape measures and measure each of the vehicles. But we don't do that at FEI level sport. We standardise everything. Just had a note through from the British chef to keep Aramin to win that the arena is driving really well. So the surface has been prepped beautifully for the dressage, so all credit to everyone on the ground for sorting that out. So the word is, for those of you that are tuning in from all over the world, that this is driving really well. So congratulations to the team at Le Pen. So Sandor, as we said unofficially, Van Villers, who drove just now as an individual for Holland, to confirm his marks, 127. That was from Bert Jambon, who had him in 9th. At R, Anne-Marie really rated that. Isn't this interesting? And she had him on 144. So real gap between Bert and Anne-Marie there. At S, 132.5, V, 135.5, so that's 5th and 4th for them, and Andrew at P, 132. So those 3 judges, SVP, interestingly, pretty much in alignment with each other, 4th, 5th, 6th, but 132 to 135. So that gives a total penalty score going forward of 62. 11, 61.18 is the percentage, but that's enough for 4th place for him at the moment.
Driving Alexander and Hadora. $125.5 at C, 135 at R, 129.5 at S, 120 at V, and 122.5 at P. That's a score of 67.66 penalties.
So unofficially 67.66, so we're still very much in the 60s, 67.66, so that would put him round about 9th at the moment, so that nudges Sandro Kolik from Germany down a slot, puts him behind Norbert Kakony for Hungary. So at the moment, Ugo, 67.66, but as soon as those scores are confirmed, we will bring them to you. Moving on, we have another Italian coming in. Unusual, it's just the way the draw goes. It is all fairly arbitrary, not completely, but batches of drivers go into the pot and are drawn out. So we have another Italian following on here, and this is Rocco Cordera, who actually is the first of our national team members to go forward. Now, he's been competing for many years. On my sheet of paper, we ran out of space at 2005, where he was competing at Reisenbeck. He is also driving KWPNs, and who's he got for Dressage? Dirk, who's a mare, and she is obviously a good horse. She's being used in all 3 phases. Gigolo doesn't seem to be making anything, but he's on the list of entries, and Info NL is another gelding. So looks like he is using the same pair for all 3 phases. Which side they go on, you could well swap them. It could be the mare is on the offside on the right hand side for dressage, but is better on the left as sharper turning. It's all down to the preparation at home. So Rocco Codera, who is joined on the carriage by Evelyn, who was with them for the dressage and the cones, and then he'll have Hen on the back for the marathon. So he's been out at Bornham, Beekebergen and Kronenberg already this year, but has been competing for many years. Started to drive for fun as a child, learnt from his grandfather, started driving a bit more seriously in 1989 at a carnival in Ivra. There's a very strong tradition there where they have lots of pairs and 4-in-hands gather every year for a battle of the oranges. Combined driving took up properly, as we called it then. Horse driving, it was called combined driving back in the day, then it became horse driving trials in 1997 and has been placed in the Italian Championships. So he's been a member of the Italian team on several occasions. This is his 6th occasion. He's done it in Austria, in Hungary, Slovakia, Slovenia and the Netherlands, and now here in France. So in terms of team results, it tends to be, doesn't look like the Italians have ever, they have, turning over the page, 2015, the Italians, when it was in Hungary, there were 20 nations and some great names here. They silvered, so they were in silver place. Francesco Aletti Montano, and if you ever have the pleasure of meeting Francisco, he's an incredible character. Joseph Dibac, who we'll see driving a bit later, and Claudio Fumagalli. So Claudio, who is based at the Riant Centre in the Netherlands, who will have trained many of the competitors and their horses here. So Italy, that's a very strong team. No wonder they did well. Francisco, Joseph and Claudio, all still very much present and correct. And that was in Fabian Sebastian in Hungary, 20 nations forward. Hungary won with the team of Vilmos and Zoltan Lazar, Joseph Dobrovits Jr. Some big names here. They were first, Italy second, and Germany with Anna Sandman, who we'll see later, Sebastian Warnick and Arndt Loscher. And it was the same team from Hungary that won in Lipica. That's where Martin started his dominance, Martin Holler, Vilmos and Zoltan, the Lazars, part of that team. For Drebkow, Hungarians won again. Martin Joseph Dobrovits Jr. and Christoph Ostertag, who is related as well. The Netherlands was second, Germany were third, and that's when Sandro Karlik, who we've seen already, was on that team. And Kronenberg, the event actually was supposed to have taken place in Limburg, but all sorts of shenanigans not unrelated to the pandemic, and the winning Hungarians, Martin Joseph Dobrovits Jr. again. Joseph sadly not on the Hungarian team this time. A couple of his horses were injured. He's here. He's been training with Bram. We will see him very shortly. But they were joined on the team by Grigori Fecchetti Jr. They were winners as well. Marco Freund, note that surname, Sandra Kolik is there again, and Anna Sandman. They were they're all here, and they were silver for Germany and the Netherlands. Raymond Leteboer, Anthony ter Harmsel, who we also see driving a four-in-hand, and Stan van Eyck. They were in third in bronze. So interestingly, the last two championships, it's been Hungary, Netherlands and Germany. Those have been in the mix, with the Netherlands and Germany swapping round. France in Lipica with Frank Rimon-Prez, who was silver last time, will be wanting to show well. They were in bronze and back. So talking recent history here, 2015, and Germany bronze, Italy silver, Hungary gold. Hungary also won in Slovakia. They was Vilmos, Zoltan and Tibor, 2013. Netherlands won in Conti 2011 and 2009 in Keks Kemet in Hungary. In Warsaw, Germany were the winners in 2007. 2005 in Austria, Wals Salzburg. Austria, home nation, won. Yaldi in France 2003. Hungary again with the Lazars, Riesenbeck. Yeah, so Hungary very much the team to beat in terms of what happens with the national teams. But in the meantime, on we go with our dressage here in Haras du Pin, or Le Pin as it sometimes, it's got lots of different configurations of the name. But to confirm again, in terms of the placings, the judges, a little bit of difference with Hugo at C, 125.5, which was 11th for Bert. In R, Anne-Marie, 136.5. So again, she quite rated that in terms of her placings. At S, 129.5. That's 8th place for Barry. At V, Miguel, 120, which was 10th, and Andrew Council at P, 122.5 for 12th. So that gives Hugo, he pops into 9th place, 67.51. But the margins between all the drivers do get pretty tight.
Final salute there from first team member for the Italian team, Rocco Cordera, driving Dirk Info NL. He obtains the following scores: 128 at C, 135.5.
So lovely shot there of Rocco coming out of the arena. So he is the first of the team members.
And that's a penalty score of 63.35. 63-35, c'est son score en point de pénalité au concurrent pour l'équipe italienne.
So interesting to see where he's going to end up in terms of the Italian team. They would dearly love to do well, as would they all.
132 en V et 129.5 en P.
The all-important clear up, where you have horses, they quite often leave little deposits, but this arena driving really well, lovely angle that we've got to share with you from the live broadcast. Delighted to be joining you and bringing you all the action. But these clips and the coverage will all be available after the event as well, so do share it with your friends. Lovely to have you with us from this national, wonderful heritage stud, national stud at Haras for the FEI World Driving Championship. We reckon there's been about 20 of them. They had that early event, which was won by a Brit in 1983 in Italy, and then the first event proper in 1985.
10-year-old mare, Iowa Dutch Formula, gelding aged 10. He won the Pony Pairs Championships in Poole in 2013, and this year was third at Kronenberg, Big Bergen, where he was fifth in July here in Haras.
So that's a lovely shot of our next driver trotting down, Erud Boom, who is another member of the strong Dutch squad, and he has made it onto the national team. So Adults, who's had a really busy time with all these championships, but runs a very tight ship in terms of Dutch success and performance at the highest levels. So obviously driving KWPNs as one would expect, and he's had a good season so far. He was third at Beek Bergen and Kronenberg and Le Pen earlier in the summer. He was fifth, and at Boole he was ninth. So very experienced, and this good season so far for him. He's been driving internationally for many years, had a great success as part of the pony circuit, so has been a world champion with a pony pair and also on the Dutch medal winning team, silver and gold with the ponies. So had great success in Pau in France, so it's good nation for him in 2013 with the pony pair, but obviously now moved on to the horses. He's a animal caretaker at a veterinary facility in Utrecht. Driving is a family occupation. Jaap Boom is his father, who was a former chef de keep of the Dutch teams, also is training him. And these horses can be used for training as well. He's got Miriam with him, and driving the same pair at the moment on the declaration form, Ilona van het Roodland, who is a mare, and Iowa is his gelding. So at the moment, pretty compact team. Miriam and the same horses for all three phases for Erud Boom, but he is a member of the Dutch team, and they would be expecting a podium place, so all eyes for the Dutch will be on this test. So 3 members of a national team, and in terms of the scoring, you take the lowest or the best 2 scores from each phase, so it averages out, so that if you have somebody, for instance, if you looked at what happens with the 4-in-hands, say Cousteronde is always very strong with the marathon, so you would tend to count his score. Ijsbrand's score was dropped for the marathon in Ixtelu, so you take your 2 best scores. That's just how it works, averages out that way. Obviously with the ridden teams and the eventing you tend to have another member, but for driving we have 3, and then each 2 scores count. So the rein back there. So interesting to see if this test with, now we're on to the Dutch team for the Nations event, are we going to be upsetting the top 3? Carola, who's sat in first place for a really long time with her 57.22. Bruno Meyer behind a 58.53, and Anna de Ronde for Holland. They went all in the first session 59.41. That's where we are at the moment. Another 3 to go in this second session, then we have another break after Jose has been for Spain, and then we'll start again at 12:20 local time. So there we have it at the moment, but it will all change. Early days here at Le Pen. Germany, Switzerland and the Netherlands. 3 really strong nations. One, if not all of them, will be on the podium at some point on Sunday afternoon, but we've got a lot of sport to get through before then. The French, obviously, as the home nation, will want to take advantage of that, where you just have the energy of the crowd. They know the venue well. It's an extremely well-known venue. It has just had a huge amount of state money put into it to revamp it. The stables are extraordinary, probably some of the best that there are there. But really, all eyes will be on defending world champion Martin Holler. And if ever there was a man who is primed to win at this level, everything aims for this moment for Martin. But he will be once again driving his wonderful Dior and Epi, that beautiful grey. We can't wait to see him later. Germans really strong with Dennis Schneiders, Max Böllage, and Dutch team, although a bit of a reshuffle since the last time they were out, have really strong. But France will be led by Frank Grimond-Prez, who was winner of the event here earlier in the year, and boosted by the insider knowledge from Raphael Berard, who was based at Le Pen. In terms of the facilities at this beautiful venue, there are outdoor sand arenas, and they have a sort of sub-irrigation system going on as well, so it's crucial. In fact, just as important as what's on top is what's going on underneath, so that they can drain. But equally, they mustn't get too dry. If the surface is a bit waxed, which most surfaces are, certainly that are used at this sort of level, there's less dust associated with it. There's 2 lunging areas, 300 stables, and plenty of parking, up to 340 slots. So fantastic facilities in Le Bain au Haras. If you are in France and you fancy going along or want a weekend out, do go. 25 nations, 270 horses and 92 competitors. But to have 300 stables on site before you've even started is an incredible facility. So finishing off with his extension for this last movement. We have 20 separate movements, 20 separate movements to be marked, and then there's 21 and 22 at the end, which are for overall impression and the horse and everything. So we shall listen out for the local commentator, see what she has to say about those marks. They should come out almost immediately.
The end of the test for the first of the Dutch team there. Ewood Boom finishes his test with Ido van Hetero, London, Iowa.
Dutch always have great support. They are really vocal, but just such passionate supporters. And they.
And a score of 138 for judges.
138.
142.5 at R, 137.5 at S, 130.5 at V, and 131.5 at P. That's a penalty score of 60.72.
Interesting, 60.72. Remember, this is unofficial 60.72, so that would put him into 4th place at the moment. So Carola, she has really set down a great score as the second driver out this morning. 57.22. Brilliant. Gosh. So unofficially, we'll wait for that to come through 60.72. We can confirm that Rocco, who was the previous driver, scores confirmed for that 63.35, which puts him into 5th. How were our judges? Bert had him in 9th, 128 at R, and Marie had him in 6th, 135.5. Also in 6th at V, 132, 137 at S, which is Barry Capstick at fourth, and Andrew Council 129.5, but that has averaged out for Rocco. For the Italians, he goes into fifth place, 63.65.
Next to go, one of the great strawweight nations. They already have won 9 team medals, 19 gold medals in World Championships since 1985 when the first championship took place.
But next in, hold on to your hats because we've got the first of the Hungarian team drivers, Georgi Fekete Jr., and he has made a really strong Hungarian team, lots to choose from. So let's see if the Hungarians can put down an early marker. He was a member of the gold medal winning team in Kronenberg 2 years ago when we had 18 nations competing. Don't forget we had a little bit of a dip after the pandemic in terms of numbers, but we're back up very much where we need to be. So the first of the Hungarians is an agricultural engineer. Got these warm bloods. For the dressage, he's got Jason and Ingmar. Norbert Moxan is helping him for the marathon and cones, but Gabriella Fekete is on for, she is sitting behind him for this dressage. Competitor number 48 we're on to. So the first of the Hungarian teams, and this gentleman has been a gold medal winner in the past for the nation. So where is he going to go in terms of setting out Hungary's score to win yet another gold? .22, the score at the moment at the top of the leaderboard. They have a really great crop of young drivers coming up through, led by Martin Holler, obviously, Joseph Dobfritz Jr., but these tremendous driving families that have been involved in the sport. There's Peter Huage, there's the Blanca Jambor, there's some incredible drivers, and they really do keep it in the family. Interestingly, Martin will say that he and his friends in the driving world don't necessarily have a normal youth. They don't go out to nightclubs and things. They drive and they just live to be with their horses, but that is why they are so successful. Just had a note through, unfortunately, the gentleman who was actually the only driver from Portugal, Hugo Freas, he has withdrawn from the competition. He was due to be on at 5:20 today, so any of you Portuguese fan watching, sadly he won't be involved. We'll keep you up to date with all the news from the ground as it happens. 2 more to go in this particular session, but at the moment, for the Hungarians, a member of their gold medal winning team last time in Kronenberg, Georgi Fekete Jr. They are so good on the marathon, these Hungarian drivers. They drive with such conviction. and really, really strong in that phase, sets them up well. But in terms of pair driving at the highest levels, totally dominate. So for the Netherlands, in terms of their bid for podium places, Awood Boom, number 60, he has gone into fourth place, so 60.72, confirmation of that, his percentage 62.05. The judges, Anne-Marie liked that. She had him at R on 142.5, which was a third position for her, and Bert Jambon also had him in third place. At S, Barry had him in fourth place, 137.5. At V, Miguel had him 130.5, which was eighth, and in alignment was Andrew Council at 131.5, which for him was a seventh position. In terms of the numbers that we've had go through at the moment, we've had 16 onto our 17th competitor of 92, 2 very full days of dressage from Le Pen. But at the moment we're looking at the first of the Hungarian teams. Coming towards the end of his test with that deviation in collected trot, staying in collection, and then at D, the extension, and with that side view there, just get a glimpse. I'm trying not to let the horses run. It's not speed, the rhythm, the tempo needs to stay the same. Good shot there, fairly square. Horses keeping the heads in position, not going up or down. That's what you want, just a nice attentive halt, and they're pretty experienced when it comes to receiving applause. They didn't flinch at all at that, so the halt and salute.
That was for Hungary, Georgi Fekete Jr. was driving Jason and Ingmar Vivi, their second world championship.
So Jason is
Part of the team gold medal
a
in
stallion
21
owned by Georgi,
individually.
and he is
Georgi
9.
Fekete Jr. gets the score of 128 at C, 129 at R, 137 at S, 125.5 at V, 139.5 at P, and that's a penalty score of 63.79, was in 8th place for the moment.
So if you were listening there, you will have heard the arena commentators say 63.79, which is an 8th place. There we go, the flag out. So looks to be a disparity between 11 marks, 128 up to 139 from the judges. Don't forget that for the teams, 3 members of the team, 2 of the best scores taken for each phase. So you have 6 scores across the whole of the event, and you have a drop score in each section, so that ideally you're ending on your lowest score. Interestingly, in terms of a collective, the sorts of areas you're looking at, so Hungary in Kronenberg last time 322.99, in Hungary with the Lazars and Joseph Dobrovits Jr. in 2015 322, in Lipica the Hungarians again, same team, 310.95 and 307.22 in Drebka. So that's what you're looking at in terms of collectives. So there'll be 300 and something. Interestingly, going back through the years, it was sort of the high 200s. Obviously how marks are awarded, and in terms of probably the dressage and how the marathon obstacles are scored makes quite a difference.
Carriage drivers for
So as soon as we have that set of scores and confirmation, but at the moment it sounded like it was 128, 129, 137, 125 and 139, which at the moment seems to put him into 8th place. Perhaps Hungarians would have wanted a slightly higher placing at this stage, but it might be that this young man is one of the marathon specialists. Next in, the penultimate driver of this particular session, Kalman Babu from Romania, another nation that great supporters certainly at the horse pairs level. He's been out and about this year. He's also been driving a 4 in hand, had some good results. He was at Svil Vasvarad, he was 13th there. So got more warm bloods, KWPM, and he is driving for the Dressage, a stallion who is Casper, 341, and Vagabond, a gelding. Those are his Dressage too. He has another Here I Am is the name of the horse, another stallion who will be used just for the marathon. For the Dressage he has Sander Babbo on the back. It reins into one hand for these one-handed movements, so out comes that right hand. Awful lot easier to do it with your pairs and singles than it is for the 4 in hands, where you're taking loops and all sorts of things. Really should, well, you might take a loop with, depends whether you're driving with all 4 reins coming back into your hand and the buckle sitting either in the palm or below the palm. Depends on the rein configuration, but a bit easier to fine tune them with the pair than it is for the others. For 4 in hand, so we are on to our 18th driver of 92, running to time. Ten minutes allowed for each test. So the total, if you're going to get 10s across the board, which tends not to happen, you see more 10s in ridden dressage when you get the likes of Lottie Fly and Charlotte Desjardins riding their wonderful horses. Glamourdale, quite extraordinary. When he does his extended canters, they get 10s for that. We don't see that many 10s in driven dressage, but the total mark would be out of 220. So if you think about where we are, each mark, each movement is out of 10. So the best you're going to get is 220. There are penalties for incidents such as error of course, disobedience, dismounting of the grooms, going wrong, harness errors, all sorts of things can happen, and at that point you can have first incident is 5 penalties, second is 10, and if it goes wrong for a third time then sadly you are eliminated, which isn't what you're wanting, and you certainly really don't want them jogging when they should be walking. It is very frustrating because you can't get tense. They pick up on the tension of what's going on. Jiggy jogging, I won't get a great mark for that movement, sadly. There's just a bit of anticipation there from the horses. So confirmation of Georgi's scores for the Hungarian team. So he is currently in 8th position on 63.64. Interestingly, Andrew Council really liked that test. He had him in 2nd position in terms of what he's judged so far today on 139.5. Less liked by the judge at Seabird Jumbo on 128, who had him in 10th place. Similar placing for our judge at V. Miguel, he had him on 125. Anne-Marie had him in 8th on 129 and Barry in 4th, 138. So all these marks out of 220. So that's the first of the Hungarian team's members in 8th at the moment. But it will all change when we go through many more tests. So just received a note that the great Bram Chardon is tuning in. Hello Bram, how are you? I know you've been helping your friend Joseph Dobrovitz, so great to know that you're watching. I had a brilliant Exlu and it was an absolute joy to watch and be able to commentate on you, because not only did you win your, well, another gold medal and become European champion yet again, but you were also training Tracy Bowman, who so emphatically won the Grade 1 World Para title, and Luca Casatano. It was great to have you in the commentary box. So lovely to know that you're listening in, Bram, and I hope wherever you are in the world, you are enjoying this. So the first of our Romanian drivers, and again, this is a nation that has been really supportive of the discipline. We have one more gentleman to drive for Spain after this, and then we will give you the leaderboard positions. But at the moment, and I shouldn't think it'll change too much, Carola, who was driving for Germany, and we will have some great German tests to come as the 2 days of dressage go on. She retains her first place. She was second out, 8:40 this morning local time, 57.22. We were a bit spoilt, and then not long after her, Bruno Meyer for Switzerland, 58.53, and daughter of Bram's teammate and great friend Cousteronde, Anna de Ronde, medical lady, very clever girl, big brains in there as well as the horse talent, 59.41. She's still sitting in third place. Edouard for the Netherlands, he's the team member, he's got a star next to his name, so if you are following the scorings online, anyone who has a star next to them, that means they are a member of the national team. So they're going for 2 medals, not just an individual, they're representing the nation as well. So he is currently the first of our 60s in terms of penalties, 60.72. He's in 4th place.
127.5 at S, 120.5 at V, and 126 at P. An average score, an average penalty score of 68.82. Voilà, son score.
Now Daniel Naprus would also like a shout out, as Bram Chardon has had one. And Dan, lovely to hear that you're watching as well. Daniel Naprus, who is actually his dad's a very old friend of mine as well. He had a great ex-Lou, and he was our sole four-in-hand driver for the British, and probably working on a film set somewhere. Although Daniel and a lot of his colleagues who are working on film sets at the moment, supplying horses and carriages, you wouldn't think, but what is making headlines all over the world is the Hollywood writers and actors strikes, and it's had a massive knock-on effect, not just Dan and the team at the Devil's Horsemen who supply horses and carriages into the film industry. It's how quite a number of the drivers that we're going to see over the next few days, it's how they make their living. I also drive horses on film sets. I'm dressing up in a wig as a Victorian gangster at the moment, driving around London with a bunch of getaway drivers, but that's a story for another day. And So this writer's strike really has had a knock-on effect. Daniel and the team, they supply the horses. They did Game of Thrones and the House of the Dragon. If you follow all that, the team I'm working with at the moment, they do a lot of the Dickens and the period drama stuff, which is what I'm involved in. Bridgerton is the main one, Queen Charlotte. And so it's had a real knock-on effect because it's just halted production because of the strike, even though it's in Hollywood. Quite a majority, very near where I live in England, they've had this enormous studio being built at a place called Shinfield, which is near Reading. It's cost about $150 million to build, and Disney was tied into that, and they're all busy trying to wriggle out of all these contracts and clauses because they haven't been able to keep up with production. Obviously, everything got back on its feet after the halting of the filming and everything because of COVID. And Daniel's saying that they should have, now that I think the writers' strike has stopped as of the last 24 hours, Dan's just messaging to say that they should be back on track by Christmas. But it's if you think about just in terms of income, everybody, and this is partly why the actors are striking, and I certainly shan't get political about it, but the knock-on effect that a strike in one area of the film industry has in our world of horses and driving, it's really can't be underestimated. So Babo Kalman, he has competed for Romania. He's a member of the Romanian team, so he's gone out, and the next one in, so this is the last of the morning sessions in Normandy. We have Jose Manuel Gayon Paceno, who is for Spain, and driving. He's been in Le Pen already this year, although representing Spain. He's actually driving Portuguese horses, so these are Lusitanos. And if you're watching the coverage of the four-in-hands, be it World Cup or any of the four-in-hand events, you'll really associate driven Lusitanos with the Frenchman Benjamin. You two may be watching Ben and Benjamin Aod, who has been driving his Lusitanos that he also does a lot of his free horse work with, so he puts on these shows. So for dressage we have Dollar, who is a gelding, and Mexico de Figueras, who's a stallion, and then for the marathon and cones we'll have Camos Figueras. So Portuguese horses. Unsurprisingly, Jose is based in Seville, so not too far from the Portuguese border if you know your Spanish geography. And he is joined for all three phases on the carriage by Miguel Gomez Sanchez. They always drive with such panache, the Spaniards, very stylish. And they are a nation that is really involved in this attelage de tradition movement that I spoke about earlier. And if you think about the traditions of Spanish driving, particularly in the south, the Spanish make some of the very best harness in the world. They have this wonderful sort of red, what they call red Morocco leather, and certainly the sort of harness, well, admittedly Hank van der Wiel and David Friedman, Hank's based in Holland and David Friedman in Toronto, although they are nowhere near Spain, they do make Spanish harness for the Spaniards. But if you ever get a chance to look at some of their traditional turnouts, and they have all sorts of wonderful configurations. They've got pom-poms on the heads of the horses and tassels, and the grooms and the drivers look fantastic. So in Jerez and Seville and all those Spanish cities, particularly in the south, these parades, if you ever get the chance to have a visit there, and the whole village, town, city, nation come out and support. Really wonderful tradition. So Kalman Babu for Romania. Judges fairly united. He's popped himself into 13th place, 68.82. His percentage is 56.99. How did the judges rate him? At C, 122.5, which was 16th. At R, 128, which was 10th. At S, Barry Capstick, 127.5, 13th. Also in 13th, Miguel, talking of Spain, 120.5, and at P, 126.0, 12th place. So that averaged out to pop him into 13th. There we go. 2 camera angles there just showing that one-handed diagonal there coming to M. Now we have the sort of condensed S at the bottom of the arena, so M to C, and then you leave the track, so you do a loop, sort of a U, and it's 20 meters, and then you're going just beyond R, so you can use, well, you can acknowledge R on the other side of the arena, but the loop has got to be 20 meters back, so you're in alignment with B at X, and then you rejoin the side of the arena at S, like that, and then you've got another U at the bottom, so although he's not cutting his corners, this is a half circle, but this is when we're asking for this stretch again, not quite so defined there. So it's a half circle, right, 40 meters, starting 5 meters after the S markers. You've got just a moment to recalibrate against the boards. And then this wave across the middle of the arena, sort of R to X to V, and then another stretch, so just mirroring at the A end of the arena what's happened, stretching the frame. It's a movement that did provoke quite a lot of discussion. A number of us went at the beginning of last year, 2022, to quite an interesting seminar where there was a great deal of analysis of the four-in-hand and pairs tests led by Boyd Excel. We all went to the wonderful stud at Lippica, and you have people like Andrew Council there, and he was representing the judges and just discussing. Martin Holler was also there demonstrating as well, really how to drive the movements and how to judge them. And believe me, there is quite a difference in where the drivers think they should be and how the judges view them, and that's all part of the fun of it. Obviously accuracy, that should go without saying at this level. If you're driving at a world championship, accuracy should be spot on, but in terms of what the judges are looking for, and I know Anne-Marie in particular, I've spoken to her about it over the years, she's really keen that it's not just about this front leg action. For her, it's very much about coming up from behind. Andrew, I know, likes correctness. He's very into the training, particularly the young horses. He enjoys judging at the Young Horse Championships as well. Barry, who's done a lot of horse pair driving, that's where he did the majority of his competing, so he's somebody that will be probably looking quite closely at how well those horses are working together. So each judge brings something slightly different to the table, to the judges' box. They will be judging in accordance with each other. They have to go through lots of training themselves to be judging at this level, certainly to be 4-star. But it's interesting in terms of what they will bring from their own experience, and this is why you'll get slight differences between them. So that rounds off this morning's session. You'll just hear Our Lady on the side of the arena. Local time will be starting again in about 20 minutes or so. So time for a quick drinks break. I'm not sure that things will change after that. We still have the same 3 in front after this morning's opening session, with Carola, Slater Dienerfeld, Germany, still in front, 57.22. Bruno Meyer for Switzerland, 58.53. Anna Durand, 59.41.
126.5 at V and 135 at P for a score of 63.68. That's 8th place.
63.68, unofficial 63.68, and that will put Jose currently into, gosh, eighth or ninth. I thought she said eighth by my reckoning. That's ninth, but we'll just get confirmation of that. So no doubt the little tractor will be back in again. We are back in 20 minutes local time. And thank you for joining us. Take a short break. Back soon. Welcome back to those of you that are joining us from around the world. I know we've got people watching in Australia, getting some feedback from you guys, so brilliant to have you here. Quite late in the day for you, and got some big names tuning in as well, so absolutely fantastic that you are joining us for coverage of this FEI Driving World Championship for pairs. 20th time we've had these championships, and it's always been really, really well supported. And look at that as a backdrop, the beautiful castle as it's called at Le Pen. There we go, the commitment through the obstacles. That's going to be great to see on Saturday. Just to run through the results so far, putting down that great score early on. Second one out, Carola Slatadina for Germany. She remains in first place on 57.22. Bruno Meyer for Switzerland, 58.53, keeps him second for the time being, and Anna de Ronde in third, 59.41. So those are the only three sub 60 marks that we have had so far today, but we are now on to our third session. We've had 19 go through so far, 10 first time, and now we're on to batches of 9. We'll be giving you the live coverage any second now. Just running through the graphics. Whilst we're just waiting to get coverage from the arena, I'll just clarify the results from José Manuel Gayan Pecheo, who was the last of the drivers from that second session to go, and he's put himself into 9th place, 63.86, a percentage of 60.09. Judges pretty much in alignment, but Jambon had him at C, 133.5, which was for 6th place. At R, Anne-Marie Turbe, 131.5, which was for 8th. 132.5 at S, that's Barry Capstick, also for 8th place. At V, Miguel, 126.5, interestingly the lowest mark from the Spaniard for the Spaniard, so just goes to show there are no national preferences at the moment. That's in 9th place, and obviously 134.5 from Andrew Council at P. There we have it, back onto the arena. Here we are, back on track again. Thank you to the team on the ground in Normandy. So we are moving on to the third of our 5 sessions, lunchtime in Le Pen, and the first of the drivers from the Czech Republic, Vladimir Mudry. And Vladimir goes straight to a commentator's heart in bringing out these beautiful, beautiful horses. He drives old style Kladruber horses, and you'll know that's just a word that makes me melt. He drives for the National Stud. He's had a busy season, and he's got a gelding and 2 stallions with him. It's the stallions Sacramoso Cicada, number 1025. A lot of with these studs, a bit like the Lipizzaners, they're graded and named using Roman numerals, and a stallion is Sacramoso Zelandia. So those are his 2 for the dressage. And the National Stud of Kladruby Nad Lavdom also plays host to a very good driven event as well. It is a state-run organisation. It's run by the Ministry of Agriculture, primarily fulfills the function of a breeding facility for the Kladruby horse to ensure the preservation of this breed. They are either black or white, and if any of you have been following the 4 in hand, you'll know that Irina Vassell drives those stunning grey stallions who are in the flesh even more handsome than they are on the screen. But here we've got the black ones, which tended to be used, the white ones were for ceremonial work for the state court, and the black ones were to be ridden. So they're preserving the genetic makeup of these horses. They have this very distinctive Roman head. They're so handsome, very, very regal. And the National Stud also is looking after the cultural heritage, the buildings, a bit like here in Le Pen. Very important part of a nation's history. It's one of the oldest stud farms in the world, and the Kladrubas are the original and oldest breed of Czech horses. It is a World Heritage Site as well. They were used also, if you think of geopolitics, back in the day in the royal courts in Denmark and Sweden. They have a calm and balanced nature, ideal partners for riding and driving. So the stud itself, if you ever wanted to go along, it's not too far from Prague, but very much a part of the Czech cultural heritage. There are thought to be about 1,500 of them nowadays. They do date back to about 1597, all related to the Habsburg Emperor Rudolf II, who was the founder of the National Stud. The grey, as I said, were used for imperial court work, and the blacks tended to be used church ceremonials, something we actually quite often associate with the Dutch Frisian horses as well. Sadly, they nearly disappeared, particularly when the blacks were sold for meat when the Habsburg Empire collapsed in 1918. Remember what was going on in Europe then. Distinguishing features have this lovely convex Roman nose, big expressive eyes, high knee action, and they are really built to be used as driven horses, but they have such an incredible presence, and you'll see that's why Vladimir is wearing the uniform of the National Stud, and doesn't he look smart? So these beautiful horses. Having worked with one many years ago in Bavaria when I was driving coach horses, they are regal in looks and in nature. Beautiful animals. Do have a look online if you're not watching the coverage from Le Pen, and you will see some of the wonderful images of both the grey and the black horses being driven to sleighs. I think there was a film made last year, and they look absolutely spectacular. Now with the drone footage that you can get so easily by sending them up into the air, and you get these aerial views of all these beautiful sleigh rides in the snow, quite incredible. So do research these breeds a little bit more, and we remain very proud in driving that we hold a place for
La France est au départ à nouveau maintenant avec celui qui est deuxième. Ici au dans le des stalles pour le dressage, et il mène ici c'est Tornado. Le groupe de la Luce, qui est un cheval français âgé de 9 ans, et Tornado, qui est une origine étrangère âgée de 11 ans.
Next down the chute, coming into the arena, they do run wonderfully to time, and this is the first of the French team members to compete. Mathieu Auré de Gomme. He was placed 10th in Le Pen at the event earlier in the year, but has been driving for a long time. He's participating for the first time at the World Championship for pairs, but has in the past competed a great deal with the single horse championships. In fact, the single horse world championships were also held here at the same venue last year, and that really was nip and tuck right to the last minute. That's another popular championship. We've got some great drivers there. Saskia Servers, Kelly Hutapels, brilliant Franz Schultz from Luxembourg, who actually also sits on the FEI driving committee. Mathieu is from the province of the Alpes Côte d'Azur. He was second in the French Championships, which was held at the same venue here at Le Pin in July. And quite a number of the people involved in this event travelled to the venue just to do a full recce. I know the British team were there as well. And for dressage, he's got a stallion and a gelding listed as his horses throughout. A Boom de la Luce, and who is owned by French Federation, and Tornado is a gelding. Interesting Polish breeding there. Always really interesting to look back and see what the heritage of these horses are, and I'm particularly fascinated by how much British Hackney blood runs through some of the Dutch warm blood veins. Really, some very clever people thought about the future of the sport horse and what was needed to make the modern driven horse for this level of competition. The riding and driving school manager, that's what Mathieu does in the day job. Magali Destal is on the carriage with him. So it's quite permissible to have different grooms. You can, well, have up to 4 listed. That tends to just be if you're driving the 4-in-hands, but all part of the team. And in fact, the presentation of the groom will figure slightly in that end of test dressage mark number 22, where you get your mark for overall impression. Obviously, drivers such as Mathieu will be aiming not just for individual placings, but hoping to put their team, and particularly the home team, onto the podium if possible. You've got a lovely angle there, the facilities, the restaurant, and all the great viewing at Le Pin. So the key to getting some really good marks in dressage are these wonderful transitions. Now, I've talked already about what the wheel width of those, so that's sort of the outside of the rear wheels is what you're measuring. And interestingly, as the drivers come up, particularly of the cones, you'll see they do get the wheels measured, just to make sure that everybody is playing on a level field. So it's as much about fairness as anything. So scrolling through the rules here, there are many pages. So Article 949 of Driven Dressage, the objective of the Driven Dressage test is to judge the freedom, good word to remember, regularity of paces, harmony, impulsion, suppleness, lightness, ease of movement, and correct bending of the horses on the move. So that's what you're looking for. Really important. I like the word freedom. Think about that. The horse doesn't want to be looking like it's restricted in any way. Regularity of the paces all comes back to the scale of training. The very first thing you look for is that rhythm. Harmony. Does it sing to you? Impulsion. Is that power coming from behind? You're driving forwards, never backwards. That's what you're aiming for. Suppleness. Are the horses working through their backs, through their shoulders, through their necks? Is the poll fine? So think about the poll. That is the highest point of the head behind the ears. You don't want it too high or too low. And particularly with a pair, one of the key things you're aiming for is to keep those heads at the same level, and that will only be done if everything's in the same place. Helps enormously if the horses are well matched in terms of height conformation. It's interesting when you see the teams of horses out on the ground. The veterinary inspection is always such a learning, fascinating exercise, but you see how different some of the horses are. With the pairs, you're going to want them to be pretty much the same in terms of height, because you're seeing so much of them, they're so exposed. So we've seen that we want ease of movement, so you want them obviously sound but moving well through their limbs as well. Fetlocks, hocks, knees, everything working well, shoulders, hips. They get backs and lock pelvises just like we do. So all of these horses will have physios and get regular back treatments, making sure the neck's not locking up, all that sort of thing. And just finishing his test, Mathieu for France.
Et le salut de Mathieu Horry de Gomme.
Horry de Gomme, as you say in France.
Avec ses 2 chevaux, Epundalus et Tornado.
Mathieu, who works with his wife with a driving and riding school, manages that, and he has also been involved with show jumping and eventing. So a very complete horseman, shall we say. Really important, actually. The likes of Marika Hahn, if we think about who's some of our leading lights in, and the Chardon family. Bram's sisters are eventers and dressage riders. It's really important to have that holistic view of the horse, and luckily when you've got these bigger horses, you can do a lot of your training and schooling and warming up under saddle. And it was really interesting talking of Bram when he came into the commentary box at Aix-Lou and said that as part of Lars's warm-up, so that, if you remember Lars, who was a fantastic pony that Tracy Bowman, the Grade 1 world champion, was driving, he said they'd made the decision to warm Lars up under saddle. Now bearing in mind you've got world champions here and you've got one of the best ponies on the circuit driving, and one of the reasons he's so good is because he has people around him who understand him as an athlete and what he wants. And I found that an absolutely fascinating snippet, that you think maybe you take them for a lunge or a long rein, and there are lunging arenas out there. There's quite, in fact, very strict rules about what equipment you use and how much time you can spend lunging your horses. But a really interesting insight that Bram said, to warm Lars up, and he's a world champion winning horse, they exercised him under saddle. That was the best thing for him in that environment at that event. It might be different another day. So that's the level of horsemanship and wisdom and knowledge you need if you're going to be winning world champions, gold medals and on podiums. So back to what are the judges for? The athletes, so that's what we call the drivers. In English the old term for them is a whip. But the athletes will also be judged on the style, accuracy. Simplest way to gain and lose marks in a dressage test, accuracy. General control of their horses, well, you'd think by this stage that's a given. Dress, condition of their harness and carriage, and presentation of the whole turnout. So that's what you're aiming for in dressage. The opening paragraph for chapter 11 of the FEI rules, articles 949. There we go. First of the Americans forward, this is Scott Dancer for the USA, and Scott and his wife Catherine competing for the national team for America, and know they will have a really supportive squad with them. They've been based over in Europe. They are normally in California, very long way away. I wonder how near to Tracy Bowman they are. And they have previously represented the USA in horse pairs, so it's pretty impressive to have a husband and wife team. He's competed so far at Beekbergen, did very well at Royal Windsor this year, came 6th. It's a strong field at Royal Windsor in May this year. And at Bornham in Belgium he was 9th, driving Dutch Warm Bloods, owned by his wife by the looks of things. And the same to Isabella Tucci. She is a mare being used in all phases, and Ivilandro, the gelding. So a mare and a gelding in there on the carriage with him. Sarah Schumann, and back as chef, who was also with the para team as well, Anna Brooks Thomas. So met Anna in Aix-Lou as well, so she's been busy. And the dancers have been training with Glenn Geertz in Belgium over the summer. Glenn, who, gosh, has had quite a tricky time in terms of family worries with his parents being involved in that dreadful accident, and we hope that they are well if they are watching from home in Belgium. But the Americans have been very consistent and successful over the years. They've also hosted many of the events, Gladstone, Tryon, and have their own events over in Akala. Great tradition. One of the problems they have, and it was interesting talking to the American athletes the next Lou, just the sheer distances. You've got people like the dancers and Tracy Bowman who are based in California. We have Bob Giles, who was from California as well. It's just the sheer distances. A lot of the driving takes place on the eastern side of the country. If you think about Kentucky and Lexington, a lot going on around Pennsylvania, going down into the Carolinas and in Florida. And it was fascinating chatting to Chester Webber, actually, in Geneva. I had a good catch up with him then, and he was talking about something as important as importing hay. He and his family, a bit of resistance there on the rain back. It might be best to just move on. Yeah, there's always another movement. You take a choice. Do we just score a 3 or 4 on that movement and then move on? And I think there's no point in upsetting the horses or losing the synchronicity, shall we say, because the rain back has not gone well. But Chester, who is probably the most famous of all the 4-in-hand drivers, and he's been doing it for many years and has been a medalist on many occasions, was talking about how he and his family, and his mum has a big racing stud as well, they have lots of race horses, they have to bring hay in, they have to bring their fodder in from, oh gosh, hundreds of miles away because of the climate in Florida. They're not able to make the sort of hay that they would want to be feeding to their premier horses. So the logistics, and then for a lot of the American athletes, if they want to compete, the majority of the events internationally are held on continental Europe, so just sheer miles involved. So Scott and Catherine, they have also been driving single horses. That's how they started, that's how many people start, and then moved on to the pair, and we will see Catherine later on. I think she's on tomorrow. But yes, the logistics and people like Bram Sheldon, Boyd Excel, Coos, they all go over to America, do quite a lot of training over there as well. Our professional drivers are trainers as much as they're producing their own horses, so people like Scott and Catherine making the most of them. So that's opening the frame there. So this movement is interesting. You've got, oh, they've just gone in sequence there. That was a lovely shot from the side. And just trotting around there, trying at all times to get that perfect moment when you're driving a pair, when you're not hearing 8 hooves on the ground differently. You've just got a lovely 1 2 1 2, this rhythm, this clear beat. That's what you're aiming for. And when the feet fall at the same point at the same time, that's beautiful. And you want your horses to be in alignment. Driving these pairs, it's such an art form. You'll always have one that wants to work more than the other. There are some horses that just, and ponies, particularly ponies and Welsh ponies, if you drive them like I do, they want to be working, they want to be pulling. And then you'll have others, they might be the geldings, the boys, who just hang back and are quite happy for somebody else to do all the work. So to have them pulling evenly, and that's why the importance of adjusting your coupling reins, of constantly adjusting how they go at home. You probably will not be exercising your horses with this harness and with this carriage on, and even wearing those gloves. So you need to make sure that you've done all your homework, because you're probably in your marathon harness or a set of everyday harness for exercising at home, you won't be using your Sunday best dressage carriage. So don't arrive at the event and suddenly think, oh gosh, the harness doesn't fit and the coupling reins aren't adjusted. These are all things that need to be adjusted beforehand, and that's one of the slight frustrations of pushing forward and asking for that extension, is you just get that break. So it's knowing how much to ask without pushing the horse over the top, and you'll just notice there was a break of pace there into a canter. So So the first of the Americans just trotting out of the arena. Well done to Scott Dancer, and I know there'll be lots of fans tuning in from home. So he's a representative for the team, and next in, Dennis Schneiders. Now he is really one to watch coming in next for Germany. Just bringing you any more up to date scores that we have. You can see those top three on your leaderboard. Really.
Judge at R, 114.5.
Yeah, the first three still staying. I don't think we'll have a change in that.
117, judge at V, 102, judge at P, 110. That's an average penalty score of 79.63. 79-63 son score. Point de pénalité avec 107 en C, 114.5 en R, 117 en S, 102 en V et 110 en P pour le meneur.
So to update you on the two drivers who have gone so far, Vladimir Mudry for the Czech Republic with a wonderful Kladrubas, he has gone into 14th on 67.58. That was 122.5 from Bert Jambon, and 127 13th at RS, 127, so R and S absolutely in alignment with each other at V, 128, which was 9th at 128.5. So interesting, the judges for the Kladrubas very much in alignment with each other. The placings might have been slightly different, but the marks the same. For Mathieu, the French team member, he's gone into 19th, 116, 114, 124, 120, 119. So that's really interesting. Those marks again tallying with each other, and the judges had him 19, 19, 2 at 16 at 20. So quite unified on that one. As soon as we get confirmation of Scott's through, it sounded like from the commentator out there that was 79.63, which will put him 79.63. That will put him just ahead of Sue Botley for the British. As these results are confirmed, we do bring them to you. But this is one potentially to sit up and watch, Dennis Schneiders for the German team, and he is currently ranked third. So we have Martin Holler, who's our number one ranked driver, Josef Dobrovits Jr., who's number two, and this gentleman is number three. He won in Bornem in Belgium. He was second in Laden, German, fourth here in Le Pen in July, and at Beekbergen towards the end of the season was second. So he's really strong at the moment, on good form, has been competing for a long time. He's 37, but gosh, you'd think he was a lot older. The amount of results he's got on his page. He's single ponies, pony pairs. He's won German team gold and silver. Gold with the ponies. He's been a bronze medalist with the singles. Lippica, he was 17th, but the Germans won silver. He was an individual in Kronenberg in 2021, but extremely impressive set of results. So Dennis Schneiders for yes, there is a Daniel Schneiders out there, but this one's Dennis Schneiders with his three horses, two geldings and a stallion. The stallion comes into play for the marathon. But for the dressage, Aglaia Livorno and Captain Chelsea. (10 and 11). The breed, interesting, next to Aglaia Livorno is Welsh, and then German bred for Captain Chelsea. So this will be one the German team will be keen to certainly get into the top three. Those positions have remained unchanged for a really long time since this morning's session. Carola also driving for Germany, but as a individual remains in front. 57.22. That is what we're hoping to beat, or anybody who wants to get into first place at the moment, for Dennis. Currently ranked number 3 coming into this championship, so lots of expectation for him, but somebody who's extremely experienced. Marlene Schneider's on the carriage with him in all 3 phases. Confirmation of Scott Dancer's results for the USA. Again, judges pretty much in alignment. 107 at C, 114.5 at R, at S 117, at V 102, and at P 110. So that puts him into 21st position at the moment, 79.63. Yeah, so he's just ahead of Sue Botley. So that's Scott Dancer currently in 21st position on 79.63. So the horse is stretching out very much in unity there. That was some quality to that movement. You just don't want this collapse. You want to retain the contact. Certainly when one's riding, you do a lot on, as we say, on the buckle. You're used to letting the horses stretch out. It's been a movement for dressage for a long, long time for riding, but to ask for it in this trot is interesting. And a lot of the success in this movement depends on the maturity and strength of the horses. It was interesting watching Martin Holler, actually, of all people, with some younger horses in Lipica last year. And if you think of somebody of his experience and with the sorts of wonderful horses he's driving, just the youngsters just didn't have the strength to maintain the trot. And that's something that when they don't have that security of what we consider to be a normal contact. But Dennis made a good job of that. They seem very light on their feet, don't they? Who knows what they're feeling like in the hand? That's what one can only imagine, but look light and supple. A few different interpretations of that final shape. And coming down the centre line for the extension. Pole just bobbing between these horses, but evenly matched. Not too extravagant, but just a safe extension at the end. And an alert reaction to the applause, I think one could say. An alert reaction, but I'm sure they've had plenty. But that's Dennis Schneider's for Germany. He's a member of the team and salutes the crowd. Extremely experienced, not just for the horse pairs, single ponies, pony pairs. Been competing for a long, long time and had some good results this season, which no doubt has helped seal his place on the team.
For the Schneiders, 140 for Judge at C, 144 at S, 138 at V, and 138.5 at B.
So marks sounding quite good so far. Don't want to commit to too much. But 138, 140, 144 by the sounds of things.
134.5 at R.
144.5.
58.53 goes into second place.
Gosh, Carola keeps her lead. Good for her, she's done well. So enough to put him into, unofficially, looks like joint second with Bruno Meyer, but as soon as we get confirmation of that, we will share that with you. But Carola Slaterdina keeping her lead at the moment, 57.22. It sounded like 58.53, but as soon as we have confirmation of that, I will send that over. Dennis Schneider's one to watch for the podium.
He was 7th and 11th in Chiaz this year, 3rd and 5th at Bogusławice.
All the drivers in this third of 5 sessions have stars next to their names, which means all of them are representing their national teams. So it's very interesting, the psychology of driving for your nation, because not only are you driving for yourself, obviously, not only have you had your own journey to get there, and depending on how well supported you are, the Germans, the French, the Belgians and the Dutch have really strong national federations when it comes to training, being very cohesive 24/7 every day of the year. It's not just a final sort of scramble to get to a championships, they are really, really cohesive about it. And for some people, the pressure of representing the nation and being in a team, it can really affect performance, and it's something the chefs, the national coaches, the team trainers, however it goes on in the background, they have to consider how somebody copes with the pressure of worrying about letting their teammates down. It's not just about worrying about doing well, it's worrying about letting people down. What are people going to say, all that sort of thing. So you have to be pretty hardwired to do this job, not only in terms of not letting your emotions go through to the horses and understanding yourself in a competitive environment. This is high pressure. There's been a lot of time and money and effort to get everybody here, so, and a lot rides on it. And for some people, being part of a national team can just be too much, and actually they do better competing as an individual. So there is that side of things as well. Lots and lots of considerations for selections for the national teams. Some nations, it's all funded sort of quite centrally. For others, they have to fundraise themselves to get here. There is no one size fits all. For Poland now, Hubert Sistowski. And yep, bang on time, due to come in at 1 o'clock. So back to our rules. So the arena and there is a lot of debate about this. It's been quite a hot topic of discussion, that the arena, is it going to remain at 100 metres long for the horse fours, or is it going to be shortened to 80 metres? Arguments for both sides. The majority of the horse fours drivers really want to keep it at 100 metres, and I think there's a, not just for tradition, but in terms of getting a horse team round the arena and being able to make the most of the dimensions of it, most of them are feeling quite strong and they would like to keep it. There is an argument to say that to find venues and to keep the sport attractive to the people that are going to host it and fund it, having to have an arena that is 100 metres long brings some logistical problems as well. So there's arguments both sides. So it's not just about the horse fours people going, it's always been 100 metres, it's always been 100 by 40, that's what Prince Philip and everybody devised back in the day. It's about saying, right, where is the modern sport? We've already had to completely reconfigure the marathon. The marathon bears pretty much no resemblance to how it used to be in terms of section A, section B being a walk, section C being a fast trot, section D being another walk, and then section E having your obstacles and also being done against the clock. We condensed it completely. We now have sections A and B, and I'll talk much more about that on Saturday. But in terms of the debate about how long a dressage arena is, we're all pretty much in agreement that 40 by 80 works. When you come and do the indoor circuit, which there's a really big movement for in the United Kingdom, and that is only 50 by 20. But it means it fits into most indoor arenas, which means in terms of the British climate, we are able to compete in the winter months, and it can be pretty grim weather-wise. So the organisers have to ensure the arena is enclosed, arrangements are in place that spectators cannot approach closer than 5 metres. So that's why you have this buffer zone. So not only do you need either 100 metres or 80 metres in length, 40 metres width, you've got to have this buffer zone around it so the judges can view in peace. It's something that seems like common sense, but it has to be factored into whether you've got an arena. And you might have just noticed at the bottom bit on the A side, there's like little barriers that go across, and that just stops people coming in. So the dressage test has to be driven from memory. It's not as easy as it sounds. There's an awful lot going on. Oh, there we go. Nice stretch there. They're enjoying that stretch. And so it has to be driven from memory. So you can't get the groom to speak. Bottom line is they might be whispering under their breath, but that will incur 10 penalties if the groom intervenes. All sorts of rules and regulations surrounding this sport to keep it fair, to keep the horses and everybody involved in the utmost safest conditions. Really interesting in terms of the breeding of these geldings that Hubert is driving. These are Silesian horses, which are a Polish breed, and they are very handsome horses. One of their distinguishing features is a particularly deep shoulder. They're really well suited to being driven, probably slightly heavier, as you'll see, in weight and in terms of the cannon bones and how they're put together, than a lot of the modern warm bloods. But again, a bit like the Kladrubs and some of the Lipizzaners, they've got a real presence to them. So Silesia is a region of the nation. They have quite a history, the Silesian horses. And they're a breed that actually are being used and promoted in this attelage, this traditional movement. So they have quite this sort of quite deep neck. They are warm bloods from Silesia, most of which lies within the parameters of modern Poland. Obviously in that part of the world, borders have changed rather a lot over the years. It's the heaviest, as I've just said, of the Polish breeds. It has been influenced with thoroughbred and Oldenburg blood. Little bit of Frisian in there as well. More Oldenburg blood went in there after World War II, when imported stallions were used to keep the breed from becoming extinct. You have to be terribly careful with these purebreds, particularly if you think about Cleveland Bay and Suffolk Punches with British breeds, that the bloodlines don't get too close. Where a breed isn't used very much, you can't keep perpetuating the same bloodlines. Anybody who knows that sort of thing's like marrying a cousin. It doesn't go down well. So the current stud book dates from 1961. Generally sort of 5,000 to 6,000 of them around. It was a breed that was used extensively for agricultural work, obviously before the tractor, which we see in the arena. All fields had to be tilled and ploughed and sown using horses. So interesting reading a little bit about how the height and the sort of average weight of the horses has changed a little bit with the, it's been what we call an open stud book. But temperamentally they're pretty cool and are well suited for the driving. And when you've got, a bit like the Dutch Frisian horses as well, when you've got a breed that is only one colour and very much true to type a lot of the time, much easier to match. And a salute there. Good halt. Pretty solid test from pretty solid horses.
For Poland, that was Hubert.
And he brought his fan club with him. There was news that some of the Polish drivers had a bit of a shocker on the journey over, that a car drove into one of their trailers carrying a carriage, and I heard that a lot of the drivers were late rolling in because they'd had to go and pick up the pieces. So great to have the poles here.
Sorry, not a percentage, a penalty score of 62.55. 62-55, 7e place pour le.
That sounded like 62.55. So these are compact, they're sturdy, they've got big feet, evidently that's one of their characteristics, which might not be so attractive in humans, but in horses it's really important, because if you've got a fairly heavy horse, and certainly if it's working outside, if that's what it was meant for, to have strong feet is really important, and the weight distribution across the foot. You don't want a horse with too small a foot if you're asking it to do an awful lot of work. No foot, no horse is a common saying. And your relationship with your farrier will be one of the key ones in your life if you have horses. So to confirm, Dennis Schneider's scores: 140 at C, which put him into third, 135 from Anne-Marie at R. That was enough to put him, that was 8th for her. At S, Barry was 144, which for him was second, and second also at V. Miguel 138.5. Andrew Council had 138 as well at 4th place, but that was enough. Yeah, just to confirm, he has gone into second. He's nudged just ahead of Bruno Meyer, 58.46, a confirmation that Dennis Schneider's has gone into second. So that's German 1-2 at the moment. As expected, the Germans showing some very good dressage. It's something they're exceptionally good at. Think of Marika and Anna with the four-in-hands. They are really good. And gosh, going back through time, the Germans absolutely led from the front in terms of ridden dressage, remain extremely difficult to beat. Think about Isabel Wirth and all those clever ladies who get their horses to dance in quite remarkable ways. Now for the team, for the British team, Diana, Countess of Lindsay. Diana is another lady who was really born into it. Her father was Nigel Chamberlain MacDonald, who was a really important figure in driving. They were based at Cranberry Park in Winchester, which is sort of south central, not far from the south coast in Hampshire. And it was formerly the home of Sir Isaac Newton. So Diana has been training, interestingly, this season with Claudia Mika at the Riant Centre. She has got three horses here, Malachy, Emma Coleman and Niall. And for the dressage she's got Malachy and Emma Coleman, all geldings. Gosh, Malachy's doing well, he's 22, Niall is 16. And Coleman is 6, so just a youngster there. She's got Chelsea Sinclair on the vehicle with her, Diana, who is based in Fife in Scotland, so that's the region north of Edinburgh, bit of coastal. Upper Largo. She had a very good Royal Windsor where she was 9th. I've been at Beek, Bergen, Cronenberg and Le Pin, so been competing over here. Obviously most of her results going back through time are at venues like Sandringham, Hopeton, which are premier events based in the UK. It's become much harder for the British drivers to travel over to the continent to compete, and equally it's become harder for continental drivers to come over since Brexit. I don't think anyone had any idea when they were voting on this politically all those years ago just the impact it was going to have on the transport of horses, the paperwork, the costs, the additional vet checks. Been mind-blowing, really has been quite difficult, but they're overcoming it slowly. They're on her halt. So Diana's father, Nigel Chamberlain MacDonald, very much involved in the coaching club in the United Kingdom. She has also ridden side saddle, and she's been a national champion. And the family had a carriage collection, so wonderful pedigree herself for driving. And her husband has been involved in the National Trust for Scotland, so a family steeped in tradition. On into collected trot, and the judges are looking here for a good bend to the left, contact, smooth transition, suppleness, accuracy and impulsion. So those transitions, suppleness, accuracy and impulsion appear pretty much against the box in every movement. When you go into the free walk, it's freedom, regularity, stretching, overstepping. So focusing on where those hind legs are falling in relation to those front crescents shapes left in the sand by the hooves. If you've naturally got a horse, if you're going to go and look at a horse or pony and drive, once you've looked at the eye and the feet, probably had a quick look at the teeth to make sure that the person selling it is, please do get to know how to examine teeth, because that's a telltale sign for how old a horse or pony is. Get to know the horse's mouth over time, but certainly look at it, run your hands down the legs, make sure there aren't too many lumps and bumps, and then see it walk and look at what happens at the back end. And if you've got a horse that naturally overtracks, it's something that's particularly important in driving, because then you have that natural action and power coming from behind that we keep talking about. And you'll just notice there that was an accurate arrival back at M. You don't head the horse's noses or the centre of your pole for M. You need to be back on the track. Really, we used to say a horse's length beforehand if you've done ridden dressage training, but aim for a point just before, so that you have completed your previous movement. There must be a clear start and finish to each movement, so that by the time you get to H or to M or to wherever you may be, you have finished that extension by the time you're at M and you're in your collected trot or whatever it may be, extension, open frame. That's what will gain you the extra marks. You don't want to finish too soon. You'll still be marked up until the point of exit, should we say. Different angle there. So just look at the bottom of your screens. You'll notice there, since Dennis Schneiders has driven with Germany 1-2. It's just pushed Anna de Ronde down into 4th, and Bruno Meyer is in 3rd place. That's driving now for the British team. Diana, Countess of Lindsay, rides just as much as she drives, which helps hugely in terms of the training and just understanding how the horse goes, what it feels like. There are some problems or some issues or some enhancements that you may want to make from the ground. There are others that you can do under saddle. Probably a little bit easier to be teaching the differentiation in the trots under saddle, but you'll be using equipment like trotting poles on the ground just to encourage those horses to lengthen naturally. But once you've established, when you're buying your horse, how good your walk is. The walk is the pace you can do least to. The trot you can work on over the years. Rein back, that's just practice. Square halt should be something you're doing every day. That final deviation. The square halt, you can practice it in the yard when the horses come in the mornings, or whether you're turning them out, just bring them out, just encourage them to stand with a leg in each corner. Easier said than done, but it's something you can just build into your daily routine. Oh, a lovely turn there. Well done, Diana. That was just... Let's hope the judges on that side of the arena were able to glimpse that in sequence. And a bit of extravagance, particularly from the grey. Interesting, slightly different action there. And on to just arrange your feet. That's it. Good boys. And a few familiar cries there.
Countess of Lindsay for Great Britain.
Should be pleased with that from Diana Lindsay. We'll listen out for the marks as they come. Normandy is quite easy for the Brits to get to. Do have that bit of ocean to cross, but there's a good contingent over there. Chef to keep for the team is Minter Wynn.
Chelsea Sinclair. $142.5 for judge at C, 131 at R, 136 at S, 142.5 at V, 139.5 at P, an average score of 59.04. That's the penalty score for Diana, Countess of Lindsay, and she goes into 4th place at the moment.
Well, in terms of the British team, that is a superb result. So sub 60 score provisionally for Diana Lindsay, but some great marks. Anne-Marie didn't seem quite so keen on that at R, but Bert at C provisionally 142, 131. So that's Anne-Marie not quite so impressed with that. 136 from Barry Capsa Cadets, 142.5 Miguel like that, and 139 from Andrew Council. So those are provisional, but 59.04. We will try and get confirmation from that. But that is a great score in terms of the British team. But all the training that Diana has been doing at Riant with Claudio and Mika, and the support from the British team, she's been out there competing a lot. That has paid off. Confirmation of Hubert Sudowski, who was driving for Poland, 62.54, so that popped him into 7th. Obviously that was live at the time. Diana will have gone ahead of him now. 131, which was 10th place from Bert at C, Anne-Marie 636 at R, S 134, which was 8th, V 137 3rd, and P Andrew Council 129.5, which was 11th. But actually a very close set of marks in the greater scale of things, but different placings. So that for Hubert, with his lovely Silesian horses, was 7th. So interesting to see how well marked one of our heritage breeds was, European heritage breed. But looking forward to confirmation of Diana Lindsay's place for the British team. View of somebody's feet there. Entering the arena and starting their test for Slovakia, Joseph Bukuliak, and he's got two youngsters, Lars and Louvre. They're KWPN, his horses. And look at the sire, Sir Ari. Have a chance if you can to look up his heritage and how much Hackney blood runs through his veins. There's some Plains blood in there as well. So these are both stallions, and Joseph was third in the national championship this year. He's using the same two horses all the way through, these lovely stallions, and Michaela Balazova is with him as well. He's 37. And again, another pair of well-marked horses. If you're putting a coach and four together, and certainly if you're going to be showing, some nations have different traditions for it, but certainly in the United Kingdom there is a huge amount of showing with a coach and four. We have meets and drives, and it's all to do with the heritage of how people got transported around. And then nowadays the majority of people will drive either an old one built by Holden and Holder Shanks, Thropper Mabley, something like that, or you can have a modern one built in Poland, in Mendikas in near Poznan. Do a lot of building of these sorts of carriages as well, which are sort of reproduction antiques of the future, shall we say. And if you can find a set of four horses who are marked like this to put in front of your coach, that's exactly what you want. Very striking in terms of their markings. It's quite interesting for those of us that are very involved in the traditional side of driving as well, that because a lot of people, due to availability, are driving these warm bloods with these long legs, and the height of the pole on the traditional carriages means that sometimes the legs actually do go over them a bit more, because the thoroughbreds and the hunters and the traditional beads lipizzanus that would have been driven with them, they just have a lower point of gravity, shall we say. They don't have these incredibly long legs, and as these horses are youngsters as well, it just highlights that they tend not to be quite so deep across their bellies and rib cages and quarters when they're younger, just waiting to fill out, a bit like gangly teenagers. They're all legs at the moment, and also this high leg action, which a lot of the Hackney blood has bred into them. It is interesting. They're stepping up quite well from behind. That's what you want, and just to have that clean transition on the letter. So as the driver, you have to be aware where the horse's noses are, so that you're asking for the command before you get to pee. That has to happen beforehand. I've just had a note through from a friend of mine, young Amy Matthews, who represents the British with the young drivers. Her dad David actually was a British team member on many occasions with the horse pairs, and Amy's actually supposed to be at school at the moment. Well, she's at college, but she's promised she's writing a report for me at the moment and is listening. So I'm very, very happy to be providing a distraction away from schoolwork and college work. Much more of an education to be tuned into these World Championships. And as people like Martin Holler and Joseph Dobrovich, and no doubt Brown will have said back in the day, schoolwork was important, but if you know this is what you want to do for the rest of your life, this is where your heart lies and your focus is. But the support of the families, it really, really helps to have dedicated parents and knowledgeable parents and families, aunts, uncles, grandfathers that have done it before. And the vast majority of our top level drivers, be they ponies, young drivers, young horses, will have come up through the family. But it's certainly no prohibitor to success. Look at a young man called Boyd Excel. Although he did a lot of driving before he came over to continental Europe, one of the things he was really keen to do was create the family around him. So he had Sarah Garnett, Andrew Simmons, Hugh and Karen Scott Barrett, all the people that help him, the Pillings, and his crew were the family that he didn't have because he was from New South Wales. And that's been key to his success, and he will talk often about the psychology of the team around you, that you need to be able to trust them when you're in these high pressured situations, and particularly when you are a defending world champion, repeat world champion. The expectation gets greater with each competition, not less, because you have more and more to defend and more to go out there and prove, because there's always people biting at your heels. Confirmation of Diana Lindsay's dressage test. Again, one that divided the judges. We have got her going from 1st to 11th place. Really interesting. At V, Miguel had her in 1st place with 142.5. Anne Marie had her in 11th at 131. So although there's only 11.5 between the marks that the judges were awarding, quite different in terms of what they were seeing or how they were awarding the marks. Both Bert Jambon and Andrew Council had her in 2nd place. Bert 142.5 and Andrew 139.5, and Barry was right in the middle of them all, 137, had her in 7th place. But that was enough to be a tremendous score in terms of the British team, 58.89. So that's put Diana Lindsay into 4th place. Her percentage is 63.19. The first of our Slovakian drivers just leaving the arena now. We've got 2 more to go. And then we will have a longer extended lunch break, finishing about 13:50, so 1:50 local time. We're just 1:27 at the moment local time, but for wherever you are in the world, you will be operating on a slightly different timescale, and we are thrilled if you are joining us here for the live coverage from Haras du Pin for day 1 of this World Pair. So we're championships, we are 120s and 130s for the Slovakian driver Josef Bakuliak. 2 more to come in. Philip Cornelius next for Belgium. He's part of the Belgian team. And the first of the Swedes. And we have an all-female squad for Sweden. Amanda Krugstad will come in later. That sounded like a 69. 69, which is round about Bruno Widmer territory. So he was the first of the drivers opening proceedings this morning. We are on Thursday. You may be watching this back in days, hours or weeks to come, but at the moment the broadcast is live from Le Pen. We're delighted to bring you coverage FEI TV in conjunction with Clip My Horse, the crew, and we've got technicians all over the place in all sorts of different countries helping to bring you this coverage. But we are delighted if you are joining us. It's always quite funny listening to oneself when you get these odd clips back on social media afterwards, and it's great that we have so much support. So 2 German flags at the moment against Carola Slater-Dina, 2nd to go today, and hasn't been knocked off her first position. Dennis Schneiders for the team, currently ranked world number 3. He's in 2nd place, 58.46. Bruno Meyer remains in 3rd place, 58.53, and just behind him, Diana Countess of Lindsay, 58.89. Then we've got 3 Dutch, Anna de Ronde, Eduard Boom and Sandor van Vliet, and that's 5th, 6th, 7th for the Dutch. Poland, Hubert is in 8th, 9th for Italy, Rocco Cordera, and 10th, Rafael Berard. So those are the top 10 at the moment. Now in for Belgium with his warm bloods. Interestingly, seeing against the owners' names, certain Frank Campbell, who was on the back of Daniel Naprusa's carriage in Exlou, and a Dries de Greek, who may also be known to many of you who follow driving. So Philip has got Esther de Kimpe on with him for all three phases. He's got these geldings for dressage, Goe de Gaume and Uvilia, and for the marathon he will have Frederick Jane in, and Uvilia stays in for all three phases. He's been out so far in Samoa. That was his best result of the season this year, where he was 11th. Bornham in Belgium, he was 15th. Also in Le Pen in the 35th. Beekbergen and Kronenberg as well. So been out and about this season already. But competing as a team member for Belgium. Really strong nation in terms of driven sport. A bit of resistance there on the move off. You really want, in an ideal world, if you're looking at a pair side on, to only see one horse. That sounds a bit counterintuitive, but in terms of the head height, where the ears are placed forwards or back, where the noses are, tail carriage, and quite fascinating when you see these horses out of harness. The harness hides so much, conceals so much of what the conformation is like, and particularly with a lot of the Dutch warm bloods, and particularly the Gelderlander horses that do also have their origins in tilling the fields in that part of the nation. They're Gelderlanders as an annex of these warm bloods. Very important horses when it comes to coaching, while match teams have this tremendous presence and have a lot more weight to them by and large than the sport warm bloods. But they have this incredibly flat back, and the first time you see them they do look a bit like giraffes with this high, the neck is set quite high onto the shoulders. I'm getting a nice aerial view there from the cameraman. So the neck is set high onto these shoulders, and you've got these really quite narrow barrels over the rib cage, and then really flat across the top with this high set tail. If you came up through the pony club or did junior riding or anything like that, and you had to go through what was your ideal conformation of a horse, these certainly don't always conform to it, but in terms of a modern athlete, the way particularly these back ends are configured, and you don't have this sort of dip across the back and just this natural head carriage, these slightly longer necks, the way the head is placed onto, they're quite fine round their throats, which means they have a bit more flexibility round the heads as well. If you've got a horse sort of thick set onto a really cresty neck, they just don't have quite so much movement through the neck. You can liken it a little bit to the human conformation as well. Confirmation, not confirmation, confirmation of Joseph for Slovakia. He's gone into 21st place at C 123, which was for a 20th, at R 131 for an 11th, S 121.5 for a 20th, V 119.5 for 21st, 127.5 at P for 16. So that's 21st position, 69.11, percentage of 56.81. Still in the high 50s in terms of marks. There will be some drivers later that dip down below that. May even go sub 50, but we'll just have to wait and see. 20 separate movements in this particular test. It is the senior 3-star for horse pairs and pony fours. Another debate actually that we all had, those of us that were involved in the FEI's driving forum in Kronenberg just ahead of the event there, which was a really, really valuable 2 days. And for those of you that weren't there, a lot of you did tune in to the live coverage, and we had so much discussion. The main points of discussion were social license to operate, how what we do in driving has a future, the concerns around the horse and sport, and it is a subject that the FEI and the European Equestrian Federation, and we've got the Ethics and Wellbeing Committee formed by the FEI with some really highfalutin vets and experts on that. So it is a subject that is really hot, moving really fast, with lots and lots of debate in terms of horse welfare and the future, because we all want a future. But there was a great deal of discussion once we got through that opening day about the dressage tests, and one of the really interesting discussions was how often do you renew your tests? Because the horses can get a bit stale, the judges can everyone gets a bit stale if you have the same test for about 10 years. So the feeling is that perhaps once you've had a couple of championships, be it 2 worlds, then you start reviewing the tests. And there is actually a dressage committee, I think, who's on it? Boyd and Bram and Chester are the athletes that are on it. And it's in terms of having feedback from the drivers, the athletes themselves, as to what they want, which is a world championship level test, to have the options of going back and using other ones. How often do you renew it? So roughly every 2 championships. So a test might be in circulation for 6 to 8 years, depending how often you renew them.
C'est la Suède qui va prendre le départ en suivant avec Amanda Krogstad. Ce sera la dernière avant la pause pour le déjeuner. Elle mène des chevaux frisons. Mel H, ce sera un de ses chevaux. Mel H qui est âgé de 11 ans, un ongle, et Rich B qui est également âgé de...
One more to go before we have a lunch break.
Cette année, elle était 14e à Pape-Borofco, elle était présente ici au Haras du Pin et pointait à la 28e place. Et l'année dernière, elle s'octroyait une place à Suède. Judges marks for Philip Cornelis. He gets a score of 124 at C, 119.5 at R, 112.5 at S, 122.5 at V, 123 at B. That's a penalty score of 72.18, 72-18, son point.
Unofficially, if you're tuning in to announcer from the side of the ring, that sounded like 124, 119.5, 112.5, 122.5, 123 unofficially, which would give an overall score of 72.18, but that is just to be confirmed in due course, which would put him just behind his countryman Christophe and Mathieu Auré-Dugom. So we're looking at about 23rd position from that in terms of where we are. So the leaderboard not changing at the moment. Carola looking really strong in front, 57.22. Dennis Schneiders for the German team, 58.46. Bruno Meyer, 58.53. And Sterner Council-Lindsay for the British team, 58.89. And the other sub-60 score, 59.41, Anna Durand. You may notice, if you are a follower of the horse breeds, as many of us are, these are Friesians, which are Dutch horses, although Amanda is driving for Sweden. She has got Friesians, and her stallion, Rinsjit B, is going to be for all three phases, and she's got Belly H, who's her gelding, and then Nero will be involved in the marathon cones. Jeremias Larsen is her groom on the back way through. She's from Eklangen in Sweden. The Swedes, another nation, you think of the Paulsons, who have been really important, and one of the first nations to really get in their head the importance of the training. In the early combined driving days, and there'll be many of us who are involved in sport for a long time, it was all about the marathon. Of course the marathon's the best fun, and it's what the drivers and the horses and the crew really enjoy. But it was a case of pretty much getting through the dressage, and then the marathon was what it was all about. The sport has changed, it's evolved, and the Swedes were one of the first nations and national federations to really take that on board in terms of the schooling, and then with the competitions being weighted in terms of the dressage, those horses and drivers, the combinations that seem to do very well in dressage now, they're staying up at the top. It is a really important phase. Cones combines all that you need in dressage and marathoners in terms of accuracy, rhythm, commitment, stamina. That all comes together in the cones, just like it does for show jumping when you're riding. But these different breeds being used, but the Friesians, very much a breed of horse associated with Holland, and very popular. They get used a lot in the UK and all over continental Europe for horse-drawn funerals, because they're naturally well matched. Whether you clip off all the feathers on the legs, a lot of the people who work in the funeral business will do that. It keeps the what we call clean-shaven legs, but they do have these naturally really long-flowing manes and tails. You get the different versions of the Frisian horse, and you get the sort of more sporty side of it, but they do, again, temperamentally, they're very calm horses, and it's been part of the breeding of the Arabo Friesians that one sees in driving quite a lot, that have been used, lots of them at Exlu, because you've got the Frisian calm, you've got how they're put together, and then you've got that bit of hot blood from the Arabs. Sometimes called Belgian black as well. They can be up to 17 hands. Occasionally they're chestnut, but really very much the black horses. Originated in the province of Friesland in northern Netherlands. They really are one of our ancient breeds. Great draft horse, and there's a tradition around driving them with what you call a Dutch chaise, which is quite an enclosed sort of vehicle, almost got a shell-shaped body, and you can have white harness with them. And sometimes the driver sits on the other side, so by and large the driver will sit on, if not in the middle, the right-hand side of the carriage. We've had a combination of our drivers sitting in the middle or to one side. Let's have a look at where Amanda's seat is positioned. Some of our drivers have sat to one side. It does have a slight bearing on how you adjust your coupling reins. And they get used a lot in the film industry. They're very striking horses, but really easy to be around. They've got good-natured, as we say. Evidently, a British writer called Anthony Dent claimed that the Frisian horse was an ancestor of the British Shire and the fell pony. You can kind of see the connection with the fells and the dales, but it is speculation. think all the Dutch are now shouting at the screens going, no, 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 this is Frisians, but lots of cross-pollination. Evidently William the Conqueror, when he came over, was riding Frisians. They seem too good-natured to be war horses, conquering another land, taking by force. In medieval times, the Frisians were used to carry knights. Well, they are strong horses. 12th and 13th century, some of the eastern horses of the Crusaders came over. There was an awful lot of pilfering when we get back to the Nonius horses as well. There was quite a lot of pilfering that went on with stallions, and in fact some of the horses, stallions from Normandy, were pilfered as well.
My final salute there for the morning session with Amanda Krogstad.
So that concludes
for Sweden and for the Swedish
3
team,
out of our 5
and
dressage
Richard
sessions on the opening day.
Larson.
20th World Pairs Championship for the FEI here in Haras du Pin. Wonderful setting, picture perfect conditions, everything as you would wish. The surface, everybody's saying it's driving really well, and Amanda with her handsome Frisians just coming down the chute there, the first of the Swedish team to drive. Really
a score of 137 for Judge C, 136 at R, 135 at S, 139 for Judge at V, and 136 at B. That's an average. An average penalty score of 60.28. 60.28, son score en point de pénalité pour
sounds like the judges were pretty united on that, about as united as they have been all the way through. We'll get final confirmation. I didn't catch what 60 it was, but it was 137, 136, 135, 139 and 136 by the sounds of things. We'll bring you back confirmation in due course. See you after lunch.
on vous souhaite de passer un excellent après-midi avec nous. La météo pour l'instant est assez clémente, donc pas de pluie. Un petit peu de pluie éventuellement prévu dans l'après-midi, mais je pense que ça risque de nous passer à côté. On a l'air d'être privilégiés cet après-midi, cette journée, puis on nous prévoit un très très beau week-end. Donc, rejoignez-nous tous les jours pour cette magnifique compétition, pour ce championnat du monde. N'hésitez pas à venir encourager.
We welcome you back to our broadcast from day one of the FEI World Pairs Championships for horses. We have 92 competitors who will be driving over the next few days. We've had quite a few through already. 2 sessions of 9 and 1 of 10. We have noticed that sadly the Portuguese driver will not be coming forward later on today, but at the moment we have run all the way through, and currently in first place. She was the second driver to go early this morning, 8:40 local time, and she has held on to her lead, Carola Slater Dina, so she's driving as an individual for Germany. In second place there is also a German flag keeping it in the family, the Schneider's family. Very, very good at competing at this sort of level. He's currently ranked world number 3 and would be very pleased with his position at the moment. He's in number 2 slot, and that is Dennis Schneider's. He's on 58.46. Also early to go in the day in the first batch was Bruno Meyer for Switzerland, a nation that has been really very important at this level and the whole of horse sport and getting it going for the driving side of it all. And Bruno Meyer, he is in third place, 58.53. Diana, Countess of Lindsay for the British team, so that was a great score for them. She's on 58.89. Interestingly, looking back across the board, the Spanish judge had her in first place, Bert Jambon in second, as did Andrew Council. Barry Capstick had her in 7th and Anne-Marie Turby in 12th, so that just goes to show the range of the marks being awarded. She sat in third for a long time, Anna de Ronde, with that very famous surname for the Netherlands. She is in 5th place, and breaking up the Dutch flags on that column is Amanda Krogstad, who was the last to go in that session. Actually, we can clarify, she put herself with her lovely Frisian horses into 6th place. The judges fairly united, 138 at C, then 142 for third place, 137.56, 130.5 for 12th, and Andrew also had her in 12th, 131.50. So that's going across there. So Amanda Krogstad sitting on 59.99 at the moment. Behind her for the Dutch team is Edward Boom. He is in 7th. And so we get going once again, welcoming into this beautiful arena at the National Stade in France, in Normandy, in Haras. We've got another 18 drivers to go today, but for Switzerland, starting the action, 10 to 3 local time, Marcel Luder, Luder, and he has a star next to his name, which shows he is representing the national team. Anytime you're looking through the lists of people, if they have a star next to their name, then they are on the national team. And the horses he is driving, he's got a gelding and 2 mares. He's got both mares in for dressage, Moosehof Laker and Moosehof Lava. He's had a great season so far, currently ranked 20th overall. He was 2nd here in July, 3rd in Laden, and 2nd at Schweizmeisterschaft. So a good set of results for the 34-year-old, accompanied by Patrick and Andrea Luder as well. Andrea is on the carriage for the dressage, driving his Freiburgers, so they can be bay or chestnut. If any of you follow the World Cup series you will associate Jerome Vuitaz with the breed as well. He drives French and Swiss horses, known also as Franche-Montaigne or Freiburgs. Originated about 200 years ago in Switzerland's historic Jura region. They were, like many of the breeds we see, the heritage breeds, used for agriculture. So think about the Gelderlanders I mentioned earlier, the Dutch horses, and the Frisians, the Silesians, all apart from the Kladrubers. They were far too regal to be used for that sort of thing. But most of the heritage breeds we have from Europe were used for agriculture at some point. Obviously, when we talk about the thoroughbreds and things, not so much. They've always been quite sporting horses. Freiburger is the only pure-bred Swiss horse, receives particular support from the state. They have a DNA process for sorting out their stallions. There's a lot of studies, very proud. And they obviously, like a lot of these breeds, have assessments and things for the breeding animals just to keep the quality of the progeny as high as possible. They're fairly compact horses and they're strong, good for driving. They're slightly heavier in build than some of our more conventional warm bloods, if there is a convention to them. And because a lot of Switzerland is quite mountainous, a lot of these animals, it's like when you're training youngsters, if you think about certainly the Welsh breeds and the parts of the world that some of our horses originate from and breeds, it's really, really healthy for an animal, particularly when it's young, to be on non-flat terrain. It's really important for musculoskeletal development. A bit like people, if they're fit as teenagers and youngsters, it ensures better health later in life. So you have a similar set of circumstances, and what a lot of breeders will do traditionally with breeds like the Hackneys and the Welsh ponies, even if a breeder had sort of fairly flat terrain at home, they might send their horses off to go and mature over more hilly territory. So like a few of the sporting breeds that we're seeing this weekend over the driving, this native Jura horse was crossed with Arab blood. The Arab, so important, Anglo-Norman, thoroughbred Breton, Comtois and the Belgian draft. So those last three breeds, very much Breton, Comtois and the Belgian draft horses, they're very thick set draft horses, and that gives a certain robustness to the character and the build of them. They were used in small farms, and think about the sort of the small holding nature of a lot of farming and where these animals would have been used. You don't have the great sort of expanse of plains that you have in other parts of the world, and so to be able to go up and down, deal with non-perfect terrain, that's exactly what these horses were bred for, known for their good temperament, their eager to please, quite adaptable and trainable, and that adaptability certainly for, if you think of the country of origin, really important. They're either going uphill or downhill. Conformation somewhere between a warm blood and a heavy horse, but I think we're probably veering a bit more on the light horse end with this particular pair, but they are muscular. The Freiburger's neck is particularly well set and strong, has a deep broad chest, which is really important in driving. That's your engine, so plenty of room for the heart, big heart in horses, just like we want in humans as well. And if you think about the heart pumping the blood around the system for these horses, a lot of horse to get round, and so you want plenty of room for the heart capacity behind the chest as well. Defined withers, long sloping shoulders, which again is another feature we particularly like in driving, because that's where the forward, we talk about the power coming from behind, but they're going into propulsion from those front bits. So if you have the point of shoulders to the base of the neck, if that's too narrow, jolly difficult to fit your harness properly in and give that sort of broad chest. So that's a particularly important part of the makeup of a well-built driving horse. So Marcel Luder, a member of the Swiss national team, and he's had a good season so far. He's second here in July. Two very well matched horses.
And a score of 144.5 at C.
Sounding good.
135.5 at R.
Sounding good.
Look
how well matched they are coming out there.
138.5 at P. Just waiting for the scores for judge of S.
Really harmonious turnout there. If you just had a look at the colour of the vehicle with that sort of varnished wood and the dark bay horses, sort of a mahogany nature to it all, just looks beautiful. The modern day Freiburger is used for pleasure riding, driving, trekking, endurance, show jumping, dressage eventing, trick riding and equine therapy. So the importance of the horse, we now know, we say the skin of the horse is good for what used to be the soul of a man, but the soul of humans will amend that to the 21st century. Just any relationship with a horse, you know, if you're having a bad day and you go out to the stables and have a hug, it's just the best thing in the world. And many people involved in this event make their living out of it. They're professionals, be it on the driving side, training, broadcasting, vets, dentistry, nutrition, making the carriages and the harness, all the kit. There is a huge international industry around the horse.
For Marcel Luder, penalties 59.19, that's fifth place for the moment.
59.19, just giving them to you as they are announced. So that is going to push Anna Duron down to 6th. He tucks in behind Diana Lindsay, but that was a jolly balanced test, and the remarks reflect it with these lovely Swiss horses.
138 en V et 138.5 en P.
And from one mountainous nation to another, it is very good for getting horses fit. Marcus Fleischmann,
Of the team members for the moment is for Austria.
and he is
Marcus
also a
Fleischmann.
team member for his nation, for Austria. Marcus Fleischmann.
Marcus Fleischmann is driving with Alexandra Fleischmann, and he's driving Highlight Ludoncello the 5th and Kingston.
So to repeat what has been said around the arena, Alexandro Fleischmann is on the back through all 3 phases. Just look there that Marcus is sitting to one side, some of the drivers choosing to sit on that traditional side, others sitting in the middle. That central point, if you're positioned in front of the pole in the middle of the carriage, does give you quite a different viewpoint from it all. Otherwise you're more aligned with the offside, the right hand horse. And if you want to get really technical about how this affects your relationship with the reins and the horse's mouth, read The Art of Driving by Max Papé, or go back through Mr. Benno Achenbach's treatises about driving, because it doesn't mean that you're just driving from a central point if you're on that right hand side of the carriage, and I'm talking as if you're looking from the back forwards. Now, to balance out the turnout, his groom in terms of weight distribution is sitting on the opposite side. That's absolutely fine. He's not going to be marked up or down for where he's sitting. It's down to personal preference. Most of these modern carriages will have a seat that you can shunt along into the middle. It's nice to be able to have a passenger next to you. You don't do it in your dressage, but perhaps if you're in the prize giving and you want to have a sponsor or a friend up next to you, good to have that. That's more of a traditional setup, and then the grooms or assistants get on and off from the back. Important, very basic getting on and off the carriage is always do it facing the carriage. Do not jump off forwards, because otherwise if you trip you land flat on your face. Better to land posterior first. Back to our KWPNs, the Dutch Warm Blood, which is really such a broad umbrella for many different types of horse, although they might look quite similar, but the blood running through their veins, what's gone into their breeding, is quite specific. And for the dressage, we have Highlight Ludencello the 5th, and he is being used all the way through. Kingston also being used all the way through, but there is a spare called Inferno. So those are the 3 horses that have come along. So KWPN, this acronym that we use a huge amount in all horse sport. It is Koninklijke, and apologies to my Dutch friends, Warm Blood Paard Nederland. So it is a royal Dutch warm blood horse, paard horse, Nederland obviously, and the Koning bit is relating it to it being royal. If you think KLM, Royal Dutch Airlines as well. And so there is quite a rigorous stallion selection process. They do this for the hackneys as well in Holland, and it is an education if you ever get a chance to go and look at these big shows where they have to go through the selection process to be approved as a breeding stallion. And to have an approved stallion is obviously what everyone is aiming for, and what they'll be looking for is conformation ability, the lineage, the blood running through its veins, and good health. So after the performance test, the stallion will be improved. And it is interesting if you have a look online about what they're looking for the jumping horses. Obviously you've got to have natural jumping ability, even more spring from behind than we need in driving. And for the jumping, the assessors will be looking in particular for a good canter, reflexes, think how they have to turn, form and scope. So think free jumping, the shape they would make over a jump. They've done this for years in Germany as well, that you're sending these horses around on a circuit, because the ultimate goal for any Dutch warm blood breeder, if you're breeding jumping horses, is to have one that will compete in Grand Prix. For dressage, quite different looking horses, much deeper, and they want a pure rhythmic and regular walk, trot and canter that have stride length, suppleness, power, carriage, and how they hold themselves, conformation, health and temperament. So this is from one of the official websites for the breed, and those are what's being looked at. But if you look at the modern jumping horse, perhaps a little bit more like the modern driving horse, really leggy, really leggy. Dressage horses, I think Glamourdale, just seem to have a bit more weight and substance to them. And for the harness stallions, they are selected primarily for the trotting talent, because there's trot, as we will see in a dressage test. It is the ultimate pace in driving. They want good suspension, so it's that moment in the air, and the more elevation you have, suspension, similar sort of thing, that's going to help you have this lovely rhythm, the tempo. That's what you're aiming for. Emphasis on the striding ability of that front leg, so how much ground that covers, but we mustn't forget that however far your front leg can go, the back leg must be able to track up as well. High knee action comes from that hackney blood, powerful hindquarters that step right under the body. We've said that all the way through the commentary. Must have a proud bearing, which is helped by the way this neck is set on and the head. They do stand naturally very proudly. A long neck extends vertically up from the chest. Well, not quite, but it's all in context. Conformation, health, temperament. So to distinguish that from the Gelderlanders, which tend to be a little bit heavier in how they're built, and they do stem from agricultural horses.
The scores are the following: 143.
Oh, this sounds like it's going to be
C,
good.
141.5.
Geldlanders also need to have good carriage, using their front ends in an attractive manner. Another long stride, powerful action. And they will be pulling by and large, perhaps slightly heavier vehicles like the coach, which can weigh up to a ton. So you need power. These relatively delicate vehicles that are being used by comparison in competition, not so heavy. And you're on a sort of perfect surface here. The feedback is that it's driving really well.
Il obtient 143 en C, 141.5 en R, 134.5 en S, 145.5 en V et 138.5 en P pour un score point pénalité.
Confirming for Marcel Luder, who has done a great job for the Swiss team. He's popped himself with a sub-60 score into 5th position. Bert Jambon at C really liked that. He gave 144.5, which in the context of his judging so far today put him into 2nd place. At R. Emery, not so impressed, 135 S. She was in alignment with Barry Capstick at 134, also 10th position. Not so far off from that at V. Miguel had them at 138, which was 5th, and pretty much mirror image Andrew Council 138.5, which was 5th for him. So 2nd down to 10th for our judges. 1 second, 2 tenths and 2 fifths. It's such a valuable tool, being able to analyse how the judges are seeing it. And if you think in terms of where they are with their boxes, you've got R and S quite near the top, so they're probably getting a little bit more of the same view that the judge at C is getting. He's the only one that has that view straight in front of him as the movements, entrances are happening on the centre line. And then down at the bottom, your V and your P judges. It's interesting how they are the ones, particularly with that test, they were all in alignment with each other, whereas Bert in front at C was 144, 10 marks ahead. So from what he was seeing on the centre line, obviously the horses were very straight, they seemed to be in sync for him. Maybe the view from the side for our 4 judges at RS and VP. Respondez s'il vous plaît. If you want to remember how to lay out your dressage arena, Fat Bay Mare can hardly ever kick. Is the Monquiers for those? All King Edward's men and all those sorts of things when you're laying out your arenas. In through the chute. We are moving on. We are back with Spain. Really fantastic range of nations here. Sébastien Sabater. So he's got some geldings driving the same 2 Capital, and Lord Stanley are his 2. And he is joined on the carriage for all 3 phases by Joaquin Sabater as well. I assume keeping it in the family. German bred geldings. He was a member of the Spanish team in Lipica in 2017 and again in Kronenberg in 2021, and on both occasions the team were placed in 11th, so full marks for consistency. He's been a Spanish champion in 98, 17 and 2020, so been driving for quite some time. Going back to the rules, so the allocation of marks and judges, the definition of paces, the movements will apply to all types and breeds of horses, so from Shetlands to Shires, as we say, but we don't go quite that small and large for this. They should be marked and viewed equally. All being well, they exit and enter at A. So we now move on to Article 954, movements and their descriptions. It really never does any harm to be reminded of these things. Number 1, the halt. The horse must stand square, straight and motionless, remaining on the bit. There's always some debate about using that terminology, on the bit, and what does it really mean. It means that the horse's head is in the correct position. It is on or just in front of the vertical. If the horse's nose comes behind the point of the forehead, where the ears are, then it's overbent. It's that simple. Can be on the vertical, so when you've got these quite long warm blood type heads, you can see just in front, fine. Probably when you're extending, they might go a little bit in front of that, and when you're asking for the open frames like that, there we go, we're on a 45-degree angle for the head. When you have these quite long necks, that's easier to see. Slightly more conventional in their conformation, jiggy jogging a bit, really frustrating once they start, and particularly when you've got a pair, one eggs the other one on, a little bit of tension there in that walk. So this is the free walk, which has the same definition as the walk, but in addition, horses must be gaining as much ground as possible, clearly lengthening the frame, which, now that, despite his jog, the transition between walk and trot was pretty clear cut. They need to be stretching forwards and downwards. For the walk, a regular 4-beat movement, and there is that, we call them jiggy jog and tranters, the in-between paces, which are very frustrating. Regular 4-beat, the horse should remain in light contact, walks energetically, supple, with even and determined strides. The hind feet touching the ground in front of the footprints of the forefeet, stretching forwards and downwards. So it's particularly on these surfaces, it's really lovely if you can just analyse afterwards where your horse's footfalls have been. If you drive in the UK, you're generally in a field being able to look in the mud and see. It's handy if you lunge your horses or work them from the ground on long reins, however you may do it, and just to see where the footfall might be at the start of your exercise session, when the horse, a bit like us, think about warming up before you go for a run, a little bit tense, and then at the end of your session, when the horse is warm, the muscles are warm, the blood is flowing, you've done your 20 minutes, half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, shouldn't really do too much more than that, however long it may be. Better to have a short burst and good work than persisting and it not going well. And then I'm setting you an exercise here. You go home, and when you exercise your horse, you can't do it on the roads, but if you're in your field or your arena at home, just see where the footfall is in comparison to the start of your session and the end of your session, and you may notice there's quite a change. It's an interesting exercise. To confirm, we have a change at the top, nearly. Carola is still holding on to her lead, but Marcus Fleischmann, after that super test, has put himself into second place for Austria. So Carola is on 57.22, a shade, not even a blink behind, 57.36 for Marcus Fleischmann. So we've just witnessed the second best test of the day. Oh my goodness, the judges, this is so interesting. At C, 143 from Bert had Marcus in third place. R, 141.5 from Anne-Marie had him in fourth. Barry Capstick saw quite a different test, 134.5 had him in 10th. At V, Miguel had him in first place, 145.5. These positions are in terms of the scales of the judges' tests so far today. Andrew Council, where he is a lot of the time in comparison to his colleagues, somewhere in the middle, 138.5. So he had him in fifth place. But probably one of the broadest stretches of the days, one judge at V in first place and at S in 10th. Be lovely to have a window into their minds and see what's going on. But it was enough for the average to put Marcus Fleischmann into second place with 57.36. That is a percentage of 64.15. There is always debate as to whether the judges mark slightly harder on day one than they do on day two. One would imagine, and the party line would be, that it's exactly the same all the way through, and at this level it would be. And also, this is a world championship where you might be getting lots of sub 50 scores at a regular event. We would expect it to be. The marks have to be much harder earned, put it that way, at a world championship than they would be elsewhere. But Sebastien Saboteur for Spain, he is not competing as a member of the team, he's here as an individual.
129.5 at R, 130 at S, 130.5 at V, and 140 at P, and that's 63.28 at 12th place for the Spanish driver.
Sounded like a 12th place, 63.28. I was just about to say the mark sounded quite in alignment, and then one sounded rather different. But as soon as that is confirmed, so change at the top. It goes Germany, Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and Diana Lindsay in 5th for Great Britain. Carola Slaterdina, second to go today, still in first place, 57.22. Nobody has beaten that yet. It will be beaten, but nobody has done it yet. Marcus Fleischmann for Austria, great test from him. And Barry Kapsick had him in 10th and Miguel had him in 1st. But that whole average has given him a score of 57.36. Dennis Schneiders, who put in a great test, ranked number 3 in the world coming into this championships. He divided the judges as well. Barry had him in 2nd and Anne-Marie had him in 11th. And he remains in 3rd place. We're keeping more scores sub 60 now. Bruno Meyer, again an early one today. 1st, 2nd, 9th, 8th and 11th. 58.53 his score, and Diana Lindsay in 5th, 58.89. Marcel Luder for Switzerland. Swiss doing really well as far as the team event goes at the moment in 6th, 59.26. And Anna Durand, she is now in 7th. And Amanda Krugstad, who was the last to go before lunch for Sweden with her Frisians, is in 8th. She's on 59.99, so she just squeezed in sub 60, and then we get into the 60 plus marks. So the top 8 at the moment are sub 60. These marks are not being given away, and who knows what sort of day Carola is having. No doubt she's out there walking the obstacles endlessly, but I bet she and the squad around her are keeping a tight monitoring of who's coming and going and whether she's going to go into the lead overnight. We've got some pretty big names coming before too long, ending the day with Eric Evers for the Dutch team. He had a good Royal Windsor. Andrea Tot for Hungary, another well-known competitor. Libby Priest for the United Kingdom, and Folke Rollerson for Ireland will be following on after the gentleman we have in the arena now, Otto Baris, who's from Prague, so he's driving for Czech as an individual, been on the competition circuit for a long time, been out competing. Stadlpur, 14th, his best results so far, 23rd at Kladruby, Silvasfara 22nd. And another gentleman with some KWPNs. Joined on the carriage by Brigitte Sarah Zadakova, and Yuri Marichak will join him for the marathon. The horses using all the way through the gelding Cobus for dressage and cones, Florian and for the marathon, Fahrenheit THB. Each of the athletes fills in what we call these declaration forms, and they put down their age. I can reveal that Ota is actually 55, and they put the names of their grooms, their contact numbers, emergency contact, which is probably the team trainer or the chef to keep, husband or wife, and in that, importantly, they mark down the name of the groom, who will be on the carriage for the different phase, and the names of the horses. Just about everybody has brought 3 horses with them, and they put an X next to the box which denotes if that horse is being used for dressage or what's happening there. But confirmation that Marcus Fleischmann for Austria has slipped into second place. He was the second athlete to come out at 3 o'clock local time. I'll just get Sebastian's marks in due course, confirmation for that. So there is a difference between the free walk and an extended walk in the FEI driven dressage. The free walk tends to be the one that is being used in this test. The extended walk, the horse ground covers as much ground as possible without haste and without losing the regularity of the steps. The hind feet touch the ground clearly in front of the hoof prints of the forefeet. The athlete allows the horse to stretch the head and neck forwards and downwards without losing contact with the mouth. Yes, you don't drop your reins completely. The nose must be clearly in front of the vertical. Then we get onto the all-important trot, which is our base point when it comes to driving. A forward, active, regular trot. Horse is on the bit. This means in terms of accepting the bit in its mouth. It doesn't mean it's being pulled in, or you want a nice contact. Those hands, such an important part of the overall turnout, going down to the bit in the mouth. It moves forward energetically with a great so this is working trot, carrying himself in balance and rhythm with even elastic steps, good hock action and clear impulsion, all coming from behind. The steps of the hind feet must at least be touching the ground in the 4 prints of the feet. So it's not like the walk where you want the hind prints to be overshooting to the same extent, but you certainly want it to be tracking up. So that's the terminology we use in English, that the horse is tracking up properly. It can be quite difficult for it to happen if you've got a particularly long-backed horse, and this is one of the traits of the modern Dutch warm blood, is they do have these quite long backs, which are emphasised by the relatively flat part over the croup, where they have this sort of tabletop. They don't have the sort of dip and the peachy bottoms that you get in other breeds, and it makes it harder for them to track up. But that said, they do have proportionately longer legs. If you have a slightly shorter coupled horse, as we'd say, then you achieve that tracking. Mares tend to be longer than geldings. It can be, again, a little bit more of a challenge to get your mares to track up in the same way as the geldings will, because a mare is naturally longer in the back because she is built to carry foals. It's that simple. They have to have more room in that part of the body. And he had a moment just from this side view where the horses were trotting in sequence. Deviation coming towards the end of his test for Czech Republic. He started driving through friends in about 2000 and early 2000, well, 2000 and teens. He has been well placed in Czech championships over the years, been involved with horses since a child. And he's another gentleman that works in the film industry, trains for movies and commercial films.
That was Haras for the Czech Republic.
Confirmation has come through of Sebastian Saboteur's marks.
124 for judges S, 116.5.
The local announcer, she's reading out these marks. I'll get to them in due course, but just for the Spanish watching, Sebastian has gone into 12th place, so that's pretty good, top half of the order so far. And where were the judges aligned on him? We went from 129, Anne-Marie at R had him in 16th. At P, Andrew Council really likes that. That is interesting. At 140. So 140 from Andrew Council at P. So for him, that was his second place test. Where else did he have them? He really rated that. Who else? Only Raphael Berard did Andrew have in front at 40.5, and he's currently in 14th. So those two were the tests of choice for Mr. Council, who is also chairman of British Carriage Driving, which is the National Federation for the United Kingdom, and all they're doing. Back to Sebastian. So I was distracted by Andrew's high marks. At C, Bert had him in 12th, 132.5 at R, Anne-Marie 129, that was 16th for her S. She and Barry and Miguel were pretty much in alignment, 130 for 18th from Barry and 130.5, which is 14th from Miguel. And at C, Bert 132.5. So those four awarding pretty much the same marks, but in terms of the relativity of where it is in the placing is quite different. But Andrew Council weighted his marks a bit more, but that was 63.65 for Sebastian to put him into 12th place, a percentage of 60.41. As soon as Otabares' marks come through, we will share them with you. At the moment, just about to come in is from Tipperary in the south of Ireland. This is Folke Rolson, whose son Chris also has competed very successfully on the junior circuit, and wife and mum Annika also involved. They were delighted this year to have won the cones phase at Beekbergen, and that's really quite something. Beekbergen, the event run by Mika, is quite a tough event. You've got all the world's best, and it was very much a prep event for these World Championships and the Europeans 4-in-hands at Aix-Luz. So he did really well to have done a cracking cones round there. Finished in 20th overall. He was 13th at Le Pen in earlier in the year in July, and 11th at Bulls. So one would expect quite a decent test from him, driving two horses, both KWPNs, Icandro and Jasper. Fabi Weber is on the back for this dressage, and then son Chris will be on for the marathon and cones. So, to define the collector trot as per what is being judged, at the moment the horse remains on the bit and moves energetically forward with a greater degree of engagement, leading to an increased flexion of the hocks. This is why the joints are so important, and fetlock joints. That's why it's important not to overdo your young horses. Let them mature properly, because what we're asking them to do through their joints is really important. It's a bit like if you have a young Labrador dog in particular, you mustn't walk any puppy actually for too long before it reaches about 12 months of age. It's a well-known fact. But the Labradors who have this pelvis problem sometimes in joints, and similar thing with the horses, you don't want to overdo them too soon, so let their skeletons firm up, and that's why you will then have them competing well into their teens, and the hocks and the fetlocks being able to flex as we would hope. And the forehand is raised up in collected trot, allows for more mobility and elevation of the stride. So it's not shortening, it's raising. The neck will be raised and more arched. The pole will be the highest point. The nose should not be behind the vertical, and the neck should not be restricted. The hind legs should take more weight, and the canes should be visible. So it's really what we talk about a lot in horse sport, particularly in dressage, is you want an uphill trot. So almost the quarters are coming down a little bit to get that increased flexion from behind, and it takes a long time, a lot of training to perfect your collected trot, and that's where the horse needs to have a lot of strength across its back as well, so that it can carry it and remain in frame as well. Another pair of well-marked horses in terms of those white stockings up the legs, makes them quite striking, but they're not being judged for their looks. The appearance is given a mark, but it is all about the paces, the obedience, the agility, how well they work together as a pair. And just those moments like we had on that corner when the paces fall into the sequence. Keeping the impulsion up during a collected trot, that's another part of the art form. And making sure they don't run in an extension, so the tempo stays the same, they're just lengthening the stride. And this is where you go back to wanting this elevation, the suspension above the ground, which was one of the breed traits that is being looked for when grading stallions. If you think just in terms of how we animals move, the movement takes place in the air, not on the ground. So that's why this all importance elevation and suspension. The moment that you're in the air, the leg is moving through the air when it's not on the ground. So that's why the ability to move properly in the air is important. This is where you're asking for the bend, and that's something that is done on the ground, because asking your horses to bend round that pole, which is straight and fairly static. A lot of these horses will also be driven as singles. The training can be done on that, and then you have a little bit more scope to be using the whip as your aid, just touching the horse on the side of the rib cage, getting it to move away from it. But those are all lessons that will be done in long reins. And long reining, really important part of training the driving horse, because one of the most fundamental points at which we depart from riding, obviously you're not sitting on the horse, but is that everything is done from behind, not on top, not at the shoulder. You are sitting behind. So one of the aspects of a lot of working horses was that they were kept in stalls. And if you think about Royal Mews over the years, if you go to any mews across the nations, you will see that the horses were stalled. Not only is it much easier to muck out and to keep, but it's part of, with a young horse, getting them sure of things happening from behind.
That was Falk,
Teaches them to stand as
Final
well.
Salute driving, Icandro and Jesper.
So Ota Barres, we've got confirmation of his marks for Czech Republic. He's popped himself into 26th place, 129 at C, R 126.5, 124.5, lower mark at V, Miguel didn't like that. Had him in 29th, 116.5, 122.5 from Andrew Council at P. So that's 69.63 for Otto Baris from Czech. But exiting now down the chute. That's Ireland's only representative at this championship. Polky Rawson. Next in will be Michael Barbie for Switzerland, driving as an individual.
139.5 at C. I'm the president of the jury. (130) at S, 135.5 at V, 132.5 at P. Just waiting for the confirmation for R.
Just trying to listen there for the announcers' marks. They're just coming through digitally. Philippe is doing the marking and all, well, collating the results and issuing them all. He's very, very experienced. And all the judges, they have a right next to them.
49 at R, so that's the score of 62.69 penalties for Volker Rawson for Ireland. With
Sounded like 62.69.
Let's
see roughly where that's going to put him. 60, quite a few. 62, 63 will be about 12th. Will be about 12th. Bear in mind we've had 32 go through, 33 of the 92. We've got half today and half tomorrow, so split down the middle in terms of how many we've got going through. 62.69. Quite interesting, if you're watching the screen, you'll notice one of the horses was nodding a little bit. It was the offside leader, and it's just sometimes that's the way of going of one of the horses. He just seemed to nod a little bit one of the movements, but the judges didn't seem to mind. It's not a sign of lameness, quite the opposite. The horse has been trotted up, but it can just be one of the traits that they have.
Leonard, a German-bred Satou, 13-year-old stallion. They took part in the World Pairs Championship in 2021 and were here last year in Haras for the Singles World Championship. This year they finished 9th here in July, 8th in Bulle, 7th in Kronenberg.
Now coming in, Mikael for Switzerland, Barbie. He's joined on the carriage for dressage by Martine Barbie, and for dressage, Da Vinci de René and Leonard, who's a stallion, and Da Vinci being used for all three phases, and then we have Dino, the number 18, will be used in the marathon, so the same combination as often happens, being used for dressage and cones. And then so Michael has been introduced to driving when he was 8 years old by his father, very enthusiastic at 15, gained a permit to do a little bit more driving with Martine, his wife, but he's been a member of the Swiss team for many years as a single horse driver and enjoyed great success. He was in silver position in 2012, and the team also won silver, and they've done bronzes and silver medals for many years at lots of different venues. He himself driving pairs. He was at Bull, Celestat with a single, Kronenberg with a single, and the Pau here in France where he was 9th. So certainly very experienced. One of the issues, particularly when you're driving the marathons, is to make sure that what we call the red mist doesn't come down, which is where the adrenaline really sticks in. Now that's not an ideal rain back. So do as I say, not as I do. One head went down, one head went up, and certainly those judges on the sides at RNS will have had a really good view of that. So I would think the running totals have dropped a little bit. Got an Oldenburg here, Da Vinci. And Leonard is a stallion. And Dino, who's coming in for the marathon, he's a gelding. So stallion and gelding here. At the top we still have Germany in 1 and 3, Marcus Fleischmann just splicing them in second place, 57.36. Is there anyone that is going to change that top order? It remains to be seen. Today I think all bets will be on the order changing a bit tomorrow, certainly when we've got lights of Martin Holler coming and more of the team members. Anna Sandman, watch out for her dressage tomorrow. That will be something to watch. It's something she really specialises in, does beautiful test, has these cracking horses that can trot like no other horses, and so one would expect Anna certainly to be up there. Martin, Joseph Dobrowitz Jr. not using necessarily the first 2 horses he'd hoped to, but they've got such a depth of horses in their yard and stables that the Dobrowitzes were quite easily in a position to pull out another 2. That's better. Open frame trot. From Mikael. Eight of all our drivers so far have gone sub 60. Otherwise, from Eward Boom onwards, we are into the 60s, and 2, 3, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the 70s. But all sorts of different flags. We currently have Spain and Italy tying for 12th place. We've got Sebastian Sabater on 63.35, which is the same as Rocco Cordera. The tightest of margins between them all. We're talking decimal points now, splitting them. This is how close dressage judging and driving is these days, but the marks, the placings open up enormously after the marathon when you have your 8 obstacles. Last of those deviations, coming back at K. This is in collected trot, turning onto the centre line, and you want that pole just riding right over the central point. Just a side view there. Looked like there was almost a hop, but no, got them back, pacing well together and arranging their feet for that square halt. Good support from the Swiss squad there and all their friends for Michael Barbie.
That was Michael Barbie for Switzerland, driving with Martin Barbie in the dressage. And driving Da Vinci
competing as an individual. The Swiss are a strong team. Would be thinking at the moment on results, Germany would be in front. Haven't got any confirmation of this, but Marcus Fleischmann done well for Austria, but doesn't have a compatriot next to him. So at the moment, this is unofficial. One would assume Germany are in front for the team, then Switzerland, then the Netherlands. That's where it's looking. But don't forget, we've still got some big Hungarian names to come. That will change. We will have a team order for you, obviously, at the end of today. But don't forget, we've got another full day of dressage tomorrow. 46 tests per day. We are currently on 34.
Here is Mark for Michael Barbier, il goes into the lead. Voilà, il prend la tête. Michael Barbier pour la Suisse avec David Design et Léonard. Goes into the lead on 56.19. That's with 1:43 for.
It sounds like we might have a change at the top, having just said that.
At S, 1:42 at V and 1:47.5 at P.
So unofficially, just listening into what's being said around the arena, 56.19. We'll await confirmation for that, but it might be that after a long day sitting at the top, Carola has been pushed down into second place. But my goodness, what a day she's had sitting there, second to go in, awaiting confirmation. We haven't had Folke's confirmed marks through yet. Next in, driving as an individual. She has competed on the British team before, but this is Libby Priest, who is based at an island, actually an island, not far from Ireland, the Isle of Man. She's an equine dental technician, been competing for many years, and this year she was third at Royal Windsor, had a good Royal Windsor, and also third at Chepstow at the David Broom Centre for dressage. Enzam and de Top and Victor are her two geldings. She's helped out by Michael Sloan and Maria Hum. Enzam and Victor are 14 and 13. And in comes that sire again, Plains Liberator for Victor. I do have a look at his bloodlines, and you'll see there's an awful lot of Hackney blood in there, but registered for the purposes of this generation as a KWPM Dutch warm blood. But for the British squad, Libby Priest. She's been a national champion in United Kingdom on several occasions. Has produced these horses herself since they were 3 or 4-year-olds. Currently trains with Ivan Kelly for ridden dressage, and Wilf Bowman Ripley, who is actually there. Wilf is there. She's been based at Ashfields in Essex, training ahead of this. Started driving at the age of 13 with the Rescue Shetland Pony, chairman of the Manx, another name for the Isle of Man Harness Club, and competes herself in ridden dressage to elementary level, which is a great help when you are training your horses. So Michael Sloan will be, who is her partner, is on the carriage with her for all 3 phases. She was also helped on her journey by Peter Bennett, and actually I've just been sent a photo of Peter and Wilf and Mr. Excel all sitting together on the steps watching what's going on. She's a qualified level 3 UKCC coach. She's joined at the event by her niece Beth Turner Priest. So Victor is 16-1 hands high. He broke him when he was 4-year-old, started training for driving. Very laid back. She said he enjoys being a petting pony, talented dressage horse, works at medium level in ridden dressage, so that helps. So that's Victor. And Rain back there. Now that was a really good example of dropping the rumps, as we say, and coming backwards. So Libby Priest from the Isle of Man driving as an individual for the British team. This is the free walk. To remind you, the same definition as for the walk, so you're looking for the regular 4-beat movement, remaining in light contact. Energetically, you don't want to go to sleep, it's not a rest. Gaining as much ground as possible, clearly lengthening the frame forwards and downwards, and there's always a bit of a vulnerable point where about 4 or 5 paces out from the next transition you start picking up the reins again and making sure the horses don't break. That takes a lot of practice as well. They mustn't anticipate, and when you've had a test that's been around for a year or two like this one, the horses get to know it really quickly. It's always amazing how quickly the horses will learn a dressage test themselves, and they're pretty clever. They learn to anticipate a movement as well. But that's it, Libby quite at liberty, so just use a little bit of a touch with the whip, even though the reins are in one hand. The horses trotting in sequence there around the corner. Another consideration when you're driving a pair is that although we talk a lot about them being in sequence, the legs looking as if they're one, from the side seeing one horse, that means that the horse on the inside, particularly on the curve, is generally having to shorten a little bit whilst the horse on the outside is having to lengthen. It's very, very subtle. But if you were to keep the horses going at exactly the same pace, covering the ground exactly the same way on these turns, then the outside horse would be getting left behind, the inside horse would be slightly in front. So it's tuning your horses through training, keep coming back to that they are going to just open up very slightly. That outside horse has to just be just the tiniest beat in terms of lengthening, so that you can keep them level, so that when you're on those turns, on a circle, doing your S-bends, doing your serpentines, that they remain together. And that's really what the crux of successful pair driving, certainly in dressage, is. But that carries forward really importantly into your marathons. If you're asking for those turns and the obstacles, shaving off the seconds, that outside horse, and we'll see it a lot going around the obstacles, particularly when you see some of those Hungarian boys going through, the lengthening of the pace of the outside horse and relative shortening of the inside one. And you see it quite subtly here. It's important in the cones as well. They have to keep their rhythm. That all comes through the training, and deciding which ones of your horses is going to be best on the near side, which is the left, offside, the right. And if you're somebody like Libby that trains her horses under saddle, she's a dressage rider as well, she'll be really conversant with what these horses are like through their rib cages, which is their strong, which is the weaker side. It could be that they're tight on one side, which means they don't bend on the opposite side, and it's not that they're tight on the side they can't bend on, it's they need a bit of loosening up on, say, the right hand side if they've got a tight left bend. So this is why it's important to have a good physio or chiropractor or timony or whatever method you might use, but keeping these horses in tip-top shape as well. So different angle there of her just coming back onto the centre line. If we can keep the camera on, we might just see the forward transition to the extension. And Libby Priest there for Team GB. She is competing as an individual.
Libby Priest for Great Britain. And final sleeve there for Libby with Ethan at the top and Victor.
Libby leaves the arena. We have confirmation that indeed we have had a change at the top with Mikael Barbe for Switzerland driving as an individual. He has gone into first position with 56.12.
120 at
I'll just listen out for Libby's mark, and then I'll go through, because we didn't get a chance to announce the Irish driver either.
6.995 is her penalty score. Et un score en point de pénalité pour Libby Priest à 67,95 avec 128 en C, 120 en R, 127 en S, 125.5 en V et 130 en P.
There we go. So
67,95,
if you've got that in French, you'll see that. But really exciting. So slight change in our order, which pushes everybody down. But Carola, who has sat at the top for ages, and now on 56.12, Michael Barbe for Switzerland has gone in front. The judges actually fairly united, apart from Barry Capstick on that one. Andrew Council had him in front, 147.50. Both in third place. Turbay at R, Bert gave him 143, and Maria 142.5. So those two saw the same test, and also Miguel 142.5. So three of the judges very much in alignment. Barry Capstick had him in 9th with 136. Andrew Council liked it very much, 147. It's that good mark from Andrew that's pushed him up. So that puts everyone down a slot. Volker Rawson for Ireland. He's, was in 12th, will be 13th now, 62.62. Judges fairly united. He went from 129 to 139.5. Interestingly, Bert Jambon at C had him, bearing in mind this was before Michael drove his test, in 7th place. He seemed to quite rate that 139.5. Interestingly, a mark of 35.5 at V was in 9th, 130.5, 18th. Marie 129, that was 16th, and Andrew Council 132.5 was 13th. So he ranged from 7th to 18th. It is, just looking across the board where the judges place them in terms of their day and what they are seeing. As soon as we have Libby Priest's confirmation of her scores, we will share that with you. In the meantime, and we do appreciate you all watching from all over the world, so thank you enormously for joining us. For Belgium, we've got this driver Wim Halen, and then we have Milan Djurdjevic from Serbia, who will be in next. Two more in this particular session, then we'll have another 20-minute break, and then we roll from 4:40 local time through to just after 6 o'clock. One more session to go after this, but it's been a tremendous day. For nearly the whole day, our second athlete out, Carola Slater-Dina, she sat on top for a long time, a position she held until just now when Michael Barbe for Switzerland has nudged her off the spot with 56.12. No sub 50 marks yet. Will we get any? Have to wait and see. Driving as an individual for Belgium, Wim Halen. Another gentleman with some KWPMs. He is driving Elmo B and Ecuador all the way through. Elmo B is a stallion, Ecuador a gelding, and they're being used for all three phases. Jack Daniels is the spare, no doubt off having a good time in the stable somewhere. He has been a member of the Belgian team in Kronenberg, Lipika and Topol Chiansky. So, been driving for some time out in Ex-Lubik, Bergen and Kronenberg. this season. His father had horses, which he would drive at the weekend, started driving himself around about 2001, has been a Belgian champion in the past, also is a dressage rider. Very handy when you're training your driving horses. But for all that you can use your leg, your seat, your core, everything when you're on top of the horse, you do use them to some extent when you're driving, even though you're not physically touching the horse, having a strong core, the stability across the pelvis and the seating area, that's where you are. The angle that you choose to sit at should be roughly 45 degrees. All the drivers are on a bit of a wedge cushion there. You don't want your legs at 45 degrees, you don't want that bend in the knee, but certainly that slope coming up onto the wedge, slightly frustrating, not most defined walk, just anticipating there, but it's the tension that leads them to just have that slight in between, not trot, not walk, the jog. It'd be interesting to see these two horses lined up against each other. It could be the camera angle, but one does look bigger. That offside horse does look bigger than the other one. Could just be the angle we're looking at them. But if you have any tension, one of the places as humans that we hold our tension across the shoulders, down the back between the shoulder blades, and that goes, if you think just in terms of the arms, that tension's going to go straight down the reins to dissipate. So if you can do some yogic breathing or just understand the in and out of your breath, shallow breathing as humans, then it can affect all sorts of hormone levels in our bodies and what we secrete. So slow down the breathing, slow down your thinking, and then that will transmit to the horses as well. We've had a correction through for Sebastian Saboteur for his mark. Obviously been a slight revision. He is on 63.20. Which actually takes him off his joint position with Rocco Cordero. They were for some time sitting in equal 12th, they're now in equal 14th, but that will be amended on the screen no doubt quite soon. But we've just had on the scoring app that's coming through, Sebastian is on 63.20. You are closely monitoring where the marks are. At the moment he's competitor number 9, Wim Halen. The numbers actually issued were to do with the countries that, so we started with Baroness von Buchholz, so for Argentina, and then we went to Australia, Austria, so that's how the numbers are actually issued as, and then within then it's the alphabetical order of the athletes and their surnames. So the numbers don't bear any resemblance as to where they're going, those are just the numbers they have for the duration of the event. So that's been amended. So slight change there in the scoring, and that will come through. For those of you watching at home, if you're tuned into HoofNet for the results, do note these aren't official, they will be ratified overnight after the competition when everybody's sheets are analysed. You think we've got 92, if you get out your calculators, 92. 92 dressage tests over 2 days, and we have 22 movements, so each judge is making over 2,000 decisions for dressage. Just think about that. So 92 competitors, we've got 46 each day, so let's do 46, the 20 movements plus the other 2 marks, 22 marks
120 en S, 107.5
for
en V
each
et
test. So
114
46
en P.
times 22 today. That's 1,012 decisions these judges are making. Multiply that by 2 over the 2 days, 2024. Admittedly, we have had one competitor drop out, so let's multiply that by. So it's just over 2002. That's how many individual decisions, before they've even thought about what they're having for lunch or what they're wearing today. That's the mental agility that we need and the concentration from our judges. And if you want to multiply that by 5, that's over 10,000 marks and decisions that are being made for this dressage competition alone. It's quite mind-boggling if you think about it. So just think about how many marks are being processed. So that's what the technical team have to do. All these hundreds and whatever they may be, the placings, the hundreds of percentages. It's a huge amount of number crunching. It's logistically quite a lot to think about. 10,000 decisions over these dressage tests. Confirmation of Libby Priest for those of you watching in the UK. We are an hour behind in the UK from local time. So just waiting for the final competitor to come in, due at 16:10. So Libby Priest, who is driving as an individual, she's on 67.95. That's 67.95. That puts her currently into 24th position. Where were the judges on her? Bert Jambon at C, 128, which is 21st for him. Anne-Marie Turbe at R, not such a fan, 120, so that was 31st place for her. Barry on the money at S, 127, so 24th position for him, which is where she's ended up overall. At V, Miguel, 125.5, that's 21st for him. Andrew Council, 18th for him, 130, but 10 points between them, 120 up to 130, so fairly united on Libby Priest's marks, 67.95, which is a percentage of 57.53. On to the final athlete, competitor turnout, all mean the same thing, of this fourth, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have one more session to go, and this gentleman is Milan Dressage. He is driving for Serbia. He's took part in Ferikanci events and Pleternica. They were in Croatia. He was first and 11th there. He's got mares and stallions. Goodness, that's unusual. If you think about biology, it could be quite interesting, but the mare Embora 5 or Embora V, she is in for all the sections, so obviously a good mare. In the marathon we have Idefix, and for dressage and cones we have another stallion, Salant's Locomotive Breath. Warm Bloods, Salant's Locomotive, relatively young, he's an 8-year-old, Embora is 14 and Idefix is 10. So all either in their prime or approaching it. We will have a short break after this, and then we come back for mainly individual drivers only. Alessandro Formia for Italy and Eric Evers. He did very well at Royal Windsor this year for the Netherlands. They'll be rounding off today. We won't have, sadly, Frias Hugo for Portugal, who's due in at 17:20. back to our analysis of the dressage. We've done collector trot, now extended trot, which is something we do expect to see. The horse lengthens its stride to cover as much ground as possible, resulting from greater impulsion from the hindquarters. The athlete allows the horse to remain on the bit without leaning on it. It should be lengthening its frame to gain ground. I always think of these horses like concertinas, they go in and out. The nose is slightly in front of the vertical, the hind feet must clearly overtrack those footprints. It's like reading a book, it's like code. You can see how well your horse is going if you just read the signs left in the sand. The horse must remain in balance whilst maintaining the same rhythm with strides of equal size. Hurried strides are discouraged, that's what you don't want them running. And it's jolly difficult if you drive smaller ponies, and particularly these Welsh ponies, it is more of an art form, not exclusively, but to not get the ponies to run. The horses, it seems to happen a bit more easily because they do have this natural elevation, particularly the Dutch warm bloods. But just running along is discouraged and will result in severe faults. Those are the words of the rules. Medium trot, something you see an awful lot in ridden dressage, less so in driven, is a pace defined between working and extended trot. The horse lengthens its stride to cover less ground than asked for in extended trot, but more ground than asked for in working trot. Does seem like stating the obvious. You have greater impulsion coming from the hindquarters. Oh, how often do we mention that? Again, the horse remains on the bit without leaning on it. All about that nice light contact. Length and frame gains ground. Should remain in balance. And once again, you will be severely penalised if you have hurried strides. Canter, it's not something that we will see in these tests, but where we have the single test, working, collected canter, extended canter, change of leg, that is something that will come up should we ever cover the single test. The rein back. Horse or horses must walk backwards in a straight line with the legs being lifted and set down in diagonal pairs. Horse remain on the bit, straighten the body, not evade or resist the contact. So that's when the head goes up or down. Poll should remain the highest point. How often do we see that the arch of the neck coming up? The transition to the next movement should be immediate and smooth, but you do need that just beat. You need that beat of just boom, establish, back, whew, breathe, then you go forward. It mustn't be too hurried. Shoulder in, it's something that is asked for a lot on the ground. It's such an important part of the training. Weirdly, although you're asking the horse to come on that curve and to go onto what we call the 3-track, where you've got the diagonal legs in the middle and one hind and one foreleg, so that is the definition of a shoulder in. The horse goes onto 3 tracks. Again, read those codes in the sand or in the mud when you're doing your training at home. Driven with a slight but uniform bend which maintains engagement, and it's a really, really important exercise for getting your horse's back end engaged. You can do it, you can encourage it from the ground, and it's something that is asked for in single movements, but it's bending away from the direction it's moving in, so you mustn't lose your outside shoulder, but it is a really important one.
Milan Djurdjevic.
There we have
for
Milan
Serbia.
Djurdjevic rounding off our penultimate session. We've got 8
We now have a break.
to go, but we've got a
Dressage resumes at
20-minute break, just over 20
25.
minutes. We might just have to bring you his results at the start of the next session. But in the meantime, Wim Halen for Belgians popped himself into 34th position, 77.29. Where were the judges on that? Fairly United, 32nd, 31st, 36th, 34th, 34th. 107.5, 108, 120, 107 and 114. That's a 51.69 percentage. But for Halen win.
65.83.
He sits in front of Scott Dance of the United States and Sue Botley as an individual for the British. But at the moment we have at the top of the leaderboard Switzerland, Germany, Austria, Germany, Switzerland, Great Britain. Those are our top 6. Diana Lindsay keeps the British hopes alive there in 6th position, but Michael Barbie did a great job not so long ago, 56.12, so it just goes to show how harder these marks are today. 56.12 for first place, 57.22 in second, 57.36 in third, 58.46 in fourth, 58.53, 58.89 in sixth, 59.26 in 7th, 59.41 in 8th and 59.99. Those were the Frisians before lunch, and they're in 9th place. So we have 9 sub-60 scores at the moment, but as you can see from the bottom of your screens, Switzerland in the lead, Germany and Austria. Now these are the individual standings at the moment. It will be very interesting. It must be very, very little between Switzerland and Germany for the, in terms of, don't forget Michael is not a member of the team, but for who has gone earlier, Switzerland still looking pretty strong. Germany and the Dutch. So they've had individuals and team members go, but we won't know the team standings really until end of play tomorrow on Friday. But we'll have a short break and be back local time at 4:40 for the final session.
The lead followed by Carola Diener for Germany. Markus Fleischmann is in 3rd place, followed by Dennis Schneiders for Germany again. Bruno Meyer for Switzerland is in 5th place. Pour les 5 premiers, Michael Barbet en tête pour la Suisse, Carola Diener pour l'Allemagne est en 2e place, Markus Fleischmann pour la Pologne est en 3e place, Dennis Schneiders pour l'Allemagne est en 4e place et Bruno Meyer pour la Suisse, le Suisse qui présente bien pour l'instant et qui est en 5e place, donc en individuel. Pour les équipes, c'est l'Autriche, Markus Fleischmann, c'est l'Autriche qui est en tête, donc le sport de Markus Fleischmann, l'Allemagne en 2e place et la Grande-Bretagne en 3e place avec la reprise de la comtesse de lycée. C'est donc qui est 58-89.
A very warm welcome back to you, and I hope you have enjoyed the coverage on behalf of us all at FEI TV. It's been a joy to take you through the proceedings from Le Pin in Normandy in France, this wonderful historical venue playing host to the 20th FEI World Championships for pairs of horses. We have 90, well, it was 92 at the start of the day, 91 now competitors. We have one that has not made it, from 25 different nations in the region of 270 horses, all stabled here, where there are 300 stables. This tremendous venue of Le Pin, which has received enormous funding from the French state, has been really overhauled. Recently was the venue for the European ridden eventing championships, but in terms of driving, it's seen many events and championships over the years. Last year the single horses were here for their world championship, but this weekend it's all about the horse pairs. And if you saw a load of red jackets and caps as we watched Max Berlage come down the chute into A, that's because this gentleman is driving for Germany, and they always have really strong squad and support, and very distinctive in their red livery attire and jackets. Already the elevation in these horses is looking very good. One of the words, elements that we're looking for in these dressage tests. And during all the breaks, the chap in the tractor has been around the arena smoothing it out, and the word is from those drivers that have already been in here, the going is very good. So these two horses looking very light in the hand, which is just what we want, and arranging their feet just about into perfect squares. We've just got one of the front feet was slightly back, could have just been the angle we were looking at. But all day until very recently, German driver Carola Slater-Diener was sitting on top with her tremendous score. She was the second athlete forward this morning on 57.22, but Michael Barbie from Switzerland knocked her off the spot in a test that was marked extremely highly by Andrew Council, who is sitting at P. He is here officially as the foreign judge. You have your president of the jury, 3 additional judges, and then you have one who's known as the foreign judge. That's the configuration of the 5 judges. But Jambon is sitting at C, Anne-Marie Turbet at R, Barry Capstick, who is, although based very much in England, has lived here for a jolly long time, is in the Cotswolds at the Unicorn Trust. He is representing Ireland. Miguel Angel Gutierrez Camarillo, but we're just calling him Miguel today. They're all grand jury members, and the foreign judge lives in the borders. For many years he was principal of the Duchy of Cornwall College. That's Andrew Council, but enjoying life in Scotland these days. But as the foreign judge for the purposes of this World Championship, Jerome Houteman, who we see more often than not as a course designer, he is our technical delegate. He is supported by Francois Theory from Belgium, who's the assistant delegate. Course designer Gabor Finta from Hungary, and he is assisted this weekend by Bruno Kemp from France and Vilmos Jambon from Hungary. The Germans, we saw this in Ixlu as well, have really good quality horses, and that is reflected in the extremely good marks they tend to gain in the dressage. They have lovely conformation, they are very athletic, They have a huge amount of quality about them, and in terms of the quality of the paces we're seeing now, and watch out for Anna Sandman when she drives tomorrow. The precision with which those horses put the feet on the ground. We don't have full access to the marks from the individual judges, but one would imagine that this will be scoring quite highly in terms of what we've already seen today. And back into a collection, but this, you could still see those horses coming up and down off the ground. Slight raise of the offside horse's head there, but otherwise it's looking very smooth. You get the impression that that will be a very nice position to be in on the driver's seat, holding the reins of these horses. They don't look like they're pulling at all. They look to have a super contact. Beautifully obedient, tuned into the driver, not distracted by all the people and the sights and the sounds and the music. That's quite a big deal for them all. They are animals after all, not subject to computer programming or AI. And you see, just despite everything, that horse just coming up, raising its head, so that's a slight distraction. That was interesting as the movement took that horse close to where the crowd is, and you'll just notice, despite the quality of the test so far, there was a moment of distraction, and that's just what happens. But very, very controlled, and asking for just that bit of extension, retaining the rhythm and the tempo. That's the idea. And so Max Bolage for Germany, and no wonder, he's currently ranked 4th. Has done plenty of driving in the past at international level with pony pairs. Was a member of pony gold medal winning team in Minden in 2017. He won his class at Laden, was 2nd at Aix-Lou, 5th at Kronenberg and Biekbergen, 13th at Bull, but that's why he is ranked so highly. And on the evidence of that test remains to be seen, where the judges are going to put that Katia Belange on the vehicle with him. And she's on for all of them. He had De Monte and Brisbane, gelding and a stallion there. De Monte, who's registered with the Anglo-European Stud Book, so that's again another sort of sport horse type organisation that is promoting modern breeding.
Marks for Max Berlage and De Monte and Brisbane, a score of 134 at C, 141 at R, 142 at V, 139 at P. We're just waiting for the results.
So 134, 141, 142, 139 so far. Just listening to the announcer from the arena. Let's see what Andrew has to do. Just waiting for confirmation of those final results, but certainly a very strong showing there from Max. And
a score of 134 for Judges, so that's 59.26, 7th place for Max Berlage.
So a sub 60, again, all this is just slightly on hearsay at the moment, but that was a great mark. 59.26. We'll just await confirmation of that. but we currently have Marcel Luder for the Swiss team on that mark, but that's putting Max round about the 6th, 7th zone, which sets him up well. Now for France, just circling, that's the A end of the arena, listening for the bell, Yves Kadivana.
Elle a été médaillée de bronze en 2011, 7e à Saumur cette année et en 2022, 3e à Chablis, 16e au Haras du Pin au mois de juillet. Next to go for France, Eve Cadiverna driving Hudson and Jan Roos 2 Dutch Formula.
And Eve is driving Stallions. For the dressage we have Hudson and Jan Roos, who are both KWPNs, aged 11 and 9. Her best result this year was in Saumur when she was 7th. She has, as a child, used to compete in jumping events, switched to carriage driving aged 25 because she had a knee injury, started competing in 1992. So she's been doing this for quite a long time. She's won a top pairs driver award in the past and has been a multiple French national champion. She teaches driving as well. Continvoix is where she is based, and for the dressage she has Valentine Werner on the carriage with her. So it is her 8th World Championship. She was part of the bronze medal winning team in 2011 in Conti, when she was on the team with Francois Dutilly and Stéphane Chutemont. She is a member of the organising committee behind Saumur. Hugely valuable to have a driver on there as well. A mum and a trainer of 2 successful ponies. So, an all-round horsewoman, we could say, but been competing for many years. Here in Le Pin, where the local time is 10 to 5, just gone 10 to 5. She is an individual. And the rein back there on that centre line. The judge at sea has the most perfect view of whether that is straight or not. That's exactly why we have a judge at sea, just set back in the box there. Interestingly, if you think about the length of the dressage arena between the 80 and the 100, so when you have an event where you've got your horse fours as well with their 100 length arena, there's quite a bit if you're using the same part of your venue. And we witnessed this in Aix-Lou. Quite interesting to see how the boxes have to be moved where the judges are, and suddenly we found ourselves looking at the judges' boxes without the judges in them, I would hasten to add, being driven around the arena by Jurgen Houteman on the end of forklift prongs, because you have to adjust those side markers as well. So although they are all relatively equidistant across the lengthening of the arenas, the actual distance between the individual markers and the corners does alter between that 80 and 100 metres. So you just have to think about the logistics of moving your arenas round if you're going to have anything competing at 80 metres, which is your standard length of an outdoor arena. Don't forget it is different if you're competing inside, to that 100 metre length for the horse fours. So to remind you, we have Switzerland in front with Mikael Barbie. He's currently on 56.12, having enjoyed at the top slot for so much of the day. Now in second, Carola Slater-Dina, and she's on 57.22. Markus Fleischmann, the first of the team members to be in the mix for Austria, so he's on the national team as well. He's in third on 57.36, but these marks are so close. Only the tiniest of margins between them. In fourth, Dennis Schneiders for Germany on 58.46. In fifth, Bruno Meyer, again for Switzerland as an individual. He's on 58.53. In sixth on the British team, that's Diana Countess of Lindsay. She's there on 58.89, so that's good news for the British team. We've only had one of their team members forward so far. Don't forget, we've got a big mix of individual athletes and those who are on the national teams too. Behind her for Germany, Max Berlage, we saw him just a moment ago. He's on 59.19. Just to run through his marks, we haven't done that before now. He was in fourth place from Andrew Council at P and Miguel at V. So Miguel had him on 142, Andrew Council had him on 139.5. Barry Capstick, not such a fan of that test, had him in 13th place at 134. Anne Marie, she was higher, 141, which was 6th, but pretty much in the middle. He and Barry had exactly the same marks at 134, but for Bert Jambon that was at 14th. So home crowd are cheering, or should we say politely clapping, Yves Caddy-Werner, who has on many occasions represented her nation, and she is helped by Valentine and Damien. They will be on the back with her. And we have our officials. They'll be the chaps wearing the lanyards around their necks. On run somebody just to take away the little presents left behind by the horses. They've actually been fairly clean. It's interesting, it's one of the things that will happen, that when the horse gets a little bit anxious or out of competition, sometimes they can produce a little bit more from that end than they do otherwise, but the arena party, all part of keeping it nice and clean. And they've done a great job of keeping the whole arena looking immaculate on each of the breaks. They've been in just smoothing out all the lines, so we don't have any grooves. So each time a session starts, it looks like we're right back at the beginning again. Next in is for Hungary.
Is on the individual drivers, Andrea Todt.
Is Andrea Todt.
Her third World Championship with the same horses.
In her day job, she's also a medical doctor for humans and a rheumatologist. Jolly handy to have. She's been out and about. She's had a third and a fifth this year, and she's been competing in Croatia and Hungary. She is driving Lipizanes, who she got here for all her competitions, all three phases. She's driving the Stallion 150 Maestoso Gaetana X, so that's a 10 in Roman numerals. He's a stallion. And for this phase and the cones, she's got bonus, and then Manu in for the marathon. On the carriage with her, she has Laszlo.
la phase de dressage.
Yes, committee.
C'est un lipidan âgé de 18 ans.
So for Hungary, driving as an individual, Andrea
Elle a
Dott.
participé donc par 2 fois au championnat du monde à Cronenberg et Draco, donc en 2021 et 2019, et a terminé à la 45e place les 2 fois. Cette année,
This is a
elle
good
est
opportunity to
troisième
talk about the wonderful Lipizzaner breeze. I've mentioned already the importance of the stud in Lipica, which was for some years in Yugoslavia, now is
Elle mène avec Laszlo
Slovenia.
Kekskemeti.
So the famous prefixes for the Lipizzanas are Maestoso, Faveri, Conversano, Pluto, Neapolitano and Siglavi. So you also have in Lipica Topolicanchi and in Italy classical lines, all used for breeding. Tulipan and Incitato are accepted as equal bloodlines to the 6 classical lines by the Lipizzana International Federation. The Tulipan line of breeding tends to be found in Croatia, Bosnia, Romania and Hungary. In Hungary they also have the Incitato line. So just to confirm, Maestoso, that's probably one of the prefixes that you'll come up against most frequently. Faveri, Conversano, Pluto, Neapolitano is another one. Siglavi, probably less so nowadays, but there is also, aside from the big 6, you've got Tulipan and Incitato. Pluto was first founded as stallion line, has the origins of a grey stallion from the Frederiksborg stud in Denmark. There were 2 Pluto lines, one from Lipica and the other one from Forgas. The monarchy used them for pulling heavy court coaches as they were strong and handsome horses. And if you ever go to one of the heritage museums and look at the weights of those early vehicles, the ones that are still around, bearing in mind they are mainly wood and it does, unless properly looked after, deteriorate over the years, but they didn't have springs. They were great beasts of carriages. Conversano, the founding stallion of this bloodline. They're from Italy, Neapolitan, dark brown horse. The names of these lines come from the original stallions, and he was born in 1767, so this is just how far back these bloodlines go in the stud of Count Kaunitz. Neapolitano in 1790, also in Italy, another brown stallion. And the horses from these 2 bloodlines, Conversano and Neapolitano, used as swift horses on long trips and had good staying power. Faveri line, 1779, who was a blue-brown coloured, interesting, Kladruber stallion. There are lots of conformational similarities between the 2 breeds. The best of this line had a great influence in Croatia. Maestoso. So that was linked also to a grey Kladruber stallion, Maestoso Senior, who was born in 1773. The line died out in Lipica, but renewed with the stallion Maestoso X, who was born in 1819 in the Austrian military stud, interesting, at Mezőhegyes in Hungary. Siglavi, founder of this line, was an Arabian stallion, born in 1810. All his offspring was superb. The horse in this line are very good breeding horses. Tulipan, going to the other 2 aside from the big 6. Roots Croatia, beginning of 1800. There was a stud at the then Hungarian border, and they used stallions and mares who came from Lipica. They were strong and fast carriage horses. 1881 they had more than 55 mares and 7 stallions. Then the Croatian line Tulipan was created. They were big, muscular and dark in colour. In Svilvasvarad, which is one of the Hungarian national studs and also a venue for lots and lots of driving championships. They had the young horses there last year. Tulipan Caprice was born in 1965 in Yugoslavia, and he was used in the 1970s at Svilvasvarad. Also a Tulipan line from Romania. And the Incitato line comes originally from the Transylvanian stud of Bethlen, owned by Count Paul Bethlen. The founding sire for this line was born in 1802, and his sire was a Romanian Siebenberger stallion, Curioso, and his dam was a Spanish mare. Again, you see the crossover sometimes with those Andalusians as well. The Hungarian stud farm, Mesohedges bought the Incitato in 1815, who's used as a breeding stallion, again with horses from Lipica, who were there during various wars, 1819 to 15. And if you read certainly about the history of Lipica, nearly wiped out during the Second World War. Fascinating history. Very, very much caught up with all the geopolitics of Habsburg, Spaniards, and all the many machinations of borders and country changes in sort of Central and Eastern Europe. But in the meantime, Andrea Tot for Hungary, as an individual, driving her Lipizzana's here in Le Pan. We are on the final session of day 1 dressage. Switzerland leading at the moment. Michael Barbie, Carola Slaterdina in second, and Markus Fleischmann for Austria in third. So those are our top 3 just now, but it will of course change with another full day for you tomorrow. To confirm, Eve Cadivana, who was in not long ago, she's in 22nd place for France, driving as individual. 66.05 was her score, 58.72 the percentage. Judges, again a bit of division probably in the placings, less so than the marks, but Jambon 133.5 had her in 15th. At R, Marie 129.5, 20th place. S 124.5, that's 28th for Barry Capstick. In 24th at V for Miguel is 124.5, and at P for Andrew Council, 18th for him so far. Remember, these do change each time a competitor comes through. 131.5, so the marks don't change, but the positions relative to where the judges place them with what has gone before, obviously that changes each time somebody else comes through. But Andrea with her greys, Lipizzanas, as we've just mentioned, not exclusively grey, it is a tone, shade, colour we associate with them, and keeping them clean is always a bit of an issue. I'm sure everybody that owns greys has their own tips and snippets. Ketchup and a tail. That's meant to be good for lifting out those sort of yellowy stains that you get particularly in mares after they've been in season. But whatever you do, keeping greys spotlessly clean is an art form. For those of us that have them, and I drive a team of 4 greys, I look longingly at people with black and bay horses and know that they've had an hour more in bed than the rest of us have had who turn up with greys at a competition, because invariably there is something to be cleaned in the morning. And out they trot.
Judges' marks for Andrea Toth, 130.5 at C, 122.5 at R, 126.5 at S, 129 at V, 124.5 at P. That's a score, average score of 67.58, and 26th place.
Confirmation will follow in due course, but just listening to what's been said around the arena, 26th place for Andrea Tot, 67.58, bearing in mind we've had a total of, well, we will have a total of 41 going through. More than that, we've got 91 in total, so half of that. We've got 45 going through today because one has dropped out.
Nous allons
So
accueillir les Pays-Bas maintenant avec
yeah, about half, we're just
et
over
Corinne.
halfway
Next
at
to
the
go
moment.
for the
130,
Netherlands,
122,
Race
126,
driving,
129, 124. So
Jemen
judges
van de
fairly united on where they saw
Van
that
de Hoeve.
test. Moving on.
Stallions. Amy van der Marte Hoeve Texel is age 9 and Kulana is age 8. Six at Kronenberg this year, winner of Royal Windsor.
We have for the Netherlands driving as an individualist, despite having his win at Royal Windsor, did incredibly well, had a particularly good marathon there. So his Dutch warm blood geldings, this is Rents Egbering from Duitsland in the Netherlands. Started his driving career with 2 Frisians, around about 2000, currently ranked 14th, coming into this event. He's got a mixture of stallions and geldings. On the carriage with him, Katrien Geldof. For Dressage, Simon van der Martha Hove Tex. That Hove name creeps in every so often. And Culano. 2 stallions for the dressage. Culano being used in all 3 phases, and there is another Giacardo who will come into play for the marathon. Also out driving in Kronenberg, where he was 6th, another early event in the season. That was in mid-April. Beat Bergen towards the end, which was used as a good warm-up for this event, and also the European Championships for the 4 in hands, and Le Pen earlier in the summer. But came over to the driving Grand Prix at Royal Windsor and had a great event there. In fact, he and his fellow countryman Eric Evers were cat and mouse all the way through. They were 1 and 2 at Windsor. It was great watching them and following their marks. Just have a look. He's one of the drivers that's chosen to stay sitting on the traditional right hand side of the carriage. Does give you that slightly different angle, makes you marginally nearer that offside horse. And you just have to bear that in mind when you're adjusting your coupling reins. Coming into his rein back. Three metres, that's supposed to be, that's movement number 9 out of the 20, then forward into the collected trot round via C to H. And then this free walk. The lengthening of frame, and this is where you want to have this clear over track where the footprints go forward, and a moment of what we call pair perfection when it's all just falling. There they are, back in line again, certainly from this angle, and then it goes. Harder to maintain in a walk than in a trot, particularly on a free walk, but they've demonstrated that very well there. They can, and quite often do, just fall into a nice rhythm together if you're particularly trotting down a fairly flat straight road. And in sequence together there. Another pair that look lovely and light in the hand. That was interesting. You could just see from that camera angle just how the horses just pushed on from those quarters. They dropped ever so slightly just to bring that propulsion up. It's probably why he does quite well on the marathons too. They do have that 6th gear readily to hand, but it has to be a bit more contained in trot in a dressage arena, but it's still the basic schooling principles of strength and those all important scales of training to get it right. And you as the driver, your part of the bargain in this arena is to keep it nice and accurate, smooth, keep in control of your nerves, don't let your own feelings and the pressure you might be under boil over yourself, let alone with the horses. And that's why it's so important that you'll notice nearly everybody who's driving here has got husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, teams around them of tried and tested people that just keep everything nice and calm. It's especially important in the lead up to the dressage. There's quite structured training times, particularly when you've got 92 or so turnouts to allocate. So they have their familiarisation in the arena where the horses just get a chance to have a go on their own in this arena, bearing in mind you don't have the crowds, you don't have the music, it's not quite the same, but there's an opportunity to drive the arena, which is really valuable. But you do also have your allocated slot times for lunging arenas and in the warm-ups out there. And if ever you there are aerial views of Le Pen out there, certainly on the internet, and do take a look at the whole way this beautiful venue is laid out. Score to beat to go into first place remains 56.12. So anything in the 50s would be welcome, and that would set Eric up ahead of Saturday's marathon. So all our drivers today, Thursday, they finish with their dressage, and they will probably spend most of tomorrow walking and walking and walking those obstacles, trying out the routes, walking with the chef d'équipe or team trainers, walking with their backsteppers, just making sure they have all 8 routes and any alternatives completely sorted. If something goes wrong or you don't make a turn, you need to be supersonically aware of where each of those gates is and those marathon obstacles, because if you go through in the wrong sequence, even if you correct it, it's incredibly expensive in terms of penalties. And certainly if you want to be up there in the top echelons of positions, you need to make sure that there are no errors at all in these obstacles, particularly with these horse pairs, because the marathon counts for so much.
And the score for Rentic Brito of 143 at C, 138.5
Hello?
at R, 138.5 at S, 140.5 at V, 141 at P, and that's a penalty score of 57.58, goes into 4th place. Quatrième place pour Rentic.
Sounds like a good result, and that certainly is reflective of the test from how it looked on the screen. 57.58, smooth, had quality to it, lots of suspension and elevation from the horses, and where these warm bloods really score is when you ask for those differentiations between the collections and the extensions. It's something they just do so well. So unofficially 57.58 will
Un seul concurrent représentant la Grèce qui va maintenant entrer en piste.
position.
The next to go, the Greek
At the moment, we'll just wait for confirmation of that. Andrea Top, she had 130.
FEI Driving Championship for pairs.
She's 21st place from Jambon, 123.32. 126.5, that's 28th at X, at V 127.5, 20th, and at P 124.5, that her
Is their second participation in a World Championship.
67.80,
They
which
took part
was
in Dressage in
27th. So
2019, where
that
they
is
finished 24th.
confirmation of
And this year,
the dressage scores from each of the 5 judges, and the total then the average penalty scores
pour
which is how it's
le
worked
concurrent
out.
grec
That's Andrea.
Athanasios
Top.
Atsopoulos en Autriche à Sainte-Margarethen.
So in terms
Cette année,
of
Louis
marking,
Silva,
going
donc,
back
et puis
to
c'est
the
sa
FEI
deuxième
driving
participation
rules,
en championnat du monde. La dernière
marks
fois,
out of
il
10
a
will be
participé,
awarded for
c'était en
each
2019 à
numbered
Monaco, en
movement,
Allemagne,
for each
où il
heading under the
termine à la
general impression on
24e
the following
place.
basis. 10 is excellent. 9 is very good, 8 is good, 7 is fairly good, 6 is satisfactory, 5 is sufficient,
Ah oui, mais dis donc.
4 is
Pour
insufficient,
le
3 is
dressage,
fairly
Dexter
bad,
et Mélanie,
2 is
qui sont
bad,
tous deux
1 is
des
very bad,
VPN.
and 0 is
Dexter
not
est âgé de 15
executed.
ans, Mélanie est âgée de 12 ans.
It's a bit soul destroying if you pick up a sheet and those marks are on there.
Tous les deux
Half
tours.
marks may be awarded,
Ils sont
so you can have
habitués,
lots of
sont
0.5. So
trop
although
juste,
you've
Dexter
got 0 to
very
10,
nice.
actually you can double
Dexter age 15,
that. You can't go
Brayden
10.5 or
14-year-old
0.5.
girl.
That would be pointless. But within that 0 to 10, you can have whole numbers and half numbers. So that does give you really double the figures if you look at it from those terms. Error of the test. We haven't seen any errors yet. We've all driven it beautifully from memory. If an athlete fails to perform a movement but does not deviate from the track, the president of the grand jury may either treat it as an error of course or may decide to leave the judges to give an appropriate mark. So that's if the athlete does attempt to perform a movement or attempts to maintain the pace required. So if they break pace really noticeably, but does not deviate from the shape they're supposed to be performing, depending on how voracious, what sort of mood your president of the grand jury is in, they can treat it as an error of course, but one would hope they may give somebody the benefit of the doubt. If an athlete makes absolutely no effort to perform a movement in a test, then it may be treated as an error of test or as an error of course at the discretion of that judge at sea. So to define, so that's error of test. Error of course is when an athlete deviates from the required track or when a movement is performed at the wrong pace or admitted altogether. If there is an error of course, POJ will ring the bell, stop. The athlete must then resume the test from the beginning of the movement where the error was made. If the athlete is in any doubt, they may ask the president of the grand jury for guidance, which actually does happen, because if your mind goes blank, which it can do just occasionally, you might just completely forget where you were. It's one of the things that pressure can do to you. Disconnected or broken harness, and we saw that with Ysbrand Chardon at the start of his test in Aix-Lou, where it's actually one of the hip straps that was carrying a leader trace broke. And what it meant was that the trace was loose and it was all unattached, and sort of, well, the strap was flapping round. So if anything, it becomes broken or disconnected, or should the horse get a leg over the pole, trace or shaft, the POJ must ring the bell and the groom must dismount and reconnect or make a repair as appropriate. There will be a penalty for the groom dismounting, so you're not actually penalised for the harness break, but you are penalised for rectifying, which will inevitably involve the penalty. So you'll get 5 extra, which Ysbrand got in Aix-Lou, but it didn't actually detract from the fact he did a very good test. He ended up right near the top of the standings. If it happens a second time, you will incur 10 penalties. If you're having a really bad day and your harness breaks for a third occasion, one would assume it's not going to happen at this level of competition, then unfortunately you're going to be eliminated. Item number 6 of the rules. Who would ever thought they would make such interesting reading? 9, 5, 6. We're just filling time a little bit because this is when poor Hugo Frias from Portugal was supposed to be driving, but he is not forward. We received notification of that earlier on today. One of his horses, there was a slight problem at the vet check from what I know, and then we have following in our next athlete from Greece. But in the meantime, if your carriage overturns in dressage, then you will be eliminated. So really don't want that to happen. If part of the turnout leaves the arena during a movement, which isn't the easiest thing to do when you have these raised boards around the outside, there'll be a bit of a clatter. You are marked down for inaccuracy. Well, that's jolly generous. If the whole turn leaves the arena before the test is finished, I hasten to add, that is elimination. If the athlete gets down, it's 20 penalties. If you enter the arena without a whip in your hand, 5 penalties. Dropping or putting down the whip is also 5. If there is no breaching on a carriage, if it doesn't have a brake, so this is where we get back to the singles. The singles are supposed to drive with breaching, but you won't see them on the multiples because they're all four-wheel vehicles and they all have foot brakes, often hand brakes too. You will be eliminated, and that is strictly a safety issue. So that goes on to if you do not have breaching on with your singles, which is the thick strap that goes around the back end of the horse, sort of halfway between the top of the tail and the point of the hocks. The use of bandages or brushing boots in dressage, you shouldn't be seeing any of them. 10 penalties. If you contravene the rules on advertising, so if you are trying to advertise your goods or a sponsor on the side, you will get a yellow card warning. If a person is tied to the carriage, and keep the imagination on track for that one, that's elimination. So what that really means is if a person is strapped on, because you do have these belts that can go round the drivers on the marathon, so terminology there is more interesting, but a person tied to the carriage is elimination. Handling the reins, brake or whip by the groom, 20 penalties. Groom speaking or giving indications, that's 10 penalties. Physical outside assistance, except of course if you're asking the president of the ground jury where you've gone wrong and where you're going to go right again, that's an elimination. So no outside assistance. And the groom's dismounting, we've been through that. Early or late entry, possible elimination, and that really again would be down to the judge at sea. Sometimes if you're a bit nervous or there's lots of noise, depending on whether it's a bell or a car horn that would be the sound, most of the time if you're driving at a sort of club level event, that's the judges would tend to be sitting in the car. It's only here, these beautiful bespoke venues, that you get these proper judges boxes. So if you miss the bell or for whatever reason, or you come in a bit later early, if you've got a car alarm going off, you think that's for you, that's down to the discretion of the judge. One would hope there's a bit of leniency. Lame horse, one would hope that by the time you get to your test that's not going to happen. Disqualification of the horse and elimination, but all that would have been checked out beforehand during the inspection, which is the trot up, incomplete presentation. Well, if you forget your hat or your gloves or something that you're supposed to wear in the rules, there is of course disobedience and carriage overturn, so that's what happens. Scores are calculated to 2 decimal places. The athlete with the lowest score and penalties therefore wins. Penalties, so the aforementioned penalties, are only awarded by the president of the ground jury, so it's that judge at sea that has this extra power to wield those penalty points, but so far we've had none of that today. They are deducted from the average score at the end, so the final total will be deducted from whatever it is after the coefficients and things have been applied. In order to adjust the influence of driven dressage on the whole event, where the total possible marks for the test are greater than 160, and don't forget this test comes to 220, as said earlier, the average score will be multiplied by the coefficient printed on the score sheet to obtain the adjusted average score to be used. So what happens is you add all the scores together, all 5 scores, and then you get your average of those 5 scores, and then you multiply them by this, what we call the coefficient. It can be 0.7, 0.8, 5, 0.6, whatever it may be, depending on how much greater your test is than 160. And that's how we get to what seem to be these seemingly quite unrelated 50 points, 60 points, whatever it is. So it's all to do with the scoring, because otherwise if you just took the average mark of those 5s, we'd be talking into the hundreds for everybody. So then proportionately, I mean, it would average out over time. Of course it would, you still have the same person in first, last, and everyone in between, but it's just trying to level out the marks between the 3 phases. So this is to keep the influence of dressage. And again, this was a point that was debated at quite some length during the driving forum in April in Kronenberg, was just how influential each phase should be. So do you change the cones? Do you make that more or less influential on the whole of the event? It's something that's always being looked at, because really, like show jumping at the end of the event, it's just to make sure the horse is sound, it's recovered well from the cross-country phase, but it's also about jeopardy in cones. If you're thinking about how important it is to keep our crowds and spectators entertained, and if you know that somebody's on a score and they've got to keep all those balls on top and not go wrong in the cones and not get time faults, it does add to the jeopardy and therefore the entertainment of it all as well. So that's a quick run through some of the more important rules for dressage and the movements. And we're back on track now with, and it looks like Mika is going in, so be wrong, but it's quite an inevitable walk for Greece. I'm sure he has a shorter name than this, but Athanasios Hatzidopoulos from Athens. He's a businessman. He is driving some KWPNs that are in their teams. There's a certain Cousteronde next to one of them. I thought I spotted him as well. Thereabouts. He has Eleni. His contact, Gabriel Grasso, will be on the carriage for the marathon, and Mirjam Haidema on there. He has got Darius, who's 15, and Dexter, who is also 15, and Grey Danis at 12. Danis and Dexter are his dressage horses, and Darius will be used in marathon coats. Grey Danis used all the way through. Confirmation of Rents, who drove for Holland just now. We have his marks through and confirmation that he put himself into 4th position. Rents Edgeberink, who drove so well at Royal Windsor in May this year, and his mark was 57.58, so he's put himself between Marcus Fleischmann, who remains in 3rd, and Dennis Schneiders has moved into 5th position for the German team. And so that 57.58, that came about from 143 from Bert Jambon, which was his 3rd place dressage test so far of the day. So it's 143 from Bert, 138.5 from both Anne-Marie and Barry at RNS, but that 138.5 was 7th for Anne-Marie, 4th for Barry. At V, Miguel 140.5, which was 5th, and for Andrew Council 141, which for him was his 2nd placed test of the day. Interesting to analyse, and 57.58 and a percentage of 64. So as we keep saying, these marks are very hard earned. Nothing is being given away. And these Dutch horses falling nicely into sequence there. So although Greece isn't normally noted as a nation for its driven sport, great to have Athanasios here at the PAM. But very much a product of some Dutch training by the looks of things, and associations, breeding and owners. He has been a previous Greek champion and took part in the Pan-Hellenic Games. Where has he been? Was it Big Bergen? Poor Greece, and certainly around Athens they've had some dreadful months with all these wildfires. Also competed in 2019 in Drepkow. It is difficult. Interestingly, Bram was talking about this in the context of Luca Casatana in Exlu, when we were talking about it's all very well, and one is enormously grateful and supportive of the athletes that come from the countries to join us that don't have a huge amount of driving, but you're really sailing your own ship because there aren't the volume of competitions, of venues who are holding it, and you have to travel far. It looks like Athanasios has clearly spent quite a bit of time in Holland, and that's just what you have to do. You have to take yourself into these different nations if you want to do that. And in the context of Luca, Bram was also saying that because there isn't that much driving these days in Italy, it's always about travelling. It's not just about the distances that certainly is an issue that can face the Americans. It's about just the volume of events, people to compare yourself to, having the chance to go out and about and do what you do. And talking of doing what you're doing, that's a good opening up of the strides to that extension and halt. Ideally with the noses over the marker. Delighted to have a competitor from Greece join in. The fun will be very interesting to see how the judges have marked that. A lovely flourish.
63.64 penalties with 130 at C, 132.5 at R, 128.5 at S, 128 at V and 141 at P. Pour le concurrent représentant la Grèce.
Sounds like the judges from that appraisal were pretty much in line, apart from Andrew Council, who seems to have marked that more generously, but 130, 132.5, 128.5, 128, and then Andrew at 141. There's some pretty familiar faces there following down. Good at Dutch influence there. There's Claudio Mika. So he's been training at Riant.
Next to go for the Czech Republic is Libor Kurka. Libor Kurka, who previously drove singles. He's driven in 6 singles world championships. He was here last year in Le Pin, where he finished in 61st place. And he just started driving in pairs. It's his first World Championship in pairs. He was 12th at Stadi Paola in pairs in Austria this year, and also competed at Baboroko in the CAIO, where he finished 23rd. He works with horses and other animals in movies and drives with his daughter Veronica. He's driving Hussar and Jim in this competition.
There we go. That's all you need to know. Libor Kirka for Czech, driving with his daughter Veronica.
Czech warm-blood 13-year-old gelding. Horses all born and bred in the Czech Republic.
The same information is on my declaration form as well. So Libor works with horses and other animals in the film industry. He's been out and about. What's he doing? He's been competing for the last few years, places like Tony and Kronenberg. Got Hussar and Jim, his two geldings for all three phases. Veronica on the carriage. His spare is Alaska, these Czech horses, two geldings and a stallion. Has been competing for many years with single horses. He used to jump horses when he was younger. Carriage driving is very much a family tradition. He's been active in equestrian sport for a long time. Holder of the bronze badge of the Czech Riding Federation. Does also drive a horse team occasionally from Porter Brady. And involved in the film industry. I wonder how the Hollywood writers' strike has affected him. So we talk about the outdoor driving season. Obviously over in the USA they're able, due to slightly different climate, to get going. So a Kala takes place in the Live Oak International, that's in March, but in terms of the European season, getting ex-Lou at the Hypatia Centrum, their regular event is at the end of March, and they have for all categories, from horse fours, para equestrians, ponies, have all the categories. So that, in terms of preparation for this event, will have been where a lot of our drivers started. That was followed by mid-April in Kronenberg. Still in America, the Tryon event was in April, and one that quite a few of the drivers here went to, Kladruby nad Labem, that's in Czech Republic. But now really getting going with the season, Wettringen in Germany, Le Garrec in Canada, in France rather, and Celestat as well. And then you have, at the end of April, beginning of May, the German Championships for horse teams was in Laaden. That's an event a lot of these competitors go to once you're into May. You've got Morkov in Denmark, Royal Windsor, one of the original events, been going for many, many years. Stadelpora in Austria, Bornholm in Belgium, Arstorp in Sweden, also here in Romania, and listed also here was the Atalanta tradition, that was in Compiègne. Hopeton in Edinburgh, Bogusławice in Poland, Dunajski Klatov and Slovakia, and Samor in France. So those are our May-June events, well into the season by then. And go sadly. Dressage in Hungary and Valkenswaard were cancelled. Chepstow, David Broom Centre, that's all into June. Bull in Germany. Poznan, Poland. Yeah, lots of big events. We also had Sandringham, Aachen, the original sort of super horse show that's been going, and it was actually in Aachen that the late great Prince Philip was so inspired by how many of the horse fours he saw lined up. It was something between 22 and 24 that he saw lined up all together, and thought, right, there's something here that really needs looking into. That also carried a qualifier for the World Cup for the horse fours. Don't forget that it is the top 10 placed athletes with the horse teams that automatically qualify, plus you will get national wild cards at each of the qualifying rounds. Everybody was here in early July. That was for the horse pairs and singles, so a really good chance for everybody who was competing here to familiarise themselves with what was going on. Kisias in Poland, Spilvasvarad in Hungary, that's another famous venue. So all sorts of venues all over Europe for our drivers. So you'll find that particularly people from Romania, Hungary, Slovenia, Slovakia, they will be competing in the same sort of events, whereas those drivers based France, Germany, Belgium and Holland, they tend to, well, there's an awful lot of travelling, fewer events in Spain sadly than we used to have, so our Spanish and Portuguese drivers do have to travel quite some way. Last weekend we had Tryon in the USA. All eyes for this driving world championship for pairs in Le Pin-au-Haras in Normandy. So our Greek athlete Athanasios, he has gone into 19th place with 63.64, so that's pretty much the halfway point. 130 for 22nd place from our judge at C. At R, Anne-Marie, 132.5 for 16th. Pretty much in alignment. 128.5, 26
for the Czech Republic, driving Veronika Kurkova,
the 128 for 20th place, and yet Andrew Council obviously really liked that one. He gave it 141, which for him was second, so that would have brought the average up considerably, 63.64. Bearing in mind you've added them all together, and then probably going to be
two more competitors to go. The second, we begin the second members for the teams, which will continue, of course, tomorrow morning to late morning.
60.23 if you are interested. In the final stretch now of the dressage.
Mind you, 17 teams present in this FEI World
Czech,
Championship
has been driving for a very, very long time. Many events and results in his biography with pairs and singles.
121 at S, 112.5 at V, 120.5 at P, and that's 73.06 penalties.
Sounds like 73.06. So not troubling the leaders with that one. Where's he going to be? Scrolling down a bit, that will put him into about 38 at the moment.
the Italian team next to go. Alessandro Formia, he's driving with Valeria Nicolotti, and he's driving Leandre and Luxo S.
So my colleague out there has announced
Et pour l'équipe d'Italie, puisque nous
we are
terminons
back
cet après-midi
with
avec
Italy. Alessandro
deuxième,
Formia
deuxième,
is number 58. He is on the Italian team. We've had several Italians through already.
KWPN de 7 ans, Leandre et
He
Luxor,
is
également
driving
de 7 ans. Ils étaient 6e dans
KWP,
le
and
festival
he's got for dressage 2 stallions, Leandro and Luxor S. Alessandro Formia. Leandro is being used for all 3 sections of the competition. Lons Heron will come into play for the marathon, that's the gelding. He is of Austrian breeding, but the others are Dutch warm bloods. Out goes the arm for this one-handed movement. Important that you set yourself up well in terms of where you're going to place your reins, because you've got no extra hand for adjustment until you finish the movement, and then the reins go back into one hand. And there he goes, all into the left hand again. So this is the MK movement, movement number 5, extended trot. The judges are looking for that lengthening of frame, impulsion, rhythm, balance, straightness and quality of the extension. And you want to have a clear definition between the movements. So a start and a finish. Although the test has to flow, you're not stopping between the movements, but there must be a clear point. Just brought that leg back in. That's a beautiful halt, but he just left one leg out there to start off with, but corrected himself nicely. And this walk down the centre line, somebody's having quite a good look at the crowd. Your 3 metre rein back. Side view there. That's where you want to effectively see one horse with the legs moving together. They've popped into sequence there just before the corner. This is the collection before the walk. Now with this free walk, H to P, freedom, regularity, stretching, overstepping, energy, lots to remember here, ground cover and length of strides, lengthening of the frame and relaxation. So I hope the judges are thinking of all those movements. Let's just work out how many decisions they've had to make. It's great fun on the calculator here. 22 tests. Times we said 45. That's 990 decisions they've made today, because we did have that one test not here, so each test 22 times 45, 990. That's how many decisions and marks have been awarded by each of our judges today. Multiply that by 5 and we're at nearly 5,000. That is a lot of number crunching for one day. Oh, magic moment there. It's hard not to look at the legs. I know you've got to look at the whole horse. When you get those moments where those legs are hitting the ground together, it is lovely. So although we've had nearly 1,000 decisions today, they've got to make all those same decisions again tomorrow, so good night's sleep for the judges. Although all of them are extremely experienced, they've been doing this, all of them, for many, many years. It is still mentally quite draining for them, and at the end of a long day, they'll be ready for a bit of a break from it all, but being fascinating. Watching, and not just how they're assessing each movement, but just in terms of, although the marks might be quite similar, but for one judge 138 will be 4th, and for another one it might be 15th. So that is just the balancing. One judge might stick 5s and 6s all the way through, one might use a far greater range of marks. One is always encouraged as a judge to use the full range of marks, hopefully not dipping below into those sort of lower territories unless things are going horribly wrong, but to certainly reward the good movements with the high marks. That is always encouraged. Use the full range. So the penultimate driver of this day 1 of dressage in Le Pen, Alessandro Fumia, driving for the Italian team. They have been medalists in the past. They can do it. Back in 2015 with Francesco Aletti Montano, Joseph Dibach and Claudio Fumagalli. All three of them were on the team that took the silver medal. That was in Hungary 8 years ago, but how are they going to get on this time? And a very appreciative crowd there. The Italians expressing themselves so well, as one would expect.
Alessandro Fumia driving for the first time in a World Championship here in Arima.
As you heard, that was his first World Championship.
$133 score for judge at C, 143.5 at R, 125 at S, 124.5 at D, and 131.5 at P, for a score of 64.01 penalties. 22nd place for Alessandro Fumia for Italy.
That sounds like there was quite a range of marks there, unofficially 64.01, ranging from 124 up to 143, so 19. That's a wide gap there. Just to confirm, Libor Kirker for Czech, he had 120, which was 38th place, 121.5 at R, that was 36th, 121, that was 36 at S for Barrett, V for Miguel, 114, he did not like that test, and 121, so all bar that 114. So all those marks, 2 at 121, 120 and 121.5, so 4 out of the 5 judges completely in tune with each other. But in terms of the placings, 36, 36, 38, 38 and 40, yeah, they saw him in context, so those all important contextual positions, so that was 72.76. That was for 38th place for him, 54.52.
This is group for the dressage and the cone driving.
And here we are, the last driver of the day. We've done 45 and we've got 46 to get through tomorrow. But it's been brilliant. What fantastic dressage, what fantastic horse sport we've brought to you today. And thank you so much if you've been watching and listening all the way through. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you with us, and we've got it all to do again tomorrow. So do tune in, do watch the highlights back, do share it with your friends, do give your positive feedback. That would be fabulous too.
Ces deux KWPN d'Also, un Hongre âgé de 15 ans et Impulse âgé de 10 ans.
But Eric Evers, he had a great Royal Windsor just behind the other Eric who took the win there, but that was in May at the Grand Prix in wonderful grounds of Windsor Castle. A sad event for many. It was the first without Her Majesty, the late Queen, and really quite poignant for so many reasons. But the show went on and it was a brilliant event, quite wet. I will say a lot of the lorries had to be pulled on, but it did not dampen spirits. But Eric Evers was there. He was 9th in Kronenberg, 10th at Beekbergen and 2nd at Royal Windsor. He is a member of the Dutch national team, so would have every intention of finding himself on a podium, providing all goes according to plan. And Ad Arts, the national trainer, is rarely a man who finds his drivers and team deviating from his plan. And look at that lovely evening sun just falling onto the arena here in Normandy. It's been a really, weather-wise, you couldn't beat it. And just look at that. It's actually quite magical, quite ethereal, as those horses put their legs exactly where they should be for that first halt. That's a good first impression, one would imagine, for Eric Evers. He is a coachman at the Royal Stables in The Hague. So a gentleman who will be extremely well versed in traditional harness and carriages, but for the purposes of this weekend he's competing at a 3-day event, well 4 days if you extend 2 days of dressage, 5 if you include the horse inspection. It's really a week's commitment. Most people will have got here on Monday or Tuesday to settle the horses. Some will leave on close of play on Sunday, others will make a longer journey, rest the horses and leave on Monday, but it takes pretty much a week to compete at one of these events. That's so he's got for all 3 phases, dressage, marathon and cones. In pools will be dressage and cones, and Jari is for the marathon. Those are his KWPN horses. That's so 15, Impulse is 10, Jari is 9, but he is a member of the Dutch national team. And who better to round off what has been a glorious day of driven dressage. We sit back and enjoy what should be one of our top scoring tests of the day. It's quite a dramatic leaden sky there. I wonder if it's going to rain. We'll keep you informed. Doesn't matter, just hold off until this last test is done. Some of the drivers in Exley had to drive through the most horrific rainstorms, but it didn't stop. And I'm getting very high marks. Think of Frederick Persson and Marika Hahn. They did really well. And just think how slippy those rains get, particularly for those 4-in-hand, one-handed movements. But it didn't put anybody off, and they kept their cool. Forward into this walk movement. Making sure those horses are relaxed. It's when that tension creeps in, that's when the strides shorten up a bit, and that's when you get those breaks into that jog pace. Alessandro Formia, his marks have just come through. Confirmation that he's gone into 22nd with a straight 64, 133 from Bert Jambon at C. Anne-Marie really liked that. Oh, this is just such a cool study of it all. At R, 143.5. She had him in second place, whereas Barry at S had him in 31st, so that's 31st to second. That probably is the widest gap of the day. 125 at V, 124.5, so those marks in alignment at V and S, and that was a 27th place for Miguel. At P, Andrew 20th in the middle again, 131.5. But yeah, so interesting to talk to Anne-Marie at that test. But as we said, thousands of decisions being made in a day by our 5 judges. I should think it all blends into one at the end of it all. In the meantime, rounding off day 1 in Le Pen in Normandy in France, Eric Evers on the Netherlands. Team just leaning forward to encourage that open frame trot. And then that movement RX and X to be in collection. Looks like a bit of a wave, and what the judges are looking for here is a clear definition between the changes in the bends over X. So that's where the suppleness and accuracy is important. Bending right followed by a transition to the left. Shortly straighten the turnout on X, but it's a wave, smooth connection and change of bend. So making sure it all flows and you have a sort of seamless change in sort of the emphasis of the weight. If you think that the horse probably puts a little bit more weight on the inside feet as it turns into the bend, it's all quite subtle depending on the shape. So the final deviation is movement number 18. On to 19 now. S back to K. Keeping in collection KAD. We are so nearly there. So nearly the end of these many, many dressage movements in one day. And a final extension one, which is a great note to end the day on. And those noses, oh, just slightly overshot, but that'll do. That was a good test from our Dutch team driver,
Final salute for today,
Eric
Thursday,
Evers, and
that was
a great test to end the day on. We will stay live with you as long as we can, just to give you those final marks, but to remind you of our leaders at the moment. It remains Michael Barbe for Switzerland on 56.12. Very, very little between them all. Carola Slater Dina for Germany, who set her stall out. She was the second to go. We have another 40 tests since then. 57.22. Great test for her. Marcus Fleischmann from Austria. As the graphics come in third place, but provided I can, I will give you this mark test. But if not, do log on to reconnect if you can.
dire à la fin de la journée. Carola
Thank you so much for tuning in today. Don't forget, we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow morning. That's Friday, 8:30 local time, for all the coverage for day 2 of our dressage in this World Pairs Driving Championship. I'm Sarah Dance. It's been an absolute joy to share today's action with you. Please do tune in. Whatever you're doing, wherever in the world you are, stay safe, sleep well, have a great day, and please do join us tomorrow for all the action from this beautiful venue. Just look at that backdrop, the castle up there, and it's all to play for in terms of who will be our next world champion. Which nation will stand atop that podium? Will the reign of the Hungarians be broken? Will Martin Holler win yet another championship? This is why we do it. This is why we tune in. This is why we love horse sport. Thank you so much. Take care. Over and out for today.